विष्णुदास नामा घेऊनी काकडा घेऊनी पंचारती करू बाबाची आरती उठा उठा हो बांधव हो वाळू भार माधव करुणिया पाहू गंभीर ध्यान कृष्णनाथा दत्त साई धरो चित्त तुझे पायी काकड आरती करीतो साईनाथ देवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवे घेऊनी बालक लघु सेवा काम क्रोध मद मत्सराटुनी काकडा केला वैराग्याचे तूप घालुनी मी तो भिजविला साईनाथ गुरु भक्ती ज्वलने तो मी पेटविला तदवृत्ती घालुनी गुरुने प्रकाश पाडिला द्वैत तमाना सुनी मिळाली तत्स्वरूपी जीवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवे देऊनी बालक लघु सेवा काकड आरती करीतो साईनाथ देवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवे देऊनी बालक लघु सेवा भूखे चरव्या पुनी अवघे हृत्कमली राहसे तोचे दत्त देव शिरणी राहुनी पावसे राहुन येथे अन्यस्नहितु भक्तास्तव धावसे निरसुनिया संकटायासा अनुभव दाविसे न कैवल्ये लागे कोण्या देवा वा मानवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवे घेऊनी बालक लघु सेवा काकड आरती करीतो साईनाथ देवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवे घेऊनी बालक लघु सेवा वद्यशृंगो भिले सारे अंबर हे कोंदले सगुण मूर्ती पाहण्या जन शिरडी आले प्राशुनी पद वचनामृत मुचे देह भान हरपले सोडुनिया दुरभिमान मानस त्वच्चरणी वाहिले कृपा करुणी साई माऊले दास पदरी घ्यावा चिन्मय रूप दाखवे घेऊनी बालक लघु सेवा काकड आरती करीतो साईनाथ देवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवे घेऊनी बालक लघु सेवा भक्तीची पोटी बोध काकडा ज्योती पंच प्राण दिवे भावी ओवाळू आरती ओवाळू आरती माझ्या पंढरीनाथा माझ्या साईनाथा दोन्ही कर जोडून चरणी ठेविला माथा काय महिमा वर्णू आता सांगणे किती कोटी ब्रह्म हत्या मुख पाहता जाती राही रकुमाबाई उभ्या दोघे दोघाही मयूर पेच्छ चामरे ढाळिते साईंच्या ठाई तुका म्हणे दीप घेऊनी उन्मलित शोभा
लावण्य गावा
उभा साधू संत साधा आपुलाले हिता
जाईल जाईल हानल देह
मग कैचा भगवंत उठोनिया पहाटे बाबा उभा सेविके
चरण कयांचे गोमटे
अमृत दृष्टी अवलोका उठा उठा हो वेगेशी चला जाऊया रावणाशी जळतील पातकांच्या राशी काकड आरती देखलिया जागे करा रुक्मिणीवरा देव आहे निज सुरात वेगे लिंबयो न करा दृष्ट होईल तयासी दारी वाजंती वाजते ढोल दमामे गर्जते होतसे काकड आरती माझ्या सद्गुरुरायाची सिंहनाद शंख भेरी आनंद होतसे महाद्वारी केशवराज विटेवरी नामाचरण वंदे साईनाथ गुरु माझे आई सतराम सत्यराज गुरु माझे आई सतराम साईनाथ गुरु माझे आई श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। प्रभात समय नभा शुभ रवि प्रभा पाकले स्मरे गुरु सदा अशा समय त्या छळे नाकले मनोनी कर जोडणी करुलता गुरु प्रार्थना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना तमानी रसी भानुहा गुरु हिनाशी अज्ञानता परंतु गुरुचे करे नरविही कधी साम्यता उन्हाती मेरा जन्म घे गुरु कृपेनी अज्ञानना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना रवी प्रगट होने त्वरित घालवे आलसा तसा गुरु सोडवे सकल दुष्कृते नालसा हरोणी अभिमान ही जडवी त्वत्पदी भावना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना गुरु से उपमा दिसे विधि हरे हरांचे उनी उठोनी मगये ते कवनिया कोई पाहुनी तुझीच उपमा तुला बरविशोभते सज्जना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना समाधी उतरोनिया गुरु चला मशेदे कडे त्वदीय वचनोपिते मधुर वारिते साकडे अजात रिपु सद्गुरु अखिल पातका भंजना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना आहा सुसमयासिया गुरु ठोनिया बैसले वियोग निपदा श्रिता कदिय आपदे नासिले असा सुहित कार्या जगति कोणी अन्यना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना असे बहुत शाहना पडिन जा गुरुंची कृपा नकस्वहित त्याकडे करीत से रिकाम्या गप्पा जरी गुरुपदा धरी तुझ अखिल हरुणिया भ्रांति में नित्य शांति ऐसे हे साईनाथ कथुनि सुचविले देव्या बालकासी एवे त्या कृष्ण पाई नमनि सविने अर्पितो अष्टकाशी श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज के जय। साई रहम नजर करना बच्चों का पालन करना साई रहम नजर करना बच्चों का पालन करना जाना
कोणी गेली आताली गीता जाऊया तुझा काकडा की रावळांतरी हो जाऊया तुझा काकडा की रावळांतरी आणतीला भक्त नैवेद्य नाना परी आणतीला भक्त नैवेद्य नाना परी तुझ काय देव सावया पिकाया तरी हो तुझ काय देव सद्गुरु पिकाया तरी मी दुबारी बारी नाम्याची जाण श्रीहरी मी दुबारी बारी नाम्याची जाण श्रीहरी श्री सद्गुरु बाबा साई श्री सद्गुरु बाबा साई तुझ वाचुनी आश्रय नारी तुझ वाचुनी आश्रय नारी मी पापी पतित मंद हो मी पापी पतित मंद तारणे मला गुरुनाथा सदजरी
ओम नमः शिवाय ओम शिवराय ओम महारुद्राय ओम अधिरुद्राय
शांति क्षमेचा मेरू शांति क्षमेचा मेरू तुम्ही भवान बेटे तारो गुरुहरा तुम्ही भवान बेटे तारो गुरुहरा
बरोबरा बससिका मरा अजाहुतरा
कलवलारी पर कलवलारी मी गुणतो भव भय डोरी गुरुहरा मी गुणतो भव भय डोरी गुरुहरा श्री सद्गुरु बाबा साई श्री सद्गुरु बाबा साई तुझ वाचुनी आश्रय नारी गुरुहरी तुझ वाचुनी आश्रय नारी गुरुहरी श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय
पवित्रं बाबा विभूतिं परमं विचित्रं लीला विभूतिं परमार्थैष्टार्थमोक्षप्रदातं बाबा विभूतिं
शरणपारं भुजगशयनं पद्मनाभं सुरेशं विश्वाधारं
विचित्रं लीला विभूतिं परमार्थैष्टार्थमोक्षप्रदातं बाबा विभूतिं मिदमाश्रयामि परमं पवित्रं बाबा विभूतिं परमं विचित्रं लीला विभूतिं परमार्थैष्टार्थमोक्षप्रदातं बाबा विभूतिं मिदमाश्रयामि। गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय।
ఇంకా ఫ్రూట్స్ పెట్టండి, అందరూ వస్తూ ఉంటారు కదా.
ఓకే, ధాన్యం ధనం వశం బహుపుత్రలాభం సంవత్సరం దీర్ఘమాయుః సాయినాథ స్వామి ప్రసాదేన సర్వాభీష్టదాసిద్ధిరస్తు సర్వకళ్యాణం తిరస్తు ఆరోగ్యదాసిద్ధిరస్తు అఖండ ఐశ్వర్య ప్రాప్తిరస్తు సర్వకార్యాన్ని విజయత్వ ప్రాప్తిరస్తు సర్వానుకూలదాసిద్ధిరస్తు సర్వకళ్యాణం తిరస్తు సాయినాథ స్వామి పరిపూర్ణ కృపాకటాక్ష సిద్ధిరస్తు.
వనవాసం పెట్టండి, వనవాసం పెట్టేయండి.
అక్క సాయిరామ్ అక్క మణి
లక్ష్మి గారు దిస్ ఫ్రమ్ బాబా టెంపుల్ అండి. లేదు కొంచెం హాఫ్ అన్ అవర్ బిహైండ్ ఉన్నాం కానీ జస్ట్ రిమైండ్ దట్ యూ హ్యావ్ ఎక్సైడ్ అండి. ఓకే
ఫస్ట్ 6:30 కదా.
మరి 6:30 అయిపోయింది.
అట్లా చేసుకొని ముందర తీసుకుంటూ ఉంటాం. ఒకటి చూద్దా ఉన్నారు జస్ట్ రిమైండింగ్ అండి దానికి
అంతా ఇంగ్లీష్
ఓం సాయిరామ్. ఫస్ట్ చాప్టర్ పెట్టుకున్నారు కదా వాళ్ళు కొంచెం లేట్ అయింది.
అద్భుతం.
This is Harika. Yeah, yes, we are from Baba Temple. To remind us
ఇప్పుడు మీరు వస్తున్నారు చేస్తారు.
నుంచి వచ్చేస్తారు ఫ్లోలో. మార్నింగ్ టైం
మోహాయ మహామాయాపేక్ష దారిద్ర్య దుఃఖ భయాన్ని కత్తులన్యాచిత్త సర్వమంగళమంగళేశ్వరి నారాయణ శరణాగత దీనాథ పరిత్రాణపరాయణ దేవి నారాయణ నమస్తే సర్వవేదేవి నమస్తే యోగాను చేయాలను అష్టాదిగామాలను కామాసమనపన్నరాణం కామాసాయాసతాంబయాంతి సర్వాబాధా ప్రసన్నం త్రైలోక్యస్య అఖిలేషు దేవదయాస్మద్దైర్వినాశం या देवी सर्वभूतेषु मातृरूपेण संस्थिता मस्तस्य नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु बुद्धिरूपेण संस्थिता मस्तस्य नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु शक्तिरूपेण संस्थिता मस्तस्य नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु लक्ष्मीरूपेण संस्थिता मस्तस्य नमो नमः श्रीकामेश्वरी कामाक्षी श्रीजगदम्बा Om Dum Durgai Ma, 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 Om Dum Durgai Ma. Om Dum Durgai Ma, 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 Om Dum Durgai Ma. Om Dum Durgai Ma, Om Dum Durgai Ma, Om Dum Durgai Ma, Om Dum Durgai Ma, Om Dum Durgai Ma. Surga Parmeshwari Namo. Namo Vedaya Nataya Matavakyodaya Vidaya Shikvarnaya Vidaya. Namo Vedaya Nataya Matavakyodaya Shikvarnaya Vidaya. Namo Vedaya Nataya Matavakyodaya Shikvarnaya
SAI Darshan.
దాంట్లో అప్డేట్ చేస్తూ ఉండాలి. చాప్టర్ 1 స్టార్టెడ్, నెక్స్ట్ చాప్టర్ 2 స్టార్టెడ్. అంటే బై ఏమవుతుందంటే దానివల్ల తెలుగు వాలంటీర్స్ అండ్
श्री सच्चिदानंद गुरु साईं
महाराज की जय।
Sri Sai Satyarika, Chapter 1. According to the ancient and beloved custom, Hemant begins the work, Sri Sai Satyarika, with various salutations. First, he makes obeisance to the god Ganesh to remove all the obstacles and make the work a success, and states that Sri Sai is God Ganesh himself. Then, to Goddess Saraswati to inspire him to write the work, and says that Sri Sai is the one which this goddess, and that he is himself saving his own life. Then, to the gods Brahma, Vishnu, Shankar, the creating, preserving, and destroying deities, respectively, and says that Sainath is the one with them, and he, the great teacher, will carry us across the river of world existence. Then, to his tutelary deity, Narayan Adinath, who manifested himself in Konkan, the land reclaimed by Parshurama, the river from the sea, and to Adi, Purush of the family. Then to Bharadwaj Muni, into whose Gotra he was born, and also to various rishis, Yajnavalkya, Bhrugu, Harsha, Narad, Vedvyas, Sanak, Sananda, Santakumar, Shuka, Shaunak, Vishwamitra, Vasistha, Valmiki, Vamadev, Jaivini, Vaishampayan, Nava Yogindra, etc., and also modern science sects such as Nivrutti, Yamdev, Sogam, Ektabai, Janathan, Eknath, Namdev, Tukaram, Khana, and Narhari, etc. Then to his grandfather, Sadashiv, Father Raghunath, his mother, who left him in his infancy, to his parents aunts, who brought him up, and to his loving elder brother. Then to the leaders and praise to them to give their whole undivided attention to his work. And lastly, to his Guru, Sri Sai, an incarnation of Sri Dattatreya, who is his soul entity and who will make him realize that Brahma is the reality and the world is illusion, and incidentally to all beings in whom the Lord God dwells. After describing in brief the various modes of devotion, according to Harsha, Vyasa, and Shandilya, etc., the author goes on to relate the following story. It was sometime after 1910 that I went one fine morning to Masjid in Shirdi to have darshan of Sai Baba. I was wonderstruck to see the following phenomenon. After washing his mouth and face, Sai Baba began to make preparations for grinding wheat. He spread a sack on the floor and thereon set a handle. He took some quantity of wheat in a winnowing pan and then drawing up the sleeves of his coffin and taking hold of the peg of the handle, started grinding the wheat by putting a few handfuls of wheat in the upper opening of the mill and rotated it. I thought, what business Baba had with grinding the wheat when he possessed nothing and stored nothing, and he lived on alms. Some people who had come there thought likewise, but none had the courage to ask Baba what he was doing. Immediately, this news of Baba grinding wheat spread in the village, and at once men and women ran to the masjid and flocked there to see Baba's act. 4 bold women from the crowd forced their way up and pushing Baba aside, forcibly took the bed or handle into their hands and singing Baba's Leelas, started grinding. At first Baba was enraged, but on seeing the woman's love and devotion, he was much pleased and began to smile. While they were grinding, they began to think that Baba had no house, no property, no children, none to look after, and to lift up hands, and therefore he did not require any wheat flour for making bread or roti. What will he do with this large quantity of flour? Perhaps, as Baba is very kind, he will distribute the flour amongst us. Thinking in this way, and while singing, they finished the grinding, and after pulling the handmill aside, they divided the flour into 4 portions and began to remove them by taking 1 portion per head. Baba, who was calm and quiet up till now, thought why and started abusing them, saying, "Ladies, have you gone mad? Whose father's property are you looting at? Have I borrowed any wheat from you so that you can safely take the flour? Now do this. Take the flour and throw it on the village borders." On hearing this, the women felt abashed and whispered amongst themselves, went to the outskirts of the village and spread the flour as directed by Baba. I asked the Shirdi people, what was this that Baba did? They replied that the cholera epidemic was spreading in the village. This was Baba's remedy for the same. It was not wheat that was ground, but cholera itself was ground to eat it and pushed around the village. From this time onward, the cholera epidemic subsided and the people of the village were happy. I was much pleased to know all this, but at the same time my curiosity was also aroused. I began to ask myself, what earthly connection was there between the wheat flour and the cholera? What was the causal relation between the two, and how to reconcile them? The incident seems to be inexplicable. I should write something on this and sing to my heart's content Baba's sweet Leelas. Thinking in this way about this Leela, my heart was filled with joy, and I was thus inspired to write Baba's life, the Sai Darshan. And we know, with Baba's grace and blessing, this work was successfully accomplished. Philosophical significance of grinding. Apart from the meaning which the people of Shirdi put on this incident of grinding wheat, there is, we think, a philosophical significance too. Baba lived in Shirdi for about 60 years, and during this long period he did the business of grinding almost every day. Not, however, wheat alone, but the sins, the mental and physical afflictions, and the miseries of his innumerable devotees. The two stones of his will consisted of karma and bhakti, the former being the lower one and the latter the upper one. The handle with which Baba worked the mill consisted of jnana. It was the firm conviction of Baba that knowledge of self-realization is not possible unless there is prior act of grinding all our impulses, desires, sins, and of three gunas, that is, sattva, rajas, and tamas, and the ahankara, which is so subtle and therefore so difficult to get rid of. This reminds us of a similar story of Kabir, who, seeing a woman grinding corn, said to his guru, Nipatniranjan, I am weeping because I feel the agony of being crushed under this wheel of worldly existence, like the corn in the handle. Nipatniranjan replied, do not be afraid. Hold fast to the handle of the knowledge of this will, as I do, and do not wander far away from the same, but turn inward to the center, and you are sure to be saved. Go to Shri Sai, peace to be all. Sri Sri Guru Sai Nam Maharaj Ki Jai.
Sai, Chapter 2. Object of writing the work, incapacity and boldness in the undertaking, hot discussion, conferring significant and prophetic title of Hematpan, necessity of a Guru. In the last chapter, the author mentioned in the original Marathi book that he would state the reason that lead to undertake the work and about the persons qualified to read the same, and such other points. Now, in this chapter, he narrates the same. The object of writing this work. In the first chapter, I described Sai Baba's miracle of checking and destroying the current cholera epidemic by grinding wheat and throwing the flour on the outskirts of the village. I heard other miracles of Sai Baba to my great delight, and this delight burst forth into this poetic work. I also thought that description of these miracles of Sai Baba would be interesting and instructive to his devotees and would remove their sins and so I began to write the sacred life and teachings of Sai Baba. The life of the saint is neither logical nor dialectical. It shows us the true and great path, the incapacity and boldness in undertaking the work. Hematpan taught that he was not a fit person to undertake the work. He said, I do not know the life of my intimate friend, nor do I know my own mind. Then, how can I write the life of a saint or describe the nature of incarnations, which even the Vedas were unable to do? One must be a saint himself before he could know other saints. Otherwise, how can I describe their glory? To write the life of a saint is most difficult. One may as well be able to measure the depth of the seven seas or enclose the sky with a cloth trappings. I knew this was the most venturous undertaking, which might expose me to ridicule. I therefore invoked Sai Baba's grace. The premier poet, saint of Maharashtra, Sri Dhyaneshwar Maharaj, has stated that the Lord loves those who write the lives of the saints, and the saints also have their own peculiar method of assigning the service which the devotees long for. The saint inspires the work, the devotees become only an indirect cause or an instrument in achieving the end. For instance, in 1700 Shakta year, the poet Mahipati aspired to write the lives of the saints. Saints inspired him and got the work done. So also in 1800 Shakta year, Das Guna's service was accepted. The former wrote 4 works, Bhakta Vijay, Saint Vijay, Bhakta Leelamrut and Saint Leelamrut, while the later wrote 2, Bhakta Leelamrut and Saint Khtamur, in which the lives of modern saints were described. In chapters 31, 32, 33 of Bhakta Leelamrut and in chapter 57 of Saint Kathamrut, the life and teachings of Sai Baba are very well depicted. These have been separately published in Sai Leela magazine number 11 and 12, volume 17. The readers are advised to read these chapters. So also, Sai Baba's wonderful Leelas are described by Miss Savitri Bai Raghunath Tendulkar of Bandra in the same book. Named Sri Sainath Bhajanmala. Das Ganu Maharaj also has composed various sweet poems on Sai Baba. A devotee named Amidas Bhavani Mehta has also published some stories of Sai Baba in Gujarati. Some members of Sainath Prabha, a magazine published by Dakshina Bhiksha Samstha of Shirdi, are also published. Then the question of objection came in that while so many works regarding Sai Baba are extant, why should the Sai Charitra be written and where is the necessity? The answer is plain and simple. The life of Sai Baba is as wide and deep as the infinite ocean and also can dive deep into the same and take out the precarious gems and distribute them among the aspiring people. The stories, parables, and teachings of Sai Baba are also very wonderful. They will give peace and happiness to the people who are afflicted with sorrows and heavily loaded with the miseries of this worldly existence, and also bestow knowledge and wisdom both in worldly and the spiritual domains. In these teachings of Sai Baba, which are as interesting and instructive as the Vedic alone, are listened and to be meditated upon, that devotees will get what they long for: union with Brahma, mastery in Eightfold Yoga, bliss of meditation, etc. So I thought I should call these stories together. That would be my best upasana. This collection would be most delightful to the simple souls whose eyes were not blessed with Sai Baba's darshan. So I set about collecting Sai Baba's teachings and expressions, the outcome of his boundless self-realization. It was Sai Baba who inspired me in this matter. In fact, I surrendered my ego at his feet and thought that my path was clear and he would make me quite happy here and in the next world. I could not myself ask Sai Baba to give me permission for this work. So I requested Mr. Madhavrao Deshpande alias Shama, Baba's most intimate devotee, to speak to him for me. He pleaded my cause and said to Sai Baba, "This Anna Sahib wishes to write your biography. Don't say that you are a poor fakir, that there is no necessity to write it. But if you agree and help him, he will write, or rather, your grace will accomplish the work. Without your consent and blessing, nothing can be done successfully." When Sai Baba heard this request, he was moved and blessed me by giving me his udi and placing his own bestowing hand on my hand, said, "Let him make a collection of stories and experiences. Keep notes and memos. I will help him. He is an outward instrument. I should write my own autobiography myself and satisfy the wishes of my devotees. He should get rid of his ego, surrender it at my feet. He who has like this in life, him I help the most. What of my life stories? I serve him in his house in all possible ways. When his ego is completely annihilated and there is no left or trace of it, I myself shall enter into him and shall myself write my own life. Hearing my stories and teachings will create faith in devotees, hearts that will easily get self-realization and bliss. Let there be no insistence on establishing one's own view, no attempt to refute others' opinions, no discussion or pros and cons of any subject. Significance and prophetic title. The word discussion put me in the mind of my promise to explain the story of my getting the title of the Himmat Pant, and now I began to relate the same. I was on close, friendly terms with Kaka Sahib Dikshit and Nana Sahib Chandorkar. They pressed me to go to Shirdi and have Baba's darshan, and I promised them to do so. But something in the meanwhile turned up, which prevented me from going to Shirdi. The son of a friend of mine at Lonavala fell ill. My friend tried all possible means, physical and spiritual, but the fever would not abate. At length he got his guru to sit by the bedside of his son, but this too was no avail. Hearing this, I thought, what was the utility of the Baba if he could not save my friend's son? If the Gurus can do anything for us, why should I go Shirdi at all? Thinking this way, I postponed my Shirdi trip by the inevitable must happen, and it happened in my case as follows. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandokar, and it happened, Chandokar, who was a divisional officer, was going to the tour to Besan from Thana. He came to Dadar and was waiting for a train bound for Besan. Meanwhile, a Bandra local turned up. He sat in it and came to Bandra and sent for me and took me to the task for putting off my Shirdi trip. Nana's argument for my Shirdi trip was convincing and delightful, and so I decided to start for Shirdi the same night. I packed up my luggage and started for Shirdi. I planned to go to Dadar and from there to catch the train for Manmad, and so I booked myself for Dadar and sat in the train. When the train was to start, a Mohammedan came hastily to my compartment and seeing all my paraphernalia asked me where I was to bound to. I told him about my plan. He then suggested that I should go straight to Baribandar and not to wait at Dadar at the Manmad mail did not stop at Dadar. If this little miracle or Leela had not happened, I would not have reached Shirdi next day as settled, and my doubts would have assailed me. But that was not to be. As fortune favored me, I reached Shirdi the next day by 9 to 10 a.m. Kaka Dikshit was waiting for me there. This was in 1910 when there was only one place to Satewada for lodging pilgrim devotees. After awakening from the Tonga, I was anxious to have darshan when the great devotee Tata Sahib Nulkar returned from the masjid and said that Sai Baba was at the corner of the Vada and that I should first get the preliminary darshan and then after bathe see him at leisure. Hearing this, I ran and prostrated before Baba, and my joy knew no bounds. I found more what Nana Chandokar had told me. All my senses were satisfied and I forgot my thirst and hunger. The moment I touched Sai Baba's feet, I began a new lease of life. I felt myself much obliged to those who spurred the help and helped me to get to the darshan. I consider them as my real relatives and I cannot repay their debt. I only remember them and prostrate mentally before them. The peculiarity of Sai Baba's darshan, as I found it, is that by his darshan our thoughts are changed. The force of previous actions is abated, and gradually non-attachment and dispassion towards worldly objects grew up. It is by merit of actions in my past births that such darshan I got, and if only you see Sai Baba, all the world assumes in the form of Sai Baba. On the first day of arrival to Shirdi, on the first day of my arrival in Shirdi, there was a discussion between me and Bala Sahib Bhathe regarding the necessity of a guru. I contended, why should we lose our freedom and submit to others? When we have to do our duty, why a guru is necessary? One must try his best and say to himself, what can the guru do to a man who does nothing but sleeps indolently? Thus I pleaded free will, while Mr. Pate took up another side, destiny, and said, whatever is bound to happen must happen, even great men have failed. Man proposes one way, but God disposes the other way. Brush aside your cleverness, pride and egoism and won't help you. This discussion with all its pros and cons went on for an hour or so, and an unusual no conclusion was arrived at. We had to stop the discussion ultimately as we were exhausted. The net result of this was I lost my peace of mind and found that useless there is a strong body consciousness and egoism. There would be no discussion, in other words, it's the egoism which breeds discussion. Then when we went to the masjid with the others, Baba asked Kaka Sahib Dikshit the following: what was going on in the Satevada? What was the discussion about? And staring at me, Baba further added, what did this Hemant Pant say? Hearing these words, I was much surprised. The masjid was at a considerable distance from Satevade, where I was staying and where the discussion was going on. How could Baba know our discussion unless he be omnipresent and inner ruler of us all? I began to think, why Sai Baba should call me by the name Hemant Pant. This word is a distorted form of Hemadri Pant. Hemadri Pant was a well-known minister of the kings Mahadev and Ramdev of Devgiri of the Yadav dynasty. He was a learned, good-natured and the author of works such as Chaturvarga Chintamani, dealing with spiritual subjects, and Raj Prasasti. He invented and started new methods of accounts and was originator of Moody script. But I was quite the opposite of ignoramus and of mediocre intellect. So I could not understand why the name of the title was conferred upon me. But thinking seriously upon it, I thought that the title was a dart to destroy my ego so that I should always remain weak and humble. It was also a compliment paid to me for the cleverness in the discussion. Looking into history, we think that Baba's word calling by Galborkar by the name Hemant was significant and prophetic, and we find that he looked after the management of Sai Samsthan very intelligently, kept all the accounts properly, and also the author of such a good work, Sai Charitra, which deals with such important and spiritual subjects as Dhyan, Bhakti, dispassion, self-surrender, and self-realization. About the necessity of a guru, Hemant Pant has left no note, no memo about what Baba said regarding this subject, but Kaka Sahib Dikshit has published his words regarding this matter. Next day after Hemant Pant's meeting with Sai Baba, Kaka Sahib went to Baba and asked, Baba, where to go? Baba said, highest up. Then the man said, where is the way? Baba said, there are many ways leading there. There is only one way from here also. The way is difficult. There are tigers and wolves in the jungles of the way. Kaka Sahib asked, but Baba, what if we take a guide with us? Baba answered, then there is no difficulty. The guide will take you straight to your destination, avoiding wolves, tigers and witches, etc. on the way. If there is no guide, there is no danger of your being lost in the jungles or falling into ditches. Mr. Galborkar was present on this occasion and he thought that it was an answer Baba gave to the question whether Guru was a necessity. And he thereupon took the hint that no discussion whether man is free or bound is of any use in spiritual matters, but on the contrary, real Paramatma is possible only as the result of the teachings of the Guru, and as illustrated in this chapter of the original work, in the instances of great avatars like Ram and Krishna, who has to submit themselves to their Gurus, Vasistha and Sandipani, respectively, for getting self-realization, and that the only virtues necessary for such progress are faith and patience. Bow to Shri Sai, peace to be all. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Read him on C chapter.
Sit down. Can I sit? Sri Sachidananda Samatha Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Sri Sainath Namaha. Chapter 3. Sai Baba's sanction and promise. Assignment of work to devotees. Baba's stories as beckon light, his motherly love, Rohita's story, his sweet and nectar-like words. Sai Baba's sanction and promise. As described in the previous chapter, Sai Baba gave his complete assent to the writings of the Satcharita and said, I fully agree with you regarding the writings of Satcharita. You do your duty, don't be afraid in the least. Steady your mind and have faith in my words. If my leelas are written, the avijja will vanish, and if they are attentively and devoutly listened to, the consciousness of the worldly existence will abate, and strong waves of devotion and love will rise up. And if one dives deep into my leelas, he would get precious jewels of knowledge. Hearing this, the author was much pleased, and he at once became fearless and confident, and thought that the work was bound to be a success. Then, turning to Shyama, mother of Deshpande, Sai Baba said, if a man utters my name with love, I shall fulfill all his wishes, increase his devotion. And if he sings earnestly my life and my deeds, him I shall visit in cross and back, front and back, and on all sides. Those devotees who are attached to me, heart and soul, will naturally feel happiness when they hear these stories. Believe me that if anybody sings my leelas, I will give him infinite joy and everlasting contentment. It is my special characteristic to free any person who surrenders completely to me and who worships me faithfully and who remembers me and meditates on me constantly. How can they be conscious of worldly affairs and sensations who utter my name, who worship me, who think of my stories and my life, and who thus always remember me? I shall draw out my devotees from the jaws of death. If my stories are listened to, all the diseases will be got rid of. So hear my stories with respect and think and meditate on them, assimilate them. This is the way of happiness and contentment. The pride and egoism of my devotees will vanish. The mind of the hearers will be set at rest. And if he has wholehearted and complete faith, he will be one with the supreme consciousness. The simple remembrance of my name as Sai Sai will do away with sins and speech and hearing. Different works assigned to devotees. The Lord entrusts different works to different devotees. Some are given the work of building temples and mathas or ghats and rivers. Some are made to sing the glories of God. Some are sent on pilgrimages. But to me was allotted the work of writing the Satcharita. Being a jack of all trades, but master of none, I was quite unqualified for this job. Then, why should I undertake such a difficult task? Who can describe the true life of Sai Baba? Sai Baba's grace alone can enable one to accomplish this difficult work. So, when I took the pen in my hand, Sai Baba took away my egoism and himself wrote his stories. The credit of relating these stories, therefore, goes to him and not to me. Though Brahmin by birth, I lacked the two eyes, the sight or vision of Shruti and Smriti, and therefore was not at all capable of writing the Satcharita. But the grace of the Lord makes a dumb man can talk, enables a lame man to cross a mountain. He alone knows the ways of getting things done as he likes. Neither the flute nor the harmonium knows how the sounds are produced. This is the concern of the player. The oozing of the Chandrakanti jewel and the surging of the sea are not due to the jewel and the sea, but due to the rising of the moon. Baba's stories as beacon light. Lighthouses are constructed at various places in the sea to enable the boatman to avoid rocks and dangers and make them sail safely. Sai Baba's stories serve a similar purpose in the portion of worldly existence. They surpass nectar in sweetness and make our worldly path smooth and easy to travel. Blessed are the stories of the saints. When they enter our hearts through the ears, the body consciousness or egoism and the sense of duality vanish. And when they are stored in the heart, doubts will evade, pride and body will fall, and wisdom will be stored in abundance. The description of Baba's pure fame and the hearing of the same with love will destroy the sins of the devotee, and therefore this is the simple sadhana for attaining salvation. The sadhana for Tritayug was samadama, tranquility of mind and body. For Tretayug, sacrifice. For Dwapar worship. And for Kali that is the present days, it is singing of the name and glory of the Lord. The last sadhana is open to all the people of the four varnas, Brahmins, etc. The other sadhanas, yoga, chaga, jhana, and jhana dharma. What is this? The other sadhanas, yoga, chaga, sacrifice, jhana, meditation, jnana dharma, concentration, and are very difficult to practice. But singing and hearing the stories and the glory of the Lord Sai Baba is very easy. We have only to turn our attention towards them. The listening to and singing of the stories will remove the attachment to the senses and their objects and will make the devotees dispassionate and will ultimately lead them to self-realization. With this end in view, Sai Baba made me write his stories as Satyarita. The devotees may now easily read and hear these stories of Sai Baba, and while doing so, meditate on him, his form, and thus attain devotion to Guru and God, get dispassion and self-realization. In the preparation of writing of this work, Satyarita, it is Sai Baba's grace which has accomplished everything, making use of me as a mere instrument. Motherly love of Sai Baba. Everybody knows how a cow loves her infant calf. Her udder is always full, and when the calf wants milk and dashes at the udder, out comes the milk in an unceasing flow. Similarly, the human mother knows the wants of her child before she feeds him at her breast in time. In case of dressing and adorning the child, the mother takes particular care to see that this is well done. The child knows and cares nothing about this, but the mother's joy knows no bound when she sees her child well dressed and adorned. The love of the mother is peculiar, extraordinary, and disinterested, and has no parallel. Sadgurus feel this motherly love towards their disciples. Sai Baba had the same love towards me, and I give an instance of it below. In 1916, I retired from government service. The pension that was settled in my case was not sufficient to maintain my family decently. On Guru Purnima, 15th of Ashada, day of the year, I went to Shirdi with other devotees. There, Mr. Anna Chinchinikar, of his own accord, prayed to Baba for me as follows. Please look kindly at him. The pension he gets is quite insufficient. His family is growing. Give him some other appointment. Remove his anxiety and make him happy. Baba replied, he will get some other job, but now he should serve me and be happy. His plates will be ever full and never empty. He should turn all his attention towards me and avoid the company of atheists. irreligious and wicked people. He should be modest and humble towards all and worship me with heart and soul. If he does this, he will get eternal happiness. The question, who is he whose worship is advocated, is already answered in a note on who is Sai Baba in the prologue. In the prologue at the beginning of this book. Rohilla's story. The story of Rohilla illustrates Sai Baba's all-embracing love. One Rohilla, tall and well-built, strong as a bull, came to Shri wearing a long company and was enamored of Sai, who stayed there. Day and night, he used to recite in a loud and harsh tone of Kalma, verses from Holy Quran, and shout, Allahu Akbar, God is great. Most people of Shirdi were working in their fields during the day, and when they returned to their homes at night, they were welcomed with Rohilla's harsh cries and shouts. They could get no sleep and felt much trouble and inconvenience. They suffered this nuisance for some days and in silence, and when they could stand it no longer, they approached Baba and requested him to check the Rohilla and stop the nuisance. Baba did not attend to their complaint. On the contrary, Baba took the villagers to task and asked them to mind their own business. He said to them that the Rohilla had got a very bad wife who tried to trouble the Rohilla and himself. But hearing Rohilla's prayers, she dared not enter, and they were at peace. In fact, the Rohilla had no wife, and by his wife Baba meant the Durbuddhi, that is evil thoughts. As Baba liked prayers and cries to God better than anything else, he took the side of Rohilla and asked the villagers to wait and bear with the nuisance, which would abate in due course. Baba's sweet and nectar-like words. One day at noon, after Aarati, devotees were returning to their lodgings when Baba gave the following beautiful advice. Be wherever you like. Do whatever you choose. Remember this well, that all what you do is known to me. I am the inner ruler of all and seated in their hearts. I envelop all the creatures, the movable and immovable world. I am the controller, the wide ruler of the show of this universe. I am the mother, origin of all beings, the harmony of the three good gunas, the propeller of all senses, the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer. Nothing will harm him who turns his attention towards me, but Maya will lash and whip him who forgets me. All the insects, ants, the visible, movable, and immovable world is my body or form. Hearing these beautiful and precious words, I at once decided in my mind to serve no man henceforth but my Guru Buddha. But the reply of Baba to Anna Chichinika's query, which was really mine, that I would get some job, began to revolve in my mind, and I began to think whether it would come, whether it would come to happen. As future events showed, Baba's word came true, and I got a government job, but that was of short duration. Then I became free and devoted myself solely to the service of my Guru Sai Baba. Before concluding this chapter, I request the readers to leave out the various hindrances, that is, indolence, sleep, wandering of mind, attachments to senses, etc., and turn their whole and undivided attention to these stories of Sai Baba. Let their love be natural. Let them know the secret of devotion. Let them not exhaust themselves by other sadhanas. Let them stick to this simple remedy, that is, listening to Sai Baba's stories. This will destroy their ignorance and will secure for them salvation. A miser may stay at various places, but he constantly thinks of his buried treasure. So, let Sai Baba be enthroned in the hearts of all. In the next chapter, I shall speak of Sai Baba's advent in Shirdi. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all. Shri Satyananda Samanta Sainath Maharaj
आज की जय। Ano si Mami?
Om Shri Sai Darshan, Chapter 4. Sai Baba's first advent in Shirdi. Mission of the Saints. Shirdi, a holy theme. Personality of Sai Baba. Dicta of the Lord Buddha. Appearance of Victor. Return Shri Sagar's story. Das Dhanu's Bath Praya. Immaculate Conception of Sai Baba and his first advent in Shirdi. 3 points. In the last chapter, I described the circumstances which led me to write the Sai Satcharita. Let me now describe the first advent of Sai Baba in Shirdi. Mission of the Saints. Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 4, 7 to 8 verse, that whenever there is a decay of dharma, righteousness, and a descendancy of unrighteousness, I manifest myself for the protection of the virtuous and the destruction of the vicious, and for the establishment of the righteousness. I manifest myself age after age. This is the mission of true Lord, as the sages and the saints, who are his representatives, and who appear at the appropriate times and work in their own way to fulfill that mission. For instance, when the twice born, that is, the Brahmins, the Kshatriyas, and the Vaishyas, neglect their duties, and when the Shudras try to assert the duties of the other classes, when spiritual preceptors are not respected but humiliated, when nobody cares for religious instructions, when everybody thinks himself very learned, when people begin to partake of forbidden foods and intoxicating drinks, when under the cloak of religion, people indulge in malpractices, when people belonging to different sects fight amongst themselves, when Brahmins fail to do the Sandhya operation, and the Orthodox leave their practices, when yogis neglect their meditation, when people begin to think that, well, progeny, why are they so concerned, and thus turn away from the true path of salvation, then saints appear and try to set matters right by their words and action. They serve as beacon lights and show us the path and the right way for us to follow. In this way, many saints, namely Nidhi, Jnanadev, Muktabai, Namdev, Gora, Gonai, Eknath, Tukaram, Narahari, Narsibhai, Sajal Kasai, Savata, Ramdas, and various others did appear at various times to show the right path to the people. And so, the present advent came as Sri Sai Baba of Shirdi. Shirdi, a holy thing. The bank of the Godavari River in the Ahmednagar district are very fortunate, for they gave birth and refuge to many a saint, prominent amongst them being Jnaneshwar. Shirdi also falls in the Kopargaon Taluka or the Ahmednagar district. After crossing the Godavari River at Kopargaon, one gets on way to Shirdi. When you go 3 courses, that's 9 miles, you come to Nimgaon, from where Shirdi is visible. Shirdi is as famous and well known as the other holy places like Gangapur, Nrsimhapati, Aurangabad, on the banks of Krishna River. As the devotee Damoji flourished and blessed Mangalaveda near Pandharpur, as Samat Ramdas and Sajjan as Shri Nrsimha Saraswati, as Saraswati Vani, so Sainath flourished at Shirdi and blessed it. Personality of Sai Baba. It is on account of Sri Sai Baba that Shirdi grew into importance. Let us see what sort of a personage Sai Baba was. He conquered this samsara or worldly existence, which is very difficult and hard to cross. Peace or mental calm was his ornament, and he was the repository of wisdom. He was the home of Vaishnava devotees, most generous like Karna, the quintessence of all the senses. He had no love for perishable things and was also always engrossed in self-realization, which was his sole concern. He felt no pleasure in the things of this world or of the world beyond. His antara or heart was as clear as a mirror, and his speech always rained nectar. The rich or poor people were the same to him. He neither knew nor cared for honor or dishonor. He watched the Lord of all beings. He spoke freely and mixed with all people, watched the antics and dances of the nostrils, and heard ghazal songs. Still, he swerved not an inch from samadhi or mental equilibrium. The name of Allah was always on his lips. While the world awoke, he slept, and while the world slept, he was vigilant. His inner self was as calm as the deep sea. His ashram could not be determined, nor his actions could be definitely determined, and though he sat or lived in one place, he knew all the transactions of the world. His darbar was imposing. He told hundreds of stories daily. Still, he swerved not an inch from his vow of silence. He always leaned against the wall in the masjid or walked morning, noon, and evening towards the Lehi or Nala and the Chavali. Still, he at all times abided in the cell. Though a siddha, he acted like a sadhaka. He was meek, humble, egoless, and pleased all. Such was Sai Baba. And as the soil of Shirdi was trodden by Sai Baba's feet, it attained extraordinary importance. As Dhyaneshwar elevated Alandi, Eknath did to Paitham, so Sai Baba raised Shirdi. Blessed are the grass leaves and the stones of Shirdi, for they could kiss the holy feet of Sai Baba and take his dust on their head. Shirdi became to us devotees another Pandharpur, Jagannath, Dwarka, Banaras or Kashi, and Rameshwar, but Kedar, Nashik, Trayambakeshwar, Ujjain, and Mahakaleshwar or Mahabaleshwar Gokar. Contact of Sai Baba in Shirdi was like our study of Veda and Tantra. It quietened our samsara or world consciousness and rendered self-realization. The darshan of Sri Sai was our yoga sadhana, and talk with him removed our sins. Shampooing his legs was our bath at the Trivedi Prayag, and drinking the holy water of his feet destroyed our sins. To us, his commands were Vedas, and accepting or eating his udi and ashes, sacred ashes, and prasad was all purifying. He was our Shri Krishna and Sri Ram, who gave us solace, and he was our Parabrahma or absolute reality. He was himself beyond the pair of dvandvas, opposites, never dejected nor elated. He was always engrossed in himself, his existence, knowledge, and bliss. Shirdi was his center, but his field of action extended far beyond to Punjab, Calcutta, North India, Gujarat, Dhaka now in Bangladesh, and Konkan. Thus the fame of Sai Baba spread far and wide, and people from all parts came to take his darshan and be blessed. By mere darshan, minds of people, whether pure or impure, would become quiet at once. They brought here the same unparalleled joy that devotees get at Pandharpur by seeing Vithala. This is not an exaggeration. Consider what a devotee says in this respect. Dictum of Gauri Bua. An old devotee by name Gauri Bua, aged 95 years, was a Varkari of Pandharpur. He stayed for 8 months at Pandharpur and for 4 months, Ashara Kartik to 19 November, on the banks of the Ganges. He had a donkey with him for carrying his luggage and a disciple as his companion. Every year he made his wali or trip to Pandharpur and came to Shirdi to see Sai Baba, whom he loved the most. He used to gaze at Baba saying, "This is Pandharinath, Vittal incarnate, the merciful Lord of the poor and helpless." This Gauri Bua was an old devotee of Vithoba and had made many a trip to Pandharpur, and he testified that Sai Baba was a real Pandharinath. Vittal himself appeared. Sai Baba was very fond of remembering and singing God's name. He always uttered Allah Malik, God is Lord, and in his presence made others sing God's name continuously, day and night, for all 7 days of the week. This is called Nama Saptaha. Once he asked Das Ganu Maharaj to do the Nama Saptaha. He replied that he would do it, provided he was assured that Vittal would appear at the end of the 7th day. Then Baba, placing his hand on his chest, assured him that certainly Vittal would appear. But for that, the devotee must be earnest and devout. The Dankapuri Thakur of Thakurna and the Pandhari of Vittal, the Dwarka of Ganchor, Krishna, is here, Shirdi. One need not go far out to see Dwarka. Will Vittal come here for some outside place? He is here. Only when the devotee is bursting with love and devotion, Vittal will manifest himself here in Shirdi. After the Saptah was over, Vittal did manifest himself in the following manner. Kaka Sahib Dikshit was as usual sitting in meditation after his bath. He saw Vittal in a vision. When he went at noon for Baba's darshan, Baba asked him point blank, "Did Vittal Patil come? Did you see him? He is a very truant fellow. Catch him firmly. Otherwise, he will escape if you are even a little inattentive." This happened in the morning, and at noon there was another Vittal darshan. A hawker came there for selling 25 or 30 pictures of Vithoba. This picture exactly tallied with the figure that had appeared in Kakasab's vision. On seeing this and remembering Baba's words, Kakasab Dikshit was very much surprised and delighted. He bought one picture of Vithoba and placed it in his shrine for worship. Bhagwan Rao Shirsagar's story. How fond was Baba for Vittal's worship was illustrated in Bhagwan Rao Shirsagar's story. The father of Bhagwan Rao was a devotee of Vithoba and used to make weddings or annual trips to Pandharpur. He also had an image of Vithoba at home, which he worshipped. After his death, the son stopped everything: the wedding, the worship, the Shraddha ceremony, everything. When Bhagwan Rao came to Shirdi, Baba, on remembering his father, at once said, "His father was my friend, so I dragged him, the son, here. He never offered Naivedya, offering of food, and so he starved Vittal and me. So I got him here, and I shall remonstrate him now and set him to worship." Das Ganu's bath in prayer. The Hindus think that a bath in the holy fields of Prayag, where the Ganga and Yamuna meet, is very meritorious. Thousands of pilgrims go there periodically to have the sacred bath there. Once, Das Ganu thought that he should go to Prayag for a bath and came to Baba to get his permission for doing so. Baba replied to him, "It is not necessary to go so far. Our Prayag is here. Believe me." Then, wonder of wonders, when Das Ganu placed his head on Baba's feet, out flowed streams of Ganga Yamuna water from both the toes of Baba. Seeing this miracle, Das Ganu was overwhelmed with feelings of love and adoration, and tears filled my eyes. Inwardly, he felt inspired, and his speech burst forth into a song in praise of Baba and his leaders. Immaculate Conception of Sai Baba and his first event in Shirdi. Nobody knew the parents, birth or birthplace of Sai Baba. Many inquiries made, many questions were put to Baba and others regarding these. But no satisfactory answer or information has yet been obtained. Practically, we know nothing about these matters. Namdev and Kabir were not born like ordinary mortals. They were found as infants in mother of pearls. Namdev being found on the bank of Bhimrati River by Monani, and Kabir on the bank of Bhagirathi River by Tamar. Similar was the case of Sai Baba. He first manifested himself as a young lad of 16 years under a neem tree in Shirdi for the sake of bhaktas. Even then, he seemed to be full of knowledge of Brahman. He had no desire for worldly objects, even in dreams. He kicked off Maya and Mukti, deliverance, was serving at his feet. One old woman of Shirdi, the mother of Nana Chopdar, described him thus: "This young lad, fair, smart, and very handsome, was first seen under the neem tree, seated in an asana. The people of the village were wonderstruck to see such a young lad practicing hard penance, not minding the heat and cold. By day he associated with none, by night he was afraid of nobody. People were wondering and asking whence this young chap had turned up. His form and features were so beautiful that a mere look endeared him to all. He went to nobody's door, always sat near the neem tree. Outwardly he looked very young, but his action was he was really a great soul. He was the embodiment of discussion and was an enigma to all. One day it so happened that God Khandoba possessed the body of some devotee, and people began to ask him, Deva, God, you please inquire what blessed father's son is this land and whence did he come? God Khandoba asked them to bring a pickaxe and dig in a particular place. When it was dug, bricks were found underneath a dark stone. When the stone was removed, a corridor was opened, in which the 4 samayans or lights were burning. The corridor led to a cellar where a cow-mouth-shaped structures, wooden boats, groceries were seen. Khandoba said, "This lad practiced penance here for 12 years. Then the people began to question the lad about this. He put them off by telling them that this was his Guru's place, his holy watan, and requested them to guard as well. The people then closed the corridor as before. As Ashwatha and Apurva trees are held sacred, Baba regarded this neem tree equally sacred and loved it most. Halsapati and other Shivji devotees regard the site as a resting place of Samadhi Sthan of Baba's Guru and prostrate before it. 3 brothers. The site for neem tree and surrounding space was bought by Mr. Hari Vinayak Sakhe, and on this site a big building styled Sakhe's Vadas was erected. This Vada was a sole resting place for pilgrims who flocked there. A platform was built around the neem tree and locked with steps were constructed. Under the steps there was a niche facing south where the devotees sit on the third or platform facing north. It is believed that he who burns incense there on Thursday and Friday evenings will by God's grace be happy. This Vada was old, dilapidated and needed repairs. The necessary repairs, additions and alterations have been made now by Sanskhan. Then after some years, another Vada, Dikshit's Vada, was now constructed. Kaka Sahib Dikshit, solicitor of Mumbai, had gone to India. He had injured his leg in an accident there. The injury could not be got rid of by any means. Nana Sahib Chandokar advised him to see Sai Baba. So he went to see Sai Baba in 1909 and requested him to cure the illness of his mind rather than that of his leg. He was so much pleased with the darshan of Sai Baba that he decided to reside in Shirdi. So he built a Vada for himself and other devotees. The foundation of this building was laid on December 10, 1910. On this day, 2 other important events took place. Dada Sahib Khabardev was given permission to return home, and the night aarti at the Chavadi was started. The Vada was completed and was inhabited on the Ramanavami day in 1911 with due rites and formalities. Then another vada of palatial mansion was put up by the famous millionaire, Mr. Booty of Nagpur. A lot of money was spent on this building, but it was all well utilized as Sai Baba's body is resting in this vada, which is now called the Samadhi Mandir. The site of this mandir formerly had a garden, which was watered and looked after by Baba. 3 vadas thus came up where there were none formerly. Of these, Satya's vada was the most useful to all in early days. The story of the garden, which was attended by Sai Baba with the help of Brahman Tatya, the temporary absence of Sai Baba from Shirdi, and his coming again to Shirdi with the marriage party of Champaran, accompanied Beki Das, Devi Das, Janaki Das, and Gandharva. Baba's wrestling match with Mohini Tamboli, deciding in the masjid, with love of Mr. Dengri and other devotees, and other incidents will be described in the next chapter. Bhautu Shri Sai, peace be to all. Om Shri Sachidananda Samartha Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Chapter 5. Baba returned to Chapwa, his marriage party, welcomed and addressed SAI, contact with other saints, his attire and daily routine. The story of the Balkas, wrestling walk with reunion and change in life, turned water into oil, the pseudo Guru Jawaharlal. Returned with Champaran's marriage party. As hinted in the last chapter, I shall now describe first. Sai Baba returned to Shirdi after his disappearance. There lived in Aurangabad district, in a village called Jur, a well-to-do Mohammedan gentleman by name Chand Patil. While he was making a trip to Aurangabad, he lost his name. For 2 long months, he made a diligent search, but could not get no trace of the lost name. After being disappointed, he returned from Aurangabad with a saddle on his back. After traveling 4 he came on the way to a mango tree at the foot of the saddle cave. He had a cap on his head, old company, and had a satka under his arm, and he was preparing to smoke a chill. On seeing Chand pass by, he called out him and asked him to have a smoke and rest a little. The queer fellow or fakir asked him about the saddle. Chand because of his mare, which was lost some time back. The fakir asked him to make a search in the Nala close by. Event and the water was brought up. He found the mare there. He thought that this fakir was not an ordinary man, but an awliya, a great saint. He returned to the fakir with the mare. The children was ready for being served, but 2 things were wanted. 1, fire to light the fire, and water to wet the chappi, piece of cloth through which smoke would run. The fakir took his branch and thrust it forcibly into the ground, and out came a live anchor. He put it on the fire. Then he dashed the satta on the ground from where water began to ooze. The chappi was wetted with that water, then run out and wrapped around the pipe. Thus, everything being complete, the fakir smoked the children and then gave it also to Chand Patil. On seeing all this, Chand Patil was wonderstruck. He requested the fakir to come to his home and accept his hospitality. Next day, he went to Patil's house and stayed there for some time. Patil was a village officer. His wife's brother's son was married and the bride was from Shirdi. So Patil made preparations to start the Shirdi for the marriage. The fakir also accompanied the marriage party. The marriage went off without any hitch. The party returned to Jam, except the fakir who stayed back in Shirdi and remained there forever. How the fakir got the inside. When the marriage party got to Shirdi, it arrived at the foot of a banyan tree in Bhagat Mahasapa district, near Khandaba's temple. The carts were loosened in the open courtyard of Khandaba's temple, and the members of the party descended one by one, and the fakir also sat down. Bhagat Mahasapa saw the young fakir getting down and accosted him. Here Sai, welcome Sai. Others also addressed him as Sai, and Then fourth, he became Sai Baba. Contact with other saints. Sai Baba began to stay in his machine. One saint in Devila had been for many years before Baba came. Baba lighted his candle, stayed with him in the Aarti temple, the Chavat, and for some time lived there. Then came another saint by name Janaki. Baba spent most of his time with Janaki So also one Vaishya householders like Punasambe by name Kakaki always looked like a ship. When he first saw Sai Baba carrying pictures of water in both hands for watering the garden, he was amazed that it opened this charity that it got precious sugar. This man is carrying water today, but he was not an ordinary fellow. If this land was watched and meritorious, it secured his So also one famous saint by Ananda of Devaram, disciple of Akkalpur Maharaj, came to Shirdi. Some people, when he saw Sai Baba, he said openly, "This is a precious diamond that we have." So it looks like an ordinary man. He is not a god, not ordinary stone, but a diamond. You will realize that many of these features they use in Devaram. Sai Baba began to But Sai Baba Baba's dress and daily routine. In his younger days, Sai Baba chose his head, never had his head shaved. He dressed like a athlete. When he went to the 3 miles from Shirdi, he brought with him small plants of Mary, giant, and after cleaning them, he planted and watered them. A devotee by name Baba Tasya supplied him daily with 2 unbaked earthen pitchers, which Baba himself used to water the plants. He drew water from the well and carried the pitchers on his shoulders. In the evening, the pitchers were kept at the foot of the neem tree. Assuming there were places there, they broke as they were made of mud and not baked. Next day, Tatya supplied 2 fresh pitchers. This course went on for 3 years, and Sai Baba toiled and effort. They had to on his side, a big mansion, Samadhi which is now frequented by so many devotees. The story of Parka under the neem tree. A devotee of Akkalpur Maharaj by name Vaikunaji Aribhatta worshipped the photo of Akkalpur Maharaj. He once started going to Akkalpur, take the darshan of the Parka of the Maharaj and offer his sincere prayers there. But before he could go there, he got a vision in his dream. Akkalpur Maharaj appeared to him in the vision and said to him, "Now Shirdi is my resting place. Go there and offer your worship." So boy changed his plan and came to Shirdi, worshipped Baba, stayed there for 6 months and was happy. As a reminiscence of this vision, etc., he prepared the Padukas and installed them on an auspicious day of Shravan Shravan 1834 under the neem tree and due ceremonies and formalities conducted by Dada Kelkar and Upasani Baba. One Dikshit Brahman was appointed for worship and the management was emphasized to devotee Sadhu. Complete version of this story. Mr. B.V. Dev retired Mamatadar of Thana and a great devotee of Sai Baba made inquiries about this matter with Sarnamay Nayak and Govinda Kamalakar Dikshit and has published a full version of the Padukas in Sai Leela, volume 11, number 1, page 25. It runs as follows. In 1834 Shaka, one Dr. Ramarao Kothare of Mumbai came to Shirdi for Baba's darshan. His compounder and his friend Bhai Krishnaji Ali Bhatkar accompanied him. The compounder and Bhai became intimate with Saganwar Nayak and J.K. Dikshit. While discussing things, these persons thought that there must be some memorial of Sai Baba's first advent in Shirdi and his sitting under the holy neem tree. They thought of installing Baba's Padukas there and were going to make them of some rough stone. Then Bhai's friend, the compounder, suggested that if this matter was made known to his master, Dr. Ramarao Kothare, he could prepare nice Padukas for this purpose. All ladies proposal and Dr. Kothare was informed of it. He came to Shirdi and drew a plan of the Padukas. He went to Upasani Maharaj in Khandoba's temple and showed him his plan. The latter made many improvements to lotus flowers, plants, names, etc. and suggested that the following shloka regarding neem trees' greatness and Baba's yogic powers be inscribed. The verse was as follows. Sadanima vrukshasya mula vivasata sudasravinam tiktam apriyam tam taram kalpali vrukshadikam sadhyantam namamishwaram sadgurum sainatham. Upasana's suggestions were accepted and carried out. The Padukas were made in Mumbai and sent to Shirdi with the compounder. Baba said that they should be installed on the Purnima, 15th of Shravana, on that day at 11 a.m. G.K. Dixit brought them on his head from Khandoba's temple to the Dwaraka Mai in a procession. Baba touched the Padukas, saying that these are the feet of the Lord, and asking the people to install them at foot of the neem tree. A day earlier, one passing devotee of Mumbai named Pasta sent 25 rupees by money. Baba gave this sum for the installation of the Padukas. The total expense of installation came up to 100 rupees, out of which 75 rupees were collected by subscriptions. For the first 5 years, G.K. Dixit worshipped the Padukas daily, and then this was done by Lakshman Kajeshwar Chakali in the first 5 years. Dr. Kothare sent 2 rupees per month for lighting the lamp, and he also sent the railing around the Padukas. The expense of bringing the railing from the station to Shirdi 780, presently 7.50 paisa, and roofing was paid by 7 Now Jakadi Pujari does the worship, and 7 offers the Naivedya and lights the evening lamp. Bhai Krishnaji was originally a devotee of Akkalkot Maharaj. He had come to Shirdi at the installation of the Padukas in Shaka 1834 on his way to Akkalkot. He wanted to go to Akkalkot after taking the darshan of Baba. He asked Baba's permission for this. Baba said, "Oh, what is there in Akkalkot? Why do you go there? The Maharaj of that place is here, myself." Hearing this, boy did not go to Akkalkot. He came to Shirdi off and on after the installation of the Padukas. Mr. B.B. Dev concluded that Hemant Pant did not know these details. Had he known them, he would not have failed to depict it in his Sancharitra. Wrestling both with Mohit Tamboli and changing lifestyle. To return to other stories of Baba, there was a wrestling picture by Mohit Tamboli. Baba and he did not agree on some points, and both had a fight. In this, Baba was defeated. Thenceforth, Baba changed his dress and mode of living. He donned kafni or a rangot and covered his head with a piece of cloth. He took a piece of sackcloth for his headbed, for his bed, and was content with wearing short and worn out rags. He always said that poverty is better than kingship, far better than lordship. The Lord is always brother, the friend of the poor. Gangagiri was also very fond of wrestling once while he was wrestling. A similar feeling of dispassion descended over him. And at the proper time, he heard the voice of another saying that he should wear out his body, playing with God. So he too gave up samsara and turned towards God realization. He established a mosque on the banks of the river near Punatambe and lived there with his disciples. Sai Baba did not speak to the people. He only gave answers when he was questioned. By day, he always sat under the neem tree, sometimes in the shade of bamboo tree near the stream, on the outskirts of the village. In the afternoon, he used to walk at random and go at times to neem grounds. There he frequented the house of Parasakhi Dengre, Baba loved Mr. Bala Sahib. His younger brother named Nana Sahib had no son. Thus he married a second wife. Bala Sahib said Nana Sahib for taking darshan of Sai Baba, and after some time it is grace, Nana Sahib had a son. From that time onward, people began to come in large numbers to see Sai Baba, and his fame began to spread and reached Ahmednagar from them. Nana Sahib Chandrakar and Keshav Chidambar and many others began to come to Shirdi. Baba was surrounded by his devotees during the day and slept at night in an old and dilapidated masjid. Baba's paraphernalia at this time consisted of a chewing tobacco and a tumbler, a tin pot, long roughly a piece of cloth around his head, and a satka which he always kept with him. The piece of white cloth on the head was twisted like matted hairs and flowed down from the left ear on the back. This was not washed for weeks. He wore no shoes, no sandals. A piece of sackcloth was his seat for most of the day. He wore a kaffani waistcloth band, and for warding off cold, he always sat in the front of the Dhoni, facing south, with his left hand resting on the wooden railing. In that Dhoni, he offered an oblation of egoism, desires, and always uttered Allah Malam. The masjid in which he sat was only of two-room dimension, where all devotees came and saw him. After 1912, there was a change. The old masjid was repaired and a pavement was constructed before Baba came to live in this masjid. He lived for a long time in a great takya, where with guru small bells tied to his ankles, Baba danced beautifully and sang with tender love, turning water into oil. Sai Baba was very fond of rice. He used to borrow oil from shopkeepers and keep lamps burning the whole night in the masjid and temple. This went on for some time. The Banyas, who supplied oil gratis, once met together and decided not to give him oil. When, as usual, Baba went to ask for oil, they all gave him a distinct no, unpalatable. Baba returned to the masjid and kept the dry pigs in the lamp. The Banyas were watching him with curiosity. Baba took the tumbler, the tin pot, which contained very little few drops of oil, put water into it and drank it, and then forced it out to fall into the container. After consecrating the tin pot in his face, he again took the water from the tin pot and filled all the lamps with it and lighted them. To the surprise and dismay of the watching Banyas, the lamps began to burn and kept burning the whole night. The Banyas repented and apologized, and Baba forgave them and asked them to be more truthful in future. The pseudo Guru Jawahar, 5 years after the wrestling bout above mentioned, one fakir from Ahmednagar by name Jawahar Ali came to Ramadan with his disciples and stayed in Pakka near Veerabhadra temple. The fakir was learned, could repeat the whole Quran and had a sweet tongue. Many religious and devout people of the village came to him and began to respect him. With the help of the people, he started to build an Eidgah near the Veerabhadra temple. There was some quarrel about this affair, on account of which Jawahar Ali had to leave Ramadan. Then he came to Shirdi and lived in the masjid with Baba. People were captured by his sweet talk and he began to call Baba his disciple. Baba did not object and consented to his Chela disciple. Then both Guru and Chela decided to return to Ranga and live there. The Guru never knew his disciple was, but the disciple knew the shortcomings of the Guru. Still he never disrespected him. Observing carefully his duties, he even served the master with various. They used to come to Shirdi often, but their mainstay was in Ranga. The loving devotees of Baba and Shirdi did not like that Baba should stay away from them in Ranga. So they went in a deputation to bring Baba back to Shirdi. When they met Baba left the India and told the purpose of this they came, Baba said to them that the fakir was an angry, weak and poor. He would not leave him and that they should better go back to Shirdi. Without before the fakir returned, while They were thus starting. The bucket turned up and was very angry with them for trying to take away his disciple. There was some hard discussion and altercation, and it was finally decided that both the Guru and Chela should return to Shirdi. And so they returned and lived in Shirdi. But after a few days, the Guru was tested by Devi Das. He was found wanting. 12 years before Baba arrived in Shirdi with a marriage party. This Devi Das, aged about 10 or 11 years, came to Shirdi and lived in Marti temple. Devi Das had fine features and brilliant eyes, and he was dispassionate, incarnate, and a jnani. Many people, namely Tatya Kote, Kashinath, and others regarded him as their Guru. They brought Jawahar Ali in his presence, and in the discussion that followed, Jawahar was posted and prayed for Shirdi. He went and stayed in Bijapur and returned after many years to Shirdi and prostrated himself before Sai Baba. The revision that he was Guru and Sai Baba, his Chela, was cleared away, and as he repented, Sai Baba treated him with respect. In this case, Sai Baba showed by his conduct how one should get rid of egoism and do the duties of a disciple to attain the highest standard, that is self-realization. This story is told here according to the portion given by Mahasabati, the great devotee of Baba. In the next chapter, Ramanavami festival demonstrates its former condition and later improvements in its etc. will be described. Both the Sri Sai, peace to be all, Sadhguru Sai God, peace Jai.
Chapter 6, Sri Ramanavami Festival and Masjid Repairs. Before describing Ramanavami Festival and Masjid Repairs, the author makes some preliminary remarks about Sadhguru as follows. Efficacy of the touch of the Guru's hand. When Sadhguru is in the helpsman, he is sure to carry us safely and easily beyond the word devotion. The word Sadhguru brings to mind Sai Baba, the perfect master. He appears to me as if standing before me and applying Yudi to my forehead and placing his hand of blessing on my head. Then joy fills my heart and love overflows my eyes. Wonderful is the power of the touch of the Guru. The subtle body, consisting of thoughts and desires which cannot be burned by the crossfire, is destroyed by mere touch of Guru's hand, and the sense of many pastors are clean and worthless. Even the speech of those who feel agitated when they hear preachers and godly talks attain calmness. The sight of Sai Baba's handsome form shows our throats with joy, makes his eyes overflow with tears, and overwhelms the heart with emotion. If awakening in us, I and he, Brahma consciousness manifests the joy of self-realization and dissolving the distinction of I and thou, makes us with supreme. When I begin to read scriptures, at every step I am reminded of my Sadhguru Sai Baba, who assumed the form of Rama or Krishna or makes me listen to his life. For instance, when I sit to listen to Bhagavad Sai becomes Krishna from top to two, and I think he sings the Bhagavad or Uddhav Gita, songs of teaching by Sri Krishna to his disciples. For the welfare of the devotee. When I myself start to write anything, I cannot compose a few words or sentences, but when he or his own accord makes me write, I go on writing. There is no end to it. When the disciple's egoism props up, he presses it down with his hands and gives him his own power, makes him achieve his object, and thus satisfied and blessed him. If anyone prostrates before Sai and surrenders his heart and soul to him, then all the chief object of the life, dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, are attained easily and unsolicited. Four paths of karma, jnana, yoga, and bhakti lead us separated to God. Of this path, bhakti is thorny and full of pits and ditches, and thus difficult to travel. If we rely on Sadhguru's void, the pits and thorns walk straight. It will take you to the destination. So says Sai Baba. After philosophizing about this self-esteem Brahma, his power to create his world and the world created,
and stating that all of these are ultimately one and the same. The author quoted Sai Baba's word guaranteeing the welfare of another. There will never be any dearth or scarcity regarding food and clothes in my devotee soul. It is my special characteristic that I always look to and provide for the welfare of this devotee, who worship me wholeheartedly with their mind who fixed on me. Lord Krishna had said the name in the Gita, therefore strive not become for good and clothes. If you want anything better of the Lord, renounce worldly honors, try to get called God's grace and blessing and be honored on His court. Do not be deluded by worldly honor. The form of the devotee could be firmly fixed in this mind. Let us all the senses, mind, and be ever devoted in the worship of the Word. God, let there be no attraction for any other thing. Fix the mind in remembering me always, so that it will not wander any elsewhere towards body, wealth, and home. Then it will be calm, peaceful, and carefree. This is the sign of the mind being well engaged. If the mind is vagrant, it cannot be called self-managing him. After quoting this word, the author goes on to relate the story of Ram Navami festival in the Shirdi. As Ram Navami is the most celebrated festival at Shirdi, another full account, as published in SAI Darshan, magazine of 1925, page 197, is also referred to, and a summary of the festival as read in both these accounts is attended here. Origin. One of Mr. Gopal Sukun was a surveyor in survey department at Kopargaon. He was a great devotee of Baba. He had 3 wives but had no issue. With Sai Baba's blessing, a son was born to him. In the joy that he felt due to this, an idea of celebrating a fair or urus occurred to him in the year 1897, and he placed it for consideration before another Sai devotee was Tata Patil, Dada Kote Patil, and Madhavrao Deshpande. They all approved the idea and obtained Sai Baba's permission and blessing to it. Then an application was made to get collector's sanction for celebrating the rules. But as the village Kulkarni held against holding the fair, the sanction was refused. But as Sai Baba had blessing it, they tried again and ultimately succeeded in getting collector's sanction. The story of the rules was fixed on Ram Navami after having a consultation with Sai Baba. It seemed that he had some purpose behind this, that is, unification of two festivals, the Urus and Ram Navami, and the unification of two communities, the Hindus and the Mohammedans. As future event shows, this end of our object was duly achieved. The permission, though the permission was obtained, but other difficulties cropped up. Shirdi was a village and there was scarcity of water. There are 2 wells in the village. The one in use dried up soon, and the water from the second was brackish. The brackish water was turned to sweet water by Sai Baba putting flowers into it. As the water of this well was insufficient, so Tata had arranged to take water from outside. Temporary shops were to be constructed and resting pots arranged. Gopal Rao had a friend by name Damu Anna Kansar of Ahmednagar. He also was similarly unhappy in the matter of progeny, though he had 2 wives. He too was blessed by Sai Baba with sons, and Mr. Guru prevailed upon his friend to prepare and supply 1 flag for the procession of the faith. He also succeeded in inducing Mr. Nana Sahib Nimonka to supply another flag. But these flags were taken in procession throughout the village and finally fixed at the 2 corners of the masjid, which is called by Sai Baba as Dwarkamai. This is being done even now. The Sandal process. There was another procession which was started in this fair. The idea of Sandal procession originated with one Mr. Amir Shankar Talat, a Mohammedan Bhakta from Korha. The procession is held in the honor of great Muslim saint Sandal, that is Chandan paste and scratching are put in thali with incense burning before him and carried in procession to accomplishment of band and music to the village, and then after return to the masjid, the content of the dishes are thrown on the nimbakar and wall outside the masjid. This work was managed by Mr. Amir Shankar for the first 3 years and then afterwards by his wife. So on the same day, the 2 processions, the flags by Hindus and Chandrakar Muslim went on side by side and are still going on without any problems. Arrangement. This day was very clear and sacred to the devotee of Sai Baba. Most of them turned up for the occasion and took part in the management of the fair. Tata Koti Patil looked all out for the fair, while the internal management was entirely left to Radha Krishna Mai, a female devotee of Baba. Her residence was full of guests on the occasion, and she had to look after their needs and also arrange for all Paraphernalia of the fair. Another work which she willingly did was to clean and whitewash the entire masjid, its wall and floor, which were blackened and full of spots on account of perpetual burning of Sai Baba. Then she did during the night when Sai Baba had gone to sleep every alternate night in Jali. She had to take out all the things, including the uni, and even after thorough cleaning and whitewashing, replace them as they were before. Feeding the poor, which was so dear to Sai Baba, was also an important item in the fair. For this purpose, cooking on a grand scale and preparing various sweet dishes was done in Radha Krishna Mai's lodging, and various rich and wealthy devotees took a leading part in this. Transformation of Gurus into Ramnavami festival. Things were going on in this way, and the fair was gradually increasing its importance to 1912 when a change took place. Yet there one devotee, Mr. Krishna Rao Yogeshwar Mishra, the author of Sai Sarguna Upasana, came for the fair on Dada Sen Kapurde of Amravati and was staying on the previous day in Deshipada. While he was lying in the veranda, and while Mr. Lakshman Rao Kaka Mahajani was going with puja material to the masjid, the thought arose in his mind, and he accosted the leader thus: there is some provisional arrangement in the fact that Guru's affair is celebrated in Shirdi on Ramnavami. Ramnavami is very dear to all Hindus, then why not begin the Ramnavami festival, the celebration of the birth of Sri Ram on the day here? Kaka Mahajani liked the idea and was arranged to get Baba for anything smart. He made it to give us how to secure Haridas who would do kirtan and sing the glory of Ram on this occasion. But Vishnu solved the particular saying it is Ram Akhyan, the devotion of Rama's birth was ready and he would do the kirtan himself. And while Kaka Mahajani should really get the Sunthura as Prasad prepared by Sri Radha Krishna Mai. So they immediately went to Masjid to get Baba, who knew everything about that was asked Mahajani to ask what was going on in the world. Being rather perturbed, Mahajani could not catch the purpose of his question and remained silent. Then Baba asked Vishnu
Baba, cool as
he explained that he was celebrating Ramnavami festival and asked for Baba's permission, and Baba gladly gave. All rejoiced and made preparation for the Jayanti festival. Next day, the masjid was decorated with bunting, etc. Ladder was supplied by Radha Krishna Mai and placed in front of Baba's seat and proceeded. Vishnu stood for Kirtan and Mahajani began to play on the harmonium. Sai Baba sent a man called Mahajani. He also hesitated to do doubtfully whether Baba could allow his festival to go on. But when he went to Baba, the latter asked him as to what was going on and why the cradle was placed there. He answered that the Ramnavami festival had commenced and the cradle was put out for that purpose. Then Baba took a garland from the nimber and placed it around his neck and set another garland for Vishnu. Then the Kirtan commented. When it comes to close, loud of victory and Ram went up and Gulal was poured up around. Amidst band and music, everybody was overjoyed. Then suddenly a roar was heard. The red power throne proficiency went up, somehow fell into Baba's eyes. Baba got wide and began to scold and abuse loudly. Baba got frightened and took to his heels. The intimate devotees who knew Baba well took the scolding and outpouring of Baba as a blessing in disguise. They thought when Ram was born, it was proper for Baba to get wild and encouraged to kill Ravana and his demon in form of egoism and whip through the etc. He said, whatever new thing was undertaken at Shirdi, it was usual Baba to get wild and angry, so they kept quiet. Radha Krishna Mai was rather afraid and thought Baba might break her cradle, and she asked Mahajani to put the cradle back. When he went to loosen and unfasten the cradle, Baba went to him and asked him not to remove it. Then after some time, Baba became calm and that and asked him not to remove it. Then after some time, Baba became calm and that day's program, including Mahapuja and Aarti, was finished. Later on, Mr. Mahajani asked Baba for permission to remove the candle. Baba refused the same, saying that the festival was not yet over. Next day, another Kirtan and Gopal celebration. Another pot containing parts rice mixed with curd is hung and be broken after the Kirtan, and the content distributed to all was done by Lord Krishna among his followers. Was performed and then Baba allowed the candle to be removed. While the Ramnavami festival was thus going on, the procession of the two flags by day and that of Santan by night went off the usual form and show. From this time onwards, the rules of Baba was transferred into the Ramnavami festival. From next year, in terms of program of Ramnavami began to increase, Radha Krishna started a Nam Saptah. Day of Chaitra. For this all devotees took part by turns and she joined it sometimes early in the morning. At Ramnavami festival is celebrated in many places all over the country. The difficulty of getting Haridas was spread again. But 5 or 6 days before the festival, Mahajani incidentally met Balarao, who was known as Modern Tukaram, and got him to do Kirtan that year. The next year, another Balarao Satakar of Krishna Siddha's Kaudi district of Sutara could not act as Haridas in his own home as rain was prevailing there, and so he came to Shirdi. With Baba's permission, he was secured through Kakasar Darshan. He did Kirtan and was sufficiently recompensed for his level. The issue of getting a new Haridas every year was finally solved from 1904 by SAI Baba. He entrusted this function to Das Guru Maharaj permanently, and since that time, he has been successfully and carefully conducted that function until now. Since 1912, the festival began to grow gradually year by year from 8 to 12 of Chaitra. Shirdi to look like a beehive of men. Shops began to increase. Celebrated wrestlers took part in wrestling. Feeding of the poor was done in grander scale. Grand hard work and sincere effort of Radha Krishna Mai turned Shirdi into Sanstha. Paraphernalia increased, a beautiful house, a palanquin, a chariot, and many other civil items, utensils, pots, buckets, pictures, mirrors, etc. were presented. Elephants were also sent for the festival. All the paraphernalia increased enormously. Sai Baba ignored all those things and maintained his simplicity and modesty. It is to be noted that both Hindus and Mohammedans are workers in unison in both the processions during the entire festival, and there was no confrontation or quarrel between them all from so far. First, about 5,000 to 7,000 people used to gather, but that figure went up to 35,000 in some years. Still, there was no outbreak of any epidemic disease nor any riots were the name during the past so many years. Repairs to the masjid. Another important idea occurred to Gopal. Just he started the Guru's affair. He thought that he should repair and renovate the masjid, so in order to carry out the repairs, he collected stones and got them pressed. But this work was not assigned to him. This was reserved for Nana Sahib Chandorkar and the payment work of Kaka Sahib Dikshit. Initially, Baba was unwilling to allow them to have work done, but with the intervention of Mahaspati, a local deputy, permission was granted. Baba took a small degree from his seat, discarded the usual piece of sackcloth used till then. In 1911, the Sabha Mandap was put in order with great labor and effort. The open space in front of masjid was very small and inconvenient. Kakasai wanted to extend it to the roofing masjid. At great expense, he got iron posts, pillars, and trusses and started the work. At night, all the devotees worked hard and fixed the post. Baba, when he returned from study next day, completed them and threw them out. Once it happened that Baba got very excited, caught a pole with one hand and began to shake and uproot it, and with the other hand caught Tatya's neck. He took by force Tatya's feet up, struck a match, set it on fire and threw it in the pit. At the same time, Baba's eyes flashed like burning ember. None dared to look at him. All got terribly frightened. Baba took out a roti from his pocket and threw it there, as if it were an offering to an auspicious occasion. Tatya was also much frightened. None knew what was going on to happen to Tatya, and none dared to interfere. Babuji Shinde, the later devotee of Baba, made a a bold advance, but he was pushed aside by Baba. Father was also similarly treated, pelted with big pieces, so all those who went to intercede were similarly dealt with. But after some time, Baba's anger cooled down. He sent for a shopkeeper, got from him an embroidered feta and himself tied to Taja's head, as if he was being given a special honor. All the people were wonderstruck to see the strange behavior of Baba. They were asked to know what enraged Baba so suddenly and what led him to assault Tata party and why his anger cooled down the next moment. Baba was sometimes very calm and quiet and talked sweet things with love, but suddenly with or without his reason got enraged. Many such incidents may be related, but I do not know which to choose and which to omit. I therefore refer them as they occur to me. In the next chapter, the question whether Baba was Hindu or Mohammedan will be taken and his yogic practices and powers and other matters will also be dealt with. Go to the 42.
Chapter 7. Wonderful information. Sai Baba knew all the yogic practices. He was well versed in the 6 processes, including Bhakti, Khanda Yoga, that is separating his limbs and joining them again, and Samadhi, etc. If you thought that he was a Hindu, he looked like a Hindus. If you thought him to be a Yaman, he looked like a pious Hindu. No one definitely knew whether he was a Hindu or Mohammedan. He celebrated the Hindu festivals of Ram Navami with all the formalities and at the same time permitted the sanctification of Mohammedans. He encouraged Muslim gods in this festival. When the Gokulashtami came, he got the Gokul Kala ceremony duly performed, and on Eid festivals, he allowed the Mohammedans to say their prayers in his masjid. Once during the Muharram festival, some Mohammedans proposed to construct a taziya or taboo in the masjid, keep it there for some days, and afterwards take it in position to the village. Sai Baba allowed the keeping of taboo for 4 days, and on 5th day got it removed from the masjid. Without the least compunction, if we say that he was a Mohammedan, his ears were pierced. If you think that he was a Hindu, he adhered the practice of circumcision. If you call him Hindu, he always remained on the masjid. If Mohammedan, he has always believed sacred fire there, and the following things, which are contrary to Mohammedan religion, that is grinding on the handle, blowing of conch and bells, oblation in the fire, bhajan giving of food and worship of Baba's feet by means of Akhya, were allowed there. If you think that he was a Mohammedan, the rest of Brahmins and Agnihotri's, leaving aside their orthodox ways, fell prostrate at his feet. Those who went to make inquiries about his caste were dumbfounded and were captured by his darshan. So none could definitely decide whether Sai Baba was a Hindu or Mohammedan. This is no wonder, for he who completely surrenders himself to the Lord by getting rid of his egoism and body consciousness thus becomes one with him and has nothing to do with any questions of caste or nationality. Baba saw no difference between any two castes and even between beings. He took meat and fish with fakirs but did not grumble. When dogs were delicious with their mouths, such a unique and wonderful information was Sai Baba. On account of the merit from his past work, I had the good fortune to sit at his feet and enjoy his blessed company. The joy and delight I derived therefrom was incomparable. In fact, Sai Baba was pure honor and consciousness. I cannot sufficiently describe him. His greatness and uniqueness, he who took delight at his feet, was established in his own self. Many sannyasis, sadhakas, and all sorts of men aspiring for salvation came to Sai Baba. He always talked and walked with them, and always uttered Allah Malik. He never liked the discussions or disputation. He was always calm and controlled, through irritable at times, always preached Vedanta, and nobody knew till that last who was Baba. Princess and the poor people were treated alike by him. He knew the inmost secrets of all, and when he gave expression to them, all were surprised. He was the repository of all knowledge. Still, he preached in ignorance. He also disliked honor. Such were the characteristics of Sai Baba. Though he had a human body, his deeds testified to his godhood. All people considered him as God in charity. Behavior of Sai Baba. Ignorant that I am, I cannot describe Baba's miracles. He got almost all the temples in Shirdi repaired. Through Satyapadu, the temples of Shani Ganapati, Shankar Parvati, village deity, and the Marti were put in order. His strategy was also remarkable. The money he used to collect as Darshana was freely distributed, 20 rupees to some, 50 rupees or 50 to others every day. The recipients thought that this was pure charity money, and Baba wished that it should be usefully employed. People benefited immensely by having Baba Darshan. Some became hale and hearty, wicked people were turned into good ones. Leprosy was cured in some cases. Many got their desires fulfilled without any medicine being put in the eyes. Some blind men got back their sight, and some lame ones got their limbs. Nobody could see the end of his extraordinary greatness. His fame spread far and wide, and pilgrims from all sides flocked to Shirdi. Baba had his asana near the knee and always rested there. He sat there in meditation, sometimes without a bath. He used to carry a small white turban on his head and wear a clean dhota around his waist and a shirt on his body. This was his attire in the beginning. He was practiced medicine in the village. He examined patients and gave medicines. He was always successful, and he became famous as a Hakim. A curious case may be narrated here. One devotee had his eyes quite red and swollen. No doctor was available in Shirdi. The other devotees took him to Baba. In such cases, other doctors would use ointments, onions, cow's milk, and camphor drug, etc. Baba's remedy was unique. He pounded some riba and made 2 balls out of them and thrust them in each eye of the patient and wrapped a cloth bandage around them. Next day, the bandage was removed and water was poured over them. The inflammation subsided and the pupils became white and clear. Though the eyes were very delicate, the Viva caused no hurt but removed the disease of the eyes. Many such cases were cured. This is only one instance in this record. Baba's yogic practices. Baba knew all the processes and practices of yoga. 2 of them will be described below. The care or cleansing process. Every third day, Baba went to the well near burning tree at a considerable distance from the masjid, washed his mouth and had bath. On one occasion, he was seen throwing up his intestines, cleaning them inside outside, and placed them on the jam tree for drying. There are people in Shirdi who have actually seen this and who have testified to this fact. Ordinary dhoti is done by a Marston piece of linen, 3 inch broad, 21 feet long. This piece is gulped down the throat and allowed to remain in the stomach for about half an hour for being reacted there and then taken out. But Baba's dhoti was quite unique and extraordinary. Khandi Yoga. In this practice, Baba extracted the limbs from his body and left them separately at different places in the masjid. Once the gentleman went to the masjid and saw the limbs of Baba lying in separate places, he was terrified. He first thought of running to the village officers and informing them of Baba being hacked into pieces and murdered. He thought that perhaps he would be held responsible as he was the first informant and knew something of their fire. So he kept silent. But next day, when he went to the masjid, he was very much surprised to see Baba hale and hearty as before. He thought that what he had seen the previous day was only a dream. Baba practiced yoga since his infancy, and nobody knew or guessed the proficiency he had attained in it. He charged no fees for his cures, became renowned and famous by the virtue of his merits, gave help to many a poor and suffering person. This famous doctor of doctors cared not for his interest, but always worked for the good and welfare of others. Instead of suffering unbearable and terrible pain, many of the time in the process. One such instance I will relate now, which will show the all-pervasive and the most merciful character of Sai Baba. Baba's all-pervasiveness and mercy. In the year 1910, Baba was sitting near the Duni on Diwali and warming himself. He was putting firewood into the Duni, which was burning brightly. A little later, instead of pushing logs of the wood, Baba pushed his arms into the Duni. His arms were scorched and burned. This was noticed by the errant boy Madhav and also by Madhav Deshpande. They at once ran to Baba, and Madhav Deshpande clasped Baba by his waist from behind and dragged him forcefully backwards and asked, Deva, why have you done this? Then Baba came to his senses and replied, the wife of the blacksmith at some distant place was working the bellows of the furnace. Her husband called her, forgetting that her child was on her lap. She got up hastily and the child slipped into the furnace. I immediately thrust my hand into the furnace and saved the child. I do not mind my arm being burned, but I am glad that the life of the child is saved. Leper devotee's service. On hearing the news of Baba's hand being burned from Madhava Deshpande, Krishnananda Chandrakar, accompanied by the famous Dr. Parmanand of Mumbai, with his medical outfit consisting of the ointments, limbs and bandages, etc., rushed to Shirdi and requested Baba to allow Dr. Parmanand to examine the arm and dress the wound caused by the burn. This was refused. Ever since the burnt arm was dressed by Baba Deshpande, Leper devotee, His treatment consisted in massaging the burn part with ghee and then placing a leaf over it and bandaging it tightly. Mr. Nanda Thalorkar twisted Baba many a times to unfasten the bandage, get the wound examined, dressed and treated by Dr. Parmanand with the argument that it may heal fast. Dr. Parmanand himself made similar requests, but Baba postponed it, saying that Allah was his doctor and did not allow his arm to be examined. Dr. Parmanand's medicines were not exposed to the air of Shirdi and they remained intact. But he had the good fortune of getting darshan of Baba. Babaji was allowed to treat the hand daily. After some days, the arm healed and all were happy. Still, we do not know whether any trace of the pain was left or not. Every morning, Babaji went through this program of untying the bandages, massaging the arm with ghee and tightly bandaging it again. This went on until Baba's Samadhi. Sai Baba, a perfect Siddha, as he was, did not really want this treatment, but out of love for his devotee, he allowed the Upasana service of Babaji to go on uninterrupted all along. When Baba started for Vendi, Babaji held an umbrella over him and accompanied him. Every morning, when Baba sat near the post close to the Duni, Babaji was present and started his service. Babaji was a sinner in his past birth. He was suffering from leprosy. His fingers had shrunk, his body was full of pus and smelling badly. Though outwardly he seemed so unfortunate, he was really very lucky and happy, for he was the previous servant of Baba and got the benefit of his company. Master's Kapade's belief case. I shall now relate another instance of Baba's wonderful Leelas. Mrs. Kapade, the wife of Dr. Mr. Dadasaheb Kapade of Amravati, was staying at Shirdi with her young son for some days. On day, the son got high fever, which further developed into bubonic plague. The mother was frightened and felt most uneasy. She thought of leaving the place for Amravati and went near Baba in the evening. When he was coming near the Wada, in his evening rounds for asking his permission, she informed him in a trembling tone that her dear young son was down with plague. Baba spoke kindly and softly to her, saying that the sky is beset with clouds, but they will melt and pass off, and everything will be smooth and clear. So saying, he lifted up his company up to the waist and showed to all present 4 fully developed bubbles as big as eggs and added, "See how I have to suffer for my devotees. Their difficulties are mine." Seeing this unique and extraordinary deed, the people were convinced as to how the saints suffer pains for their devotees. The heart of the saints is softer than wax. It is soft in and out as butter. They love their devotees without any idea of pain and regard them as their true relatives. Going to Pandharpur, I shall now close this chapter of relating a story illustrating how Sai Baba allowed his devotees and anticipated their wishes and movements. Mr. Nanasaheb Chandrakar, who was a great devotee of Baba, was a Mahamudar at Nandur in Khandesh. He got an order of transfer to Pandharpur. His devotion to Sai Baba bore fruit as he got an order to go and stay at Pandharpur, which is regarded as the Bhuvaikuntha of Heaven Earth. Nanasaheb had to take immediate charge, so he left for the place without even writing or informing anybody at Shirdi. He wanted to give a surprise visit to Shirdi, his Pandharpur, see and salute his Vitoba, and then proceed further. Nobody knew of Nanasaheb's departure for Shirdi, but Sai Baba knew all about this as his eyes were everywhere. As soon as Nanasaheb approached Nimgaon, a few miles from Shirdi, there was a stair in the masjid at Shirdi. Baba was sitting and talking with Mahasabati, Appa Shinde, and Kashiram when he at once said, "Let us all 4 do some bhajan. The door of the Pandari are open, let us sing merrily." Then they began to sing in chorus, the power of the song being, "I have to go to Pandharpur and have to stay on there, for it is the house of my Lord." Baba sang and the devotees followed him. After a short while, Nanasaheb came there with his family, was prostrated before Baba and requested him to accompany them to Pandharpur and stay with them there. This solicitation was not necessary, as the devotees told Nanasaheb that Baba was already in mood of going to Pandharpur and staying there. Hearing this, Nanasaheb was moved and fell at Baba's feet. Then, after getting Baba's permission, Udi and blessings, Nanasaheb left for Pandharpur. There is no end to Baba's stories, but let me now stop here, reserving for the next chapter other topics such as the importance of the human life, Baba's living announced, Vaidyabai service, and other stories. All this is Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 8. Importance of human birth Sai Baba begging food, Baji Baba's service, Sai Baba's demonstrating his affection for Kushachian. As hinted in the last chapter, Imad now explains at length in his preliminary remarks the importance of the human birth and even proceeds to relate how Sai Baba begged his food, how Rajabai served him, how he slept in the masjid with the Tatya Kote party and Hasapati, and how he loved Kushachian of Ranta. Importance of human birth. In this wonderful universe, God has created billions, 84 lakhs according to Hindu Shastra calculation of creatures, including gods, demigods, insects, beasts, and man. Inhabiting heaven, having earth, ocean, sky, and other intermediate regions of space. Those creatures of souls whose merits preponderate go to heaven and live there till they enjoy the fruits of their actions, and when this is done, they are cast down. While those souls whose sins are demerits preponderate go down to hell and suffer the consequences of their misdeeds. For as long as they deserve it, when their merits and demerits balance each other, they are born on earth as a human being and are given a chance to work out their salvation. Ultimately, when their merits and demerits both are or completely, they get their deliverance and they become free. To put the matter in a nutshell, souls get their birth or are transmutation according to their deeds and evolvement. Special value of human body. As we all know, four things are common to all creatures. Example, food, sleep, fear, and the sexual union. In the case of man, he is endowed with a special faculty, example, knowledge, with the help of which he can attain God vision, which is impossible in any other species. It is for this reason that gods envy the human species and aspire to be born as a man on earth, and so as to get their final deliverance. Some say that there is nothing worse than the human body, which is full of filth, mucus, vermin, and dirt, and which is subject to decay. Disease and death. This is true to a certain extent, but in spite of these drawbacks and defects, the special value of the human body is that man has got the capacity of the acquired knowledge. It is only due to the human body or an account of it that one can think of the perishable and transitory nature of the body itself and of the world, and have an aversion of the sense enjoyment, and can discriminate between the unreal and the real, and thus attain God's wisdom. So, if we reject or neglect the body because it is filthy, we lose the chance of God's vision, and if we utilize it and run after sense enjoyment, because it is precious, we go to hell. The proper course, therefore, for us is to pursue is the following that body should neither neglected nor fondled, but should be properly cared for it, just as a traveler on horseback takes care of his horse on the way, till he reaches his destination and returns home. Thus, the body should ever be used or engaged to attain God vision or self-realization, which is the supreme end of life. It is said that though God created various kinds of creatures, he was not satisfied, for none of them was able to know that the to appreciate his work. So he had to take a special way man and endow him with a special faculty, example, knowledge. And when he saw that man was able to appreciate his Leela, marvelous work and intelligence, he was highly pleased and satisfied. So really, it is fortunate to get human body. Better still be born in a Brahmin family, and best to get an opportunity of being close to Sai Baba's feet, and surrendering to him. Man's endeavor, realizing how precious human life is in the knowledge that death is certain and may snatch us at any time. We should be ever alert to achieve the object of our life. We should not make the least delay, but make every possible haste to gain our object. Just as a king leaves no stone unturned to seek his lost son. So, with all alertness, we should strive to attain our end. That is self-realization, casting aside laziness, warding off drowsiness. We should day and night meditate on the self. If we fail to do this, we reduce ourselves to the level of waste. How to proceed? The most effective and speed way to gain our object is to approach a worthy saint of sage, Sadguru, who has himself attained God's visit. What cannot be achieved by hearing religious discourses and study of religious texts is easily obtained in the company of such a worthy souls. Just as the sun only gives light, which all the stars put together cannot do. So the Sadguru alone imparts spiritual wisdom, which all the sacred books and sermons cannot do. His movements and his simple tasks give us silent advice. The virtues of forgiveness, calmness, disinterestedness, charity, benevolence, control of mind and body, egolessness, etc. are observed by the disciples as they are being practiced in such a pure and holy company. This enlightens their minds and lifts them up spiritually. Sai Baba was such a sage or Sadguru. Though he acted as a fakir, he was always engrossed in himself. He always loved all beings, and whom he saw God or divinity. By pleasures, he was not elated. He was not depressed by misfortunes. A king and a pauper were the same to him. He whose glance would turn a beggar into a king used to begging food from door to door in Shirdi. And let us see now how he did it.
Baba bringing food placed out the people of Shirdi in front of whose houses Baba stood as a beggar and called out, "O mind, give me a piece of bread," and spread out his hand to receive the same. In one hand he carried a traveling pot and in the other a choli or chopped rectangular piece of cloth. He visited certain houses being liquid or semi-liquid things such as soup, vegetables, milk or milk were received in a tin pot while cooked rice, bread and such solid things were taken in the choli. Baba's tongue knew no taste as he had acquired control over it. So how could he care for the taste of different things mixed up together? Whatever things he got in his choli and in the same pot, were mixed together and partaken by Baba to his heart's content. Whether particular things were tasty or otherwise was never noticed by Baba, as his tongue was devoid of the sense of taste together. Baba begged till noon, but his begging was very irregular. Some days he went a few rounds, on other days a few per noon. The food thus collected was kept in the kundi, earthen pots. Dogs, cats, and cows freely ate from it, and Baba never threw them away. The woman who served the floor of the masjid took some 10 or 12 pieces of bread to her house, and nobody prevented her from doing so. How could he, who even in dreams never warded off cats and dogs like marshmallows and signs, refuse food to poor, helpless people? Blessed indeed is the life of such a noble person. People in Shiri took him in the beginning for a mad fakir. He was known the world by this name. How could one who lived on alms by bringing a few crumbs of bread be revered and worshipped? But this fakir was very liberal of heart and detached and charitable. Though he looked restless from outside, he was firm and steady inside. His way was inscrutable. Still, in that small village, there were a few kind and just people who recognized and regarded him as a great soul. One such person's account is given below. Baidabai brilliant service. Tatya took his mother Baidabai used to go to the woods every afternoon with a basket on her head containing bread and vegetables. He roamed in the jungles coast about 3 miles of the coast, trampling bushes and shrubs in search of the mad fakir, and after finding him, fell at his feet. The fakir sat calm and motionless in meditation while the chief placed a leaf before him, spread her things, eatables, bread, vegetables, etc., thereon and fed him. Wonderful was her faith in service. Every day she roamed at noon in the jungles and insisted upon Baba to partake of the lunch. Her service, Vasana penance, by whatever name we call it, was never forgotten by Baba till the end. Remembering fully what service she rendered, Baba benefited her son significantly. Both the son and the mother had great faith in the fakir, who was their God. Baba often said to them that fakiri, in many cases, is real, lordship which is transient. After some years, Baba stopped going into the woods and began to live in the village and take his food in the masjid. Thus, valuable struggles of roaming in the jungles ended. Dormitory of Trio. Ever blessed are the saints in whose heart Lord possible dwells, and fortunate indeed are the devotees who get the benefit of the company of such saints. Two such fortunate fellows, Tatya Patil and Bhagat Mansapati, equally shared the company of Sai Baba. Baba also loved them both. These 3 persons slept in the masjid with their heads towards the east, west, and north, and with their feet touching one another's at the center. After spreading their beds, they lay on them, chit-chatting and gossiping till late at night. If any one of them showed any signs of sleep, others would wake him up. For instance, if Tatya began to snore, Baba at once got up and shook him from side to side and pressed his head. If it was Malsapati, he pulled him close, stroked his legs, and patted his back. In this way, for a period of 14 years, Tatya, leaving his parents at home, slept in the masjid on account of his deep love for Baba. How happy and never to be forgotten were those days. How to measure that love and how to value the grace of Baba. After the passing away of his father, Tatya took charge of the household affairs and began to sleep at home.
Our Lord, with a party of meeting, Lord Chandravana said, Marwari of the happy here. After the release of the sale, our Lord is nothing, Oshotan equally or perhaps more, and looked after his welfare day and night. Sometimes in a bullock cart, at other times in a convent. With intimate devotee Baba Vedasana.
People of that village would come out with band and vocal and receive Baba at the gate of the village and prostrate before him. Then he was taken into the village with great honor and ceremony. Prashosan took Baba to his house, seated him on a comfortable seat, and gave him a good meal. Then they talked freely and merrily for some time, after which Baba returned to Shirdi, giving delight and blessings to all. Shirdi is midway and equidistant from Nalhata on one side, south, and Nimga on the other, north. Baba never went beyond these places during his lifetime. He never saw any train nor traveled by it. Still he knew exactly the timings of arrival and departures of all the trains. Devotee who acted accordingly to Baba's instructions given at the time of taking his leave fared well, while those who disregarded them suffered many of mischief and accident. More about this and other matters will be told in the next chapter. Bow to Sri Sai, please speak to all.
Chapter 9. Effect of compliance and non-compliance with Baba's orders at the time of taking leave. A few instances, mendicancy and necessity, devotees, torture families' experiences, Baba felt some pressure. At the end of the last chapter, it was briefly stated that the Bhaktas who obeyed Baba's orders at the time of taking leave fared well, and those who disobeyed them suffered many hardship. This statement will be amplified and illustrated with a few striking instances and the other matters dealt with in this chapter. Characteristics of Shirdi pilgrimage. One special peculiarity of Shirdi pilgrimage was that none could leave Shirdi without Baba's permission. Only if he did, he might get troubles. But if anyone was asked to quit Shirdi, he could stay there no longer. Baba gave certain suggestions or hints that devotees meant to be kept by and taken. These suggestions had to be followed. If they were not followed or were departed from, accidents were sure to befall them. We give below a few instances. Tatya Kote Patel. Tatya Kote was once going in a Khanga at Kopargaon Bazaar. He came in a haste to the masjid, saluted Baba and said that he would go to Kopargaon Bazaar. Baba said, "Don't make haste, stop a little, forget the bazaar, don't go out of the village." On seeing his anxiousness to go, Baba asked him to take Shama, Andala responded with him. Not minding his direction, Tatya Kote immediately drove off his Khanga. Of the two horses, one which cost rupees 300 was very active and restless. After passing Saudi Vihir, it began to run rashly, got his pain in its waist and fell down. Tatya was not much hurt, but was reminded of Mother Sai's direction. On another occasion, when proceeding to Kolhar village, he disregarded Baba's direction and drove in a Khanga, which met with a similar accident. European gentleman. One European gentleman of Mumbai once came to Shirdi with an introductory note from Nana Sahib Chandra and with some object in view. He was comfortably accommodated in a tent. He wanted to leave before Baba and kiss his hand. Therefore, he tried twice to step into the masjid, but Baba prevented him from doing so. He was asked to sit in the open courtyard below and take Baba's darshan from there. Not pleased with the reception he got, he wanted to leave Shirdi at once and came to bid goodbye. Baba asked him to go the next day and not to hurry. People also requested him to abide by Baba's instructions. Not listening to all this, he left Shirdi in a Khanga. The horses ran all right, but when Swami Vigan was passed, the bicycle came in front, on seeing which the horses were frightened and ran past. The Khanga turned topsy-turvy and the gentleman fell down and was dragged over some distance. He was immediately rescued but had to go and lie in Kopargaon hospital for the treatment of his injuries. Such experiences were legion, and people learned a lesson that those who disobeyed Baba's instructions met with accidents in one way or the other, and those who obeyed them were safe and happy. The necessity of mendicancy. Now to return to the question of mendicancy. The question may arise in the minds of some that if Baba was such a great personage, God manifest, why should he have taken recourse to begging bowl throughout his life? This question may be considered as a flight from two standpoints. Who are the people who have a right to live by the begging God? Our Shastras say that those persons who, after getting rid of or becoming free from the three main desires, is for progeny, for wealth, or fame, and accept sannyas, are the fit persons to live by begging alms. They cannot make cooking arrangements and dine at the The duty of feeding them is laid on the shoulders of householders. Sai Baba was neither a householder nor vanaprastha. He was a celibate sannyasi, that is, sannyasi from Dwarka. His firm conviction was that the universe was his home. He was the Lord Vasudeva, the supporter of the universe in the imperishable Dharma. So he had full right to take recourse to begging. Now, from the standpoint of Panchashuna, 5 sins and their autonomy, we all know that in order to prepare foodstuffs and meals, the householders have to go through 5 actions or processes. It is Khandani, pounding, Prashani, grinding, Kudakundi, washing pots, Marjani, sweeping and cleaning, Chulli, lighting herbs. These processes involve destruction of a lot of small insects and creatures, and thus the householders incur sin. In order to account for his sins, our Shastras describe 6 kinds of sacrifices. It is Brahma Yajna, Veda Dhyana, offerings to Brahman or the study of the Vedas, Putri Yajna, offerings to the ancestors, Deva Yajna, offers to the gods, Bhuta Yajna, offerings to the beings, Manushya, Atithi Yajna, offerings to men or uninvited guests. These sacrifices enjoined by the Shastras are duly performed, the purification of their minds is effected, and this helps them to get knowledge and self-realization. Baba, in going from house to house, reminded the inmates of their sacred duty and fortunate for the people who got the lesson at their homes from Baba. Devotees' experiences. Now to return to the other more interesting subject. Lord Krishna has said in the Bhagavad Gita, whosoever devoutly offers to me a leaf, a flower, or a fruit, or water, as a pure-hearted man, I accept the pious offering. In the case of Sai Baba, if a devotee intended really to offer anything to Sai Baba, and he afterwards forgot to offer the same, Baba reminded him or explained about the offering and made him bring it to him and then accepted it, and then blessed the devotee. A few instances are given below. Karkat family, father and son. Mr. Ramachandra Atmaram, alias Baba Sahib Karkat, formerly a Prarthana Samajist, was a staunch devotee of Sai Baba. His wife and son loved Baba equally or perhaps more. It was once proposed that the master Karkat should go with his mother to Shirdi and spend his summer vacation there. But the son was unwilling to go as he thought that in case he left his home in Bandra, the worship of Sai Baba in the house would not be properly attended to, as his father, being a Prarthana Samajist, did not care to worship Sai Baba's picture. However, when his father giving an assurance on the oath that he would perform the worship exactly as his son was doing, the mother and the son left for Shirdi on a Friday night. Next day, Saturday, Mr. Karkat got up early, took his bath. Before proceeding with the puja, prostrated himself before the shrine and said, Baba, I am going to perform the puja exactly as my son has been doing, but please let it not be a formal drill. Saying so, he performed the puja and offered a few pieces of lump sugar as a naivedya. The sugar was distributed at lunchtime. That evening and next day, Sunday, everything went on well. The following Monday was a working day and it also passed well. Mr. Karkat, who had never performed puja like this in all his life, felt great confidence within himself that everything was passing on quite satisfactorily as per the promise given to his son. Next Tuesday, he performed the morning puja as usual and left for his work. Coming home at noon, he found that there was no prasad, sugar to partake of, and the meal was served. He asked the servant cook, who told him that there was no offering made that morning and that he had completely forgotten to perform that part of the puja. He was offering the naivedya. At this, he left his seat and prostrated himself before the shrine, expressed his regret at the same time chiding Baba for the want of guidance in the whole affair and much of clearity. Then he wrote a letter to his son, stating the facts and requested him to leave at Baba's feet and ask his comment on his matter. This happened in Bandra about Tuesday noon. At about the same time, when the youth master was about to come into Shirdi, Baba said to Mrs. Parker, Mother, I have been to your house in Bandra with a view of have something to eat. I found that the door locked. I somehow got an entry and found that Baba, Mr. Parker had left nothing to eat for me. So I returned with my hunger and my peace. The lady did not understand this, but the son, who was close by, understood the whole thing, that there was something wrong with the puja in Bandra, and he therefore
Om Shri
requested
Guru
Baba
Namaha.
to permit him to go home. Baba refused this but allowed him to perform puja there. Then the son wrote a letter to his father stating all that took place at Shirdi and implored his father not to neglect the puja at home. Both these letters crossed each other and were delivered to the respective
ॐ धान्यं धनं पशुं बहुपुत्रणां दशंवत्सरं देभ्यवायुः साईनाथस्वामी प्रसादेन सर्वाभिष्टदासिद्धिः सर्वकल्याणसिद्धिः आरोग्यदासिद्धिः अकण्ठ ऐश्वर्यप्राप्तिः सर्वकार्याणि विजयत्वप्राप्तिः सर्वानुकूल्यदासिद्धिः सर्वकल्याणसिद्धिः साईनाथस्वामी परिपूर्ण कृपा
Mrs. Thakur. Let us now take the case of Mrs. Thakur. She offered three things: marriage, roasted brinjal mixed with curds, kacharia, circular pieces of brinjal fried in ghee, peda, sweet meat ball. Let us see how Baba accepted this. Once Mr. Raghuveer Bhaskar Purandare of Bangla, great devotee of Baba, started for Shirdi with family. Mrs. Thakur went to Mrs. Purandare and gave her two brinjals and requested her to prepare garlic of one brinjal and kacharia of the other when she went to Shirdi and served Baba with her. After reaching Shirdi, Mrs. Purandare went with her dish of garlic to the masjid. Baba was just sitting for meals. Baba found the garlic very tasty, so he distributed it to all and said that he wanted kacharia. The word was sent to Radhakrishna Mai that Baba wanted kacharia. She was in a fix and there was no season of brinjals. However, to get brinjals, how to get brinjals was the question. When an inquiry was made as to who brought the garlic, it was found that Mrs. Purandare was entrusted with the duty of serving kacharia. Everybody then came to know the significance of Baba's inquiry regarding kacharia, and he was wonderstruck to power all prevailing knowledge. In December 1915, when Govind Balram Antar wanted to go to Shirdi to perform the obsequies of his father. Before he left, he came to see Mr. Thakur. Then Mrs. Thakur wanted to send something with him to Baba. She searched the whole house but found nothing except a peda which had already been offered as a Naivedya. The boy Govind was in mourning. Out of great devotion to Baba, she sent the peda with him, hoping that Baba would accept the gift. Govind went to Shirdi and saw Baba but forgot to take the peda with him. Baba simply waited. Then again he went to Baba in the afternoon, he went empty-handed without the peda. Baba could wait no longer and Govind asked him straight, "What did you wait for?" Nothing was the reply. Baba asked him again. The same reply came forth again. Then Baba asked him the question. Did not the mother, Mrs. Thakur, give some sweet meat to you for me at the time of your study? The boy then remembered the whole thing. He spread the bash, asked Baba for it, ran to his lodging, brought the peda and gave it to Baba. As soon as Baba got it in his hand, he put it in his mouth and turned it down. Thus the devotion of Mrs. Thakur was recognized and accepted. As men believe in me, so do I accept them, as proved in this case. Baba fit consciously out. One day, Thakur was staying in his own house in Shirdi. Noon meals were ready and being served, and a hungry dog turned up there and began to bark. Mrs. Thakur got up at once and threw a piece of bread which the dog felt to finish the dish. In the afternoon, when she went to the other topics of the step, Sai Baba said to her, very forces have been satisfied. Sitting in his mosque, never speak. Take it on the breakfast. First give bread to the hungry and then eat yourself, not this well. She could not understand at first the meaning of what Baba said. So she replied, "Baba, how can I affiliate? I am myself dependent on others and take my food from them on payment." And Baba replied, "Eating the house bread and hardly dependent on the still benches. The dog which you saw before wheels, in which you gave a piece of bread is one with me. So also our creatures, cats, pigs, flies, cows, one with me. I am known in their forms. Only see in all these creatures you will love. So abandon the sense of duality and distinction and serve me as you did today." When you these nectar-like words, you are moved. The eyes were filled with tears. The throat was choked with God in no bounds. Moral: see God as beings in moral construct. Upanishads, Gita, and Bhagavad all approach us to see God as divinity in all the creatures. For instance, given at the end of this chapter and other numerous dimensions, Sai Baba has practically demonstrated to us how to put teachings into practice. In this way, Sai Baba stands as the best exponent of the teacher of Upanishad of
जय वेंकटेश्वर श्री परमेश्वराय शिवाय नमः नीललोहिताय शंकराय भवान् कृपा निधये कठोर त्रिमूर्ति समसूर्यान वीरभद्र रणनाथाय
Remember him, Sai Baba, always with love for him, was ever engrossed in believing to God and always abiding in himself. To remember him only is to solve the problem of life and death. This is the best and the easiest of sadhanas. A little exception here is great. So, as long as our senses are on, we should minute by minute practice this sadhana. All other gods are illusory. If we believe in such holy things, we are working for the better. If we serve Him sincerely, we get rid of our worldly afflictions. We did not study any philosophy like Narnia and Vimansa. As we trust the present and crossing rivers and seas, so we must trust ourselves doing getting over the ocean of the worldly existence. The Sadguru looks to the intense feelings and devotion of his devotees, endows them with knowledge and eternal bliss. In the last chapter, Baba mentions the devotees' experiences and other subjects are there. Let the readers now read where and how Baba led, Baba's wonderful bedstead. Let us first see where and how Baba led. Mr. Nana had the bought for Sai Baba a wooden plank about 4 arms in length and the span in breadth for sleeping upon. Instead of keeping the plank on the floor and then sleeping on it, Baba tied it like a swing to the rafters of the masjid with gold thread or rash and some feet on it. The rash was so thin and worn out that it was a wonder how big to bear or support the weight of the plant itself, let alone the weight of Baba. But somehow or the other, it was Baba's sheer leela and that the owner racks didn't sustain the plant along with the weight of Baba on it. On the 4 corners of this plank, Baba lighted panitas, earthen lamps, one at each corner, and kept them burning the whole night. It was a sight for the gods to see Baba sitting on the plank. On this plank, it was a wonder to all how Baba got up and down the plank out of curiosity. Many observers kept watching the process of mounting and dismounting, but none succeeded. As crowds began to swell so as to detect this wonderful feat, Baba one day broke the plank into pieces and threw it away. Baba had all 8 Mahasiddha's powers at his command. He neither practiced nor prayed for them. They came to him naturally as the result of individual perfection. Manifestation of Brahma. Though Sai Baba looked like a man, 2 cubits and a half in length, still he dwelt in the heart of all. Inwardly he was unattached and indifferent, but outwardly he longed for mass welfare. Though inwardly an abode of peace, yet outwardly restless. Inwardly he had the state of Brahma, outwardly he seemed engrossed in the world. Sometimes he looked on all with affection and sometimes he spoke with them. Sometimes he scolded them while at times he embraced them and was calm, composed, tolerant and well balanced. He always abided and was engrossed in the self and was well disposed towards avatars. He always sat on one asana and never travelled. His satta was a small stick which he always carried in his hand. He was calm and thoughtful. He never prayed for wealth and fame and lived on alms. Such a life he led, he always uttered Allah Malik, God is the real owner. Entire and unbroken was his love for the bhaktas. He was a
divine or storehouse for self-knowledge and full of divine bliss. Such was the divine form of Sai Baba, boundless, endless, and undifferentiated. One principle which separates the whole universe from a stone to Brahma incarnated in Sai Baba. The real meritorious and fortunate people got this treasure trove in their hands, while those people who, not knowing the real God of Sai Baba, who came to be a real human being, were indeed unfortunate. Stay in charity and probable birthday. None knew or know the parents and the exact date of birth of Sai Baba, but it can be approximately determined by his stay in Shirdi. Baba first came to Shirdi when he was a young lad of 16 and stayed there for 3 years. Then all of a sudden he disappeared for some time. After some time he reappeared when Nizam stayed near Aurangabad and asked him to Shirdi to the marriage part of the when he was about 20 years old. Then he stayed in Shirdi for an unbroken period of 60 years, after which Baba took his Mahasamadhi in the year 1918. From this, we can say that the year of Baba's birth is approximately 1838 AD. Baba's mission and advice. Saint Ramdas 1608 to 1681 flourished in the 17th century and fulfilled to a great extent his mission of protecting cows and Brahmins against the Yavans, Mohammedans. But within 2 centuries after him, the split between the two communities, Hindus and Mohammedans, divided up and Sai Baba came to bridge that line. His constant advice to all was to this effect: Ram, the god of the Hindus, and Rahim, the god of the Mohammedans, were one and the same. There was not the slightest difference between them. Then, why should their devotees fall out and quarrel among themselves? You ignorant folks, join hands and bring both the communities together. Act sagely and thus you will gain your object of national unity. It is not good to dispute and argue. So don't argue, don't emulate others. Always consider your interest and welfare. The Lord will protect you. Yoga, sacrifice, penance, and knowledge are the means for being God. If you do not succeed in this by any means, in vain is your birth. If anyone does any evil unto you, do not retaliate. If you can do anything to do some good unto others. This in short was Sai Baba's advice to all, and this will stand you in good stead, both in material and spiritual matters. Sai Baba as Sadhguru. There are many so-called gurus who go about from house to house with cymbals and veenas in their hands and making a show of their spirituality. They blow mantras into the ears of their disciples and extract money from them. They propose to teach piety and religion to their disciples, but they are themselves inquirers and illusions. Sai Baba never thought of making the least show of his work piety. He had no body consciousness, but he had great love for his disciples. There are two kinds of gurus, that serious appointed or fixed, and unappointed or general. The later by their advice develop the good qualities in us, purify our hearts and set us on the path of salvation. But contact with the former dispels our senses of purity, sense of reference, and establishes us in the unity by making us realize thou art that. There are various gurus imparting to us various kinds of worldly knowledge, but he who fixes us in our nature self and carries us beyond the ocean of worldly existence is the Sadguru. Sai Baba was one such a Sadguru. His greatness is indescribable. If anybody went to take his darshan, he, without being asked, would give every detail of his past, present, and future. He saw divinity in all beings. Friends and foes were alike to him. Disinterested and balanced, he obliged the evildoers as well as the pious. He was the same in prosperity and adversity. No doubt ever touched him. Though he acted through the body, he was not in the least attached to his body or house. Though he looked embodied, he was really unembodied, that is from gross existence. Blessed are the people of Shirdi who worship Sai as their God. While eating, drinking, working in their backyards and fields and doing various household works, they always remember Sai and sang his glory. They know no other God except Sai.
What to speak of the sweetness of the love of the women of Shirdi? They were quite ignorant, but their pure love inspired them to compose poems or songs in their simple rustic language. Letters of learning they had none. Still one can discern real poetry in their simple songs. It is not intelligence but love that inspires real poetry. As such, real poetry is the manifestation of true love, and this can be seen and appreciated by intelligent listeners. Collection of this folk song is desirable, and by Baba's wish, some fortunate devotee may undertake the task of compiling and publishing this folk songs, either in the SAI Darshan magazine or separately in a book. Baba's humility. Lord Bhagavan is said to have 6 qualities: faith, wealth, non-attachment, knowledge, grandeur, and liberality. Baba had all this in him. He incarnated in flesh for the sake of the bhaktas. Wonderful was his grace and kindness, for he drew the devotees to him, or how else could one have known him? For the sake of his bhaktas, Baba spoke such words the goddesses of speech could not utter. Here is a specimen. Baba spoke very humbly as follows: Slave of slaves, I am your debtor. I am satisfied at your darshan. It is a great favor that I saw your feet. I am an insect in your excreta. I consider myself blessed thereby. What humility is this? Though outwardly Baba seemed to enjoy sense objects, he had not the least flavor in them, nor even the consciousness of enjoying them. Though he ate, he had no taste, and though he saw, he never felt any interest in what he saw. Regarding passion, he was as perfect a celibate as Hanuman. He was not attached to anything. He was pure consciousness, the resting place of desire, anger, envy, and other feelings. In short, he was disinterested, free, and perfect. A striking instance may be cited in illustration of this statement. Nanavali. There was in Shirdi a very quaint and a queer fellow by name Nanavali. He went to Baba's work and affairs. He once approached Baba, who was seated on a study seat, and asked him to get up as he wanted to occupy the same. Baba at once got up and left the seat which he had occupied. After sitting there a while, Nanavali got up and asked Baba to resume his seat. Then Baba sat down and Nanavali sat at his feet. Baba did not show the slightest displeasure at being dictated or imitated to or outstepped. This Nanavali loved Baba so much that he breathed his last on the 13th day of Baba's Mahasamadhi. The easiest part, hearing the stories of the saints and being in their company. Though Sai Baba acted outwardly like an ordinary man, his actions showed extraordinary wisdom and skill. Whatever he did was done for the good of his devotees. He never prescribed any arson, regulation of smoking, or any rites to his bhaktas, nor did he blow any mantra into their ears. He told them to leave off all cleverness and always remember Sai. If you did that, he said, all your shackles would be removed and you would be free. Sitting through the five fires, sacrifices, chanting, eightfold yoga are possible for the Brahmins only. They are of no use to the other classes. The function of the mind is to think. It cannot remain without thinking for a minute. If you give it a sense object, it will think about it. If you give it Guru, it will think about Guru. You have heard most admittedly the grandeur of Sai. This is the natural remembrance of Sai. Hearing the stories of the saints is not so difficult, as the other sadhanas mentioned above. The stories remove all fears of the samsara, body existence, and take you on to the spiritual path. So listen to the stories, meditate on them, and assimilate them. You may attend to your worldly duties, but give your mind to Sai and his stories, and then he is sure to bless you. This is the easiest path, but why do not all take to it? The reason is that without God's grace, we do not get the desire to listen to the stories of the saints. With God's grace, everything is smooth and easy. Hearing the stories of the saints is in a way keeping their company. The importance of the company of the saints is very great. It removes our body consciousness and egoism, destroys completely the chain of our birth and death, cuts asunder or the north of the mind and takes us to God, who is pure consciousness. It suddenly increases our non-attachment to sense objects and makes us quite indifferent to pleasure and pain, and leads us onwards on the spiritual path. If you have no other sadhana such as adoring God's name, worship or devotion etc. like you take refuge in them, saints, wholeheartedly they will carry you off safely across the ocean of the worldly existence. This is for the reason that the saints manifest themselves in this world. Even sacred rivers such as the Ganges, Godavari, Krishna and Kaveri, etc., which wash away the sins of the world, that the saints should come to them for a bath and purify them. Such is the grandeur of the saint. It is on the account of the store of the merit in the past births that we have attained the feet of Sai Baba. We conclude this chapter with meditation on Sai's form, the graceful and handsome Sai standing on the edge of the masjid and distributing food to each and every bhakta, with a view to witness that where he who thinks of the world as a illusion and who is ever enrolled in supreme bliss, before him we humbly prostrate ourselves. Lord, please, Sai, peace to you. Sadhguru Sai Maharaj.
Isaiah chapter 11. Sai as Arindama, Dr. Pandit's worship, Haji Siddiq Faki, control over elements. Let us now in this chapter describe the manifested Sugun Brahma Sai as to how he was worshipped and how he controlled the elements. Sai as seven Brahma. There are two aspects of God or Brahma. The unmanifested Nirgun and the manifested Seven. The Nirgun is formless while the Seven is with form, though both denote the same Brahma. Some prefer to worship the former, some the later. As stated in the Gita, the worship of the latter is easy and preferable, as man has got a form. It is natural and easy for him to worship the God with form. Our love and devotion do not develop unless we worship Seven Brahma. For a certain period of time, and as we advance, it leads up to the worship, meditation of Nirgun Brahma. So let us start with seven worship. Image, altar, fire, light, sun, water, Brahma are the seven objects of worship. But Sadhguru is better than all this. Let us, on this occasion, bring to our mind the form of Sai, who was non-attachment incarnate and who was a resting place for his devotees. Our faith in his words is the essence, and our sankalpa, determination to accomplish the puja, is the abandonment of all the desires. Some say that Sai was a Bhagavad Bhakta, Lord of the devotee of Lord. Others say he was the Mahabhava, the great devotee. But to us, he is God incarnate. He was ever forgiving, never irritable, straight, soft, tolerant, and content beyond comparison. Though he looked embodied as forming in the form, he was really disembodied, motionless, unattached, and internally filled. The Ganges on its way to the sea cools and refreshes the creatures affected with heat, gives life to the crops and trees, and quenches the thirst of many. Similarly, saints like Sai, while they live their own, give solace and comfort to all. Lord Krishna has said that the saint is my soul, my living image. I am he, or he is my pure form being. This indisputable Shakti or power of God, known as pure existence, knowledge, and bliss, incarnated in the form of Sai and Shruti. The Shruti describes Brahma as pure bliss. Thus, this we read on or hear daily in the books, but the devout people experience this Brahma bliss and Shruti. Baba, the support of all required no crop or ration from anybody. He always used a piece of sackcloth for his seat, which was covered with a small mattress by his bhaktas and had a bolster placed by them, the rest of this as his back. Baba respected the feelings of his devotees and allowed them to worship him as they liked. Some waved chamar or fans before him, some played on musical instruments, some washed his hands and feet, some others applied sand and chandan, some gave betel-like leaves, and some offered naivedya. Though he looked like living in Shri, he was present everywhere. This all-pervasiveness of his was daily experienced by his devotees. Our humble prostration to this all-pervasive Sadguru. Dr. Pandit's worship. One Dr. Pandit, a friend of Tatyasar Murthy, once came to Shirdi for Baba's darshan. After saluting Baba, he sat in the masjid for some time. Baba asked him to go to Daba Bhakti. He went to Daba by whom he was well received. Then Davabat left his house for puja and Pandit accompanied him. Davabat worshipped Baba. Nobody until then dared to apply sandal paste to Baba's forehead. Only Mahaswati used to apply this to his neck. But this simple-hearted Dr. Pandit took Davabat's dish containing puja materials and taking sandal paste out of it, drew a tripun, that is, 3 horizontal lines on Baba's forehead. To the surprise of all, Baba kept silent, not uttering a single word. Then Davabat that evening asked Baba, "How is it that, though you object to the sandal paste being applied by others to your forehead, you allow Dr. Pandit to do so?" Baba replied that Dr. Pandit believed him to be seen as his guru, Raghunath Maharaj of Jogeshwar, known as Kaka Purani, and he applied the paste to his forehead as he was doing his to his guru. Hence, he could not object. On inquiry, Dr. Pandit told Davabat that he took Baba as his guru Kaka Purani and realized him as his same. Hence, he marked the tripun on Baba's forehead as he did on his gurus. Though Baba allowed the devotee to worship him as they pleased, still sometimes he acted in a strange way. Sometimes he threw away the puja dish and was wrath incarnate. Then who could approach him? Sometimes he scolded the devotees. At times he looked softer than wax, a statue of peace and forgiveness. Though he seemed to shake with anger and his eyes rolled around, still he was internally an emotion of affection, motherly love. He would call out his devotees and say that he never knew when he was ever angry with them. If it was possible that mothers could keep their children and the sea turn back the river, he too could let the devotees welfare, and that he, the slave of his devotees, always stood by them and responded to them whenever they called upon him, and that he always longed for their love. There was no knowing as to when Baba would accept the devotee. That depended on his will. Siddiq Paki's story is to the point. One Mohammedan gentleman by name Siddiq Pak of Kalyan, after making pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, came to Shirdi. He lived in Chavdi facing north and sat in the open courtyard of the masjid. For 9 months, Baba ignored him and did not allow him to step into the masjid. Pakia felt disconsolate and did not know what to do. Somebody advised him not to be disappointed but to try to approach Baba through Shama, a close and intimate devotee of Baba. He told him that as they approached the Lord Shiva through his servant and devotee Nandi, so should Baba be approached through Shama. Palki liked the idea and implored Shama to intercede for him. Shama agreed and upon a convenient occasion spoke to Baba about him. Thus, Baba, why don't you allow old Haji to step into the masjid while so many persons really come and go after taking your darshan? Why not bless him once? Baba replied, Shama, you are mutual to understand things. If the fakir does not allow, what can I do? Without his grace, who will climb into the masjid? Well, go to him and ask him whether he will come to the narrow footpath near the Bari well. Shama went and returned with an affirmative answer. Again Baba said to Shama, ask him whether he is willing to pay me the sum of 40,000 rupees in 4 installments. Shama went and returned with the answer that he is willing to pay even 40 lakhs. Again Baba said to Shama, we are going to cut a goat in the masjid, so ask him whether he would like to have his new Hansha festivals of the goat. Shama returned with the answer that Haji was happy to receive a small thumb from Baba's Kolamba pot. Hearing this, Baba got excited and with his hands threw away the earthen jars at Kolamba and straightway advanced to Haji and lifting his company up in arms and said, "Why do you brag and pose yourself as an old Haji? Do you read Quran like this? You are proud of your pilgrimage to Mecca, but you do not know me." But being thus scolded, the Haji was confounded. Baba then went back to Masjid, purchased a blanket, basket of mangoes and sent them to Haji. Then again Baba went to Haji and taking out rupees from his pocket, gave them in Haji's hand. Henceforth, Baba loved the Haji, invited him for meals, and Haji therefore came into the masjid whenever he liked. Baba gave him at times some rupees, and thus the Haji was enrolled in Baba's darbar. Baba's control of the elements. We should close this chapter after describing two incidents, showcasing Baba's control of the elements. Once, at evening time, there was a terrible storm at Shirdi. The sky was overcast with thick black clouds. Winds began to blow with great force. Clouds roared by lightning began to flash, and rain started pouring in torrents. In short time, the whole place was flooded with water. All the creatures, birds, beasts, and men got terribly frightened, and they all flocked to the masjid for shelter. Thus, many local deities in Shirdi, but none of them came to their rescue. So they all prayed to Baba, their God, who was fond of their devotion, to intercede and quell the storm. Baba was much moved. He came out and standing at the edge of the masjid, addressed the storm in loud and thunderous voice. Stop, with fury and calm, and be calm. In a few minutes the rain subsided, the wind ceased to blow, and the storm came to a stop. Then the moon rose in the sky, and people went back home like this. On another occasion, at noon, the fire in the Duni began to burn brightly. Its flames were seen to be reaching the rafters above. People who were sitting in the masjid did not know what to do. They dared not to ask Baba to pour water or do anything to quench the flames. But Baba soon came to realize what was happening. He took up his short stick and dashed it against the pillar in the front, saying, "Get down, be calm." At each stroke of the satka, the flames began to slow down, and in a few minutes the Duni became calm and normal. This is our Sai, or incarnation of God. He will bless any man who will prostrate and surrender himself to him. He who will read the stories of his chapter daily with faith and devotion will soon be free from all calamities, not only this, but always attached and devoted to Sai. He will get very soon God vision, and all his desires will be fulfilled, and being ultimately desireless, he will attain the Supreme. Amen. Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sadguru Sai Maharaj ki Jai. Jai Sai Ram. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12. Sai Leela's experiences of Kaka Mahajani do not give their pieces in water in Shastri adapted. Now let us see in this chapter how devotees were received and treated by Baba. Saint's mission. We have seen before that the purpose of object of divine incarnation is to protect the God and destroy the wicked. But the mission of the saints is quite different. To them, the good and the wicked are the same. First, they draw the evildoers and set them on the right path. They are the others to destroy the Bhavasagar, the ocean of worldly existence, or the sun to destroy the darkness of ignorance. The God dwells in the saints. In fact, they are not different from him. Our Sai is one of those who incarnated for the welfare of the devotees, supreme in knowledge and surrounded with divine order. He loved all beings equally. He was unattached. Foes and friends, kings and paupers, all were same to him. Here is with us. For the sake of devotees, he gave his stock of merits and was ever allowed to have them. But the devotees could never approach him unless he meant to receive them. If their appointed time did not come, they did not remember Baba, and his leelas did not reach their ears. How could they think of seeing him? Some men desired to see Sai Baba,
but they did not get any opportunity of taking his darshan till his Mahasamadhi. There are many such persons whose desire for Baba's darshan was not thus satisfied. If these persons, believing in him, listening to his leelas, their request for darshan will be to a great extent satisfied by the leelas. Even if some persons went there by sheer luck and took Baba's darshan, were they able to stay there longer? No. Nobody could go there of his own accord, and nobody could stay there longer if Baba did not wish so. They could stay there so long as Baba permitted them to stay and had to leave the place, then asked to do so by him. So, everything depended on Baba's divine will. Kaka Mahajani. Once Kaka Mahajani went to Shirdi from Mumbai. He wanted to stay there for 1 week and enjoy the Gokulashtami festival. As soon as he took Baba's darshan, Baba asked him, "When are you returning home?" He was rather surprised at this question, but he had to give an answer. He said that he would go home when he ordered him to do so. Then Baba said, "Go tomorrow." Baba's word was law and had to be obeyed. Kaka Mahajani therefore left Shirdi immediately. When he went to his office in Mumbai, he found his employer anxiously waiting for him. His Munim, that is the manager, suddenly fell ill, hence Kaka's presence was absolutely necessary. He had sent a letter to Kaka at Shirdi, which was redirected to him at Mumbai. Bausai Bhuman. Now listen to another story. Once Bausai Bhuman was going to depart for a case. On the way, he came to Shirdi with Baba's darshan and wanted to get him to depart immediately. But Baba did not permit him to do so. He made him stay at Shirdi for a week or more. In the meanwhile, the magistrate suffered intensely from pain in his abdomen and the case was adjourned. Mr. Bhuman was then allowed to go and attend to his case. It went on for some months and was tried by 4 magistrates. Ultimately, Mr. Bhuman won the case and his client was acquitted. Mrs. Limonka. Mr. Nana Sahib Limonka, Vatanda of Limon, an ordinary magistrate, was named at Shirdi with his wife. Mr. and Mrs. Limonka were spending most of their time in the masjid with Baba and serving him. It so happened that their son fell ill at Belapur and the mother decided with Baba's consent to go to Belapur and see her son and other relatives and stay there for a few days. But Mr. Nana Sahib asked her to return for the next day. The lady was fixed and did not know what to do, but her God sighed in her head. While leaving Shirdi, she went to Baba, who was standing in front of Sahib's Wada with Mr. Nana Sahib and others, and prostrated at his feet and asked his permission to go. Baba said to her, "Go Bhavani, be calm and unfettered. Stay comfortably at Belapur for 4 days. See all your relatives and then return to Shirdi." How opportune were Baba's words. Mr. Nana Sahib's proposal was overruled by Baba's decree. Mure Shastri of Nasik, an Orthodox Agnihotri Brahmin of Nasik, and Mure Shastri, who had studied the 6 Shastras and was well versed in astrology and palmistry, once came to Shirdi to see Mr. Bausai, the famous millionaire of Nagpur. After seeing him, he and others went to see Baba in the masjid. Baba bought various fruits and other things from vendors with his own money and distributed them to the people present in the masjid. Baba used to press the mat on all sides so skillfully that when Baba sucked it, he got all of Baba at once in his mouth and would throw away the seed. Plantains were peeled off by Baba and the pulp was distributed to the devotees, while the skins were retained by Baba for himself. Mure Shastri, as a pharmacist, wanted to examine Baba's palm and asked him to extend his hand. Baba ignored his request and gave 4 plantains to him. Then they all returned to the Wada and Mure Shastri bathed and wore fresh clothes and started his routine duties, that is, Agnihotra, etc. Then Baba, as usual, started for Lendi and said, "Take some geru, which is a red wine substance used to dye clothes in saffron color. We shall today wear saffron colored clothes." None understood what Baba meant. Then after some time, when Baba returned and preparations for the noon Aarti were being made, Babu Sahib asked Mure Shastri whether he would accompany him for the Aarti. He replied that he would see Baba in the afternoon. Baba sat on his seat, was worshipped by the devotees and Aarti commenced. When Baba
said, get some dakshina for the new Unyasa plan. Booty himself went to the water to get to get the dakshina, and when he gave Baba's message to Muni Shastri, he was sorely perplexed. He thought in his mind that, I am pure Agnihotri Brahman, why should I pay dakshina? Baba may be a great saint, I am not his dependent, but since a great saint like Sai Baba was asking for dakshina through a millionaire like Booty, he could not refuse. So leaving his routine unfinished, he started with Booty for the Makkah Masjid. Thinking himself holy and the masjid otherwise, he remained at a distance, and after joining his palms, threw flowers at Baba from there. Then lo, all of a sudden, he saw not Baba but his late Guru Golak Swami there. He was wondering, could this be a dream? No, it was not, as he was wide awake. But how could his late Guru Golak be there? He was speechless for some time. He pinched himself and thought again, but could not reconcile to the fact of his late Guru Golak being in the masjid. Ultimately, leaving aside all doubts, he went up, fell at his Guru's feet, and then stood there with folded hands. Other people sang Baba's Aarti while Guru Shastri chanted loudly his Guru's name. Then, casting off all pride of caste and sacredness, he fell at his Guru's feet and closed his eyes. When he got up and opened his eyes, he saw Baba asking for dakshina. Seeing Baba's crystal form and his inconceivable power, Guru Shastri forgot himself. He was extremely pleased. His eyes were full of tears of joy. He again saluted Baba and gave the dakshina. He said that his doubt was removed, and he saw his own Guru. On seeing this wonderful leader of Baba, all the people, including Guru Shastri, were much moved, and they realized the meaning of Baba's words. Green Devu, we shall don saffron colored clothes. Such is the wonderful Leela of Baba. A doctor. Once a Mamadada came to Shirdi with a doctor friend of his. The doctor said that his diary was gone and that he would not go before a Mohammedan, and so he was unwilling to go to Shirdi. The Mamadada replied that nobody would tell him to go down, so he should come and give the pleasure of his company. Accordingly, they reached Shirdi and went to Masjid for Baba's Darshan. All were wonderstruck to see the doctor going ahead and saluting Baba. They asked him how he forgot his resolve and said, Musalman. Then the doctor described that he saw his beloved Ram on the seat and he therefore prostrated himself before him. Then as he was saying this, he again saw Sai Baba there. Being dismayed, he again said, is this a dream? How could he be a Mohammedan? He is a great yoga sampanna, full of yoga avatar. Next day, he made a vow and began to fast. He absented himself from the masjid, resolving not to go there until Baba blessed him. 3 days passed, and on the 4th day, a close friend of his from Khandesh turned up, and with him he went to the masjid for Baba's darshan. After the salutations, Baba asked him whether anybody had gone to call him. When he had not, hearing this vital question, the doctor was moved. The same night, he was blessed by Baba when he experienced blissful pain in his sleep. Then he left for his town, where he remained in the same state for a fortnight. Thus, his devotion for Sai Baba increased manyfold. The moral of all the stories mentioned above, especially that of Guru Shastri, is that we should have firm faith in our Guru and on none else. More leelas of Sai Baba will be described in the next chapter. Go to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sai, Shri Sai Jai Jai Sai.
Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. I mean, take the prasad. Om Dhanyam Dharam Vasubho Kundalam Dhagam Pantaram Me Gamayu Sainath Swami Sade Sarva Bhikras Dirghayusham Sarvagalyam Sainath Swami Paripurna Kripakata Chitindirastu. Everybody got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Om Sai Ram. Chapter 13. More Vilas. This is Cure, Brahmaji Patil, Bala Shingi, Bapu Sahib Bhuti, Alandi Swami, Kaka Mahadani, and Dattopanta Thakur. The inscrutable power of Maya. Baba's words were always short, deep, full of meaning, effective, and well-versed. He was ever content and never cared for anything. He said, though I am a fakir, no house or wife, and though leaving all care. I stay at one place. The inevitable Maya teases me often. Though I forgot myself, but she cannot forget me. She always envelops me. This Maya, which is the elusive power of the Lord, who is real, harasses even Lord Brahma and others. Then, what to speak of a poor fakir like me? Those who take refuge in God will be freed from her clutches with His grace. In such terms, both Baba spoke about the power of Maya. Lord Sri Krishna has said to Uddhava in the Bhagavad that the saints are his living forms, and see what Baba has said about the welfare of his devotees. Those who are fortunate and whose demerits have vanished, take to my worship. If you always say Sri Sai Sai, I shall take you over to the 7 seas, believe in these words, and you will be certainly benefited. I do not need any paraphernalia of worship, either 8-fold or 16-fold. I rest there where there is full devotion. Now read what Sai said for the welfare of those who surrendered themselves to him. Bhimaji Patil. One Bhimaji Patil of Narayana Gaon, Taluka, Jannar district, Pune, suffered once. He suffered in the year 1909 from a severe and chronic chest disease, which ultimately developed into tuberculosis. He tried all sorts of pattis, which is remedies, but to no effect. Losing all hopes, he ultimately prayed to God, O Lord Narayana, please help me now. It is well-known fact that when our circumstances are well, we do not remember God. But when calamities and adversities overtake us, we are reminded of Him. So, Bhimaji now turned to God. It occurred to him that he should consult Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, a great devotee of Baba, in this respect. So, he wrote to him a letter, giving all details of his malady and asking for his opinion. In reply, Mr. Nana Sahib wrote to him that there was only one remedy left, and that was to take recourse to Baba's feet. Relying on Mr. Nana Sahib's advice, he made preparations for going to Shirdi. He was brought to Shirdi and taken to Masjid and placed before Baba. Mr. Nana Sahib and Sharma, who is Madhavarao Deshpande, were present there. Baba pointed out that the disease was due to the previous evil karma and was not disposed to interfere. But the patient cried out in despair that he was helpless and sought refuge in him, as he was his last hope, and prayed for mercy. Baba's heart melted and he said, "Stay cast off your anxiety. Your sufferings have come to an end. However oppressed and troubled one may be, as soon as he steps in the masjid, he is on the pathway to happiness. The fakir here is very kind and will cure the disease and protect all with love and kindness." The patient used to vomit blood every 5 minutes, but there was no vomiting in the presence of Baba. From the time Baba uttered the words of mercy, the malady took a favorable turn. Baba asked him to stay in Bhima Bhai's house, which was not a convenient and fit place, but Baba's order had to be obeyed. While he was staying there, Baba cured him by 2 dreams. In the first dream, he saw himself as a boy suffering the severe pain of a flogging, which he received for not reciting his poetry lesson before his class master. In the second dream, someone caused him intense pain by rolling a stone up and down over the chest.
with the pain thus suffered in dream, his cure was complete, and he went home. He then often came Shirdi, gratefully remembering what Baba did for him and prostrated before him. Baba also did not expect anything from devotees, but remembrance, unswerving faith and devotion. People in Maharashtra always celebrate Satyanarayana Puja in their homes every fortnight or month. But it was this Bhimaji Patil who started a new Sai Satya Vrata Puja instead of Satyanarayana Vrata Puja in his house when he returned to his village. The next one is Bala Ganapat Shivji. Another devotee of Baba by name Bala Ganapat Shivji suffered much from a malignant type of malaria. He tried all sorts of medicines and decorations, but in vain. The fever did not abate a jot, and so he ran to Shirdi and fell at Baba's feet. Baba gave him a strange recipe in this case as follows. Give a black dog some morsels of rice mixed with curd in front of Lakshmi temple. Bala did not know how to execute this recipe, but no sooner he went home than he found rice and curd. After mixing them together, he brought the mixture near to the Lakshmi temple, where he found a black dog waving its tail. He placed the curd and rice before the dog. The dog ate it, and strange to say, Bala got rid of his malaria. The next section is Bapu Sahib Bhoti. Sriman Bapu Sahib Bhoti suffered once from dysentery and vomiting. His cupboard was full of patent drugs and medicines, but none of them had any effect. Bapu Sahib got very weak on account of purgings and vomiting, and therefore was not able to go to the masjid for Baba's darshan. Baba then sent for him and made him sit before him and said, Now take care, you should not purge anymore, and gestured with his index finger. The vomiting must also stop. Now look at the power of Baba's words. Both the maladies disappeared and Bhoti felt well. On another occasion, he had an attack of cholera and suffered from severe thirst. Dr. Pillai tried all sorts of remedies, but could give him no relief. Then he went to Baba and consulted him as to what to drink that would allay his thirst and cure the disease. Baba prescribed an infusion of almonds, walnuts, pistachios, which is a kind of dry fruit, boiled in sugared milk. This would be considered a cause for fatal aggravation of disease by any other doctor or physician, but in implicit obedience to Baba's order, the infusion was administered, and strange to say, the disease was cured. The next section, Alandi Swami. A Swami from Alandi, with a desire from Baba's darshan, came to Shirdi. He suffered from severe pain in his ear, which prevented him from getting sleep. He was operated for this, but it served no purpose. The pain was severe, and he did not know what to do. He was returning. While he was returning, he came to Baba's leave when Sharma, who is Madhvara Deshpande, requested Baba to do something for the pain in the Swami's ear. Baba comforted him, saying, Allah acha karega, which is, God will do good. The Swami then returned to Pune and after a week sent a letter to Shirdi stating that pain in his ear had subsided, though the swelling was there, and in order to get the swelling removed, he went to Mumbai for operation. But the surgeon, on examining the ear, said that no operation was necessary. Such was a wonderful and potent effect of Baba's words. The next section is Kaka Mahajani. Another devotee named Kaka Mahajani suffered once from diarrhea. In order that there should be no break in his service to Baba, Kaka kept a tambia, which is pot, with water in some corner of the masjid. Whenever there was a call, he would go out. As Sai Baba knew everything, Kaka did not inform him of his receipt, thinking that Baba would of his own cure it soon. The work of constructing the pavement in front of masjid was permitted by Baba, but when the actual work began, Baba got wild and shouted out loudly. Everybody ran away, and as Kaka was also doing the same, Baba caught hold of him and made him sit there. In the confusion that followed, somebody left a small bunch of groundnuts there. Baba took a handful of groundnuts, rubbed them in his hand, blew away the skins off and gave the clean nuts to Kaka and made him eat them. Scolding and cleaning the nuts and making Kaka eat them went on simultaneously. Baba himself ate some of them. Then, when nuts were finished, Baba asked him to fetch the water as he felt thirsty. Kaka brought a pitcher full of water. Then Baba drank some water and made Kaka also drink. Baba declared, "Now your diarrhea has stopped and you may attend to work of the pavement." In the meanwhile, other people who had run away returned and started the work. And Kaka, whose motion had stopped, also joined them. Are groundnuts medicine for diarrhea? According to current medical opinion, the groundnuts would aggravate the disease and not cure it. The true medicine in this, as in other cases, was Baba's words. Next section, Dattopan of Harda. A gentleman from Harda by name Dattopan suffered from stomach ache for about 14 years. None of the remedies gave him any relief. Then, on hearing Baba's claim that he cures diseases all by sight, he ran to Shirdi and fell at Baba's feet. Baba looked at him kindly and gave him blessings. When Baba placed his hand on his head and gave him bodhi with blessings, he felt relieved and there was no further trouble about the malady. Towards the end of this chapter, 3 cases are cited in footnotes. First one is Madhura Deshpande suffered from lice. Baba gave him decoction of Sonamukhi, which is Senna pods. This relieved him. Then, after 2 years, the trouble reoccurred, and Madhura took the same decoction without consulting Baba. The result was that the disease aggravated. But later on it was cured by Baba's grace. The second one is Kaka Mahajani's elder brother Gangadhar suffered for many years from stomach pain. Hearing Baba's fame, he came to Shirdi and requested Baba to cure him. Baba touched his belly and said, "God will cure." From that time, there was no stomach pain and he was completely cured. The third one is Nana Sahib Chandorkar also once suffered from acute stomach pain. He was restless the whole day and night. Doctors administered injections which produced no effect. Then he approached Baba, who told him to eat barfi, which is a kind of sweet meat mixed with ghee. This recipe gave him complete relief. All these stories show that the real medicine that cured the various diseases permanently was Baba's words and grace, and not any medicines of drugs. Go to Sri Sai. Peace be to all. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Rattanji Vadia of Nanded, Saint Mauli Sahib Dakshina. In the last chapter, we described how Baba's word and grace cured many incurable diseases. Now we shall describe how Baba blessed Mr. Rattanji Vadia and gave him an mission. The life of this saint is naturally sweet. His various doings, eating, walking, and his natural sayings are also sweet. His life is bliss incarnate.
Sai gave this to his devotees as a means of remembrance. He gave them various stories of learning and action, which ultimately led them to true religion. His object may be that people should live happily in this world, but they should be ever cautious and achieve the object of their life, self-realization. We get human body as a result of merits in the past births, and it is worthwhile that with his aid we should attain devotion and liberation in this life. So, we should never be lazy, but always be on the alert to gain our goal of life. If you hear the Leelas, stories of Sai daily, you will always see him. Day and night, you will remember him in your mind. When you assimilate Sai in this way, your mind will lose its fickleness, and if you go on in this manner, it will finally be merged in your consciousness. Ratanji of Nanded. Now let us come to the main story of this chapter. In Nanded, in the Nizam state, there lived a Parsi mill contractor and trader by name Ratanji Shapurji Wadia. He had amassed a large amount of money and had acquired fields and lands. He had cattle, horses and conveyance and was very prosperous. In all outward appearances, he looked very happy and contented, but inwardly he was not so. Providential dispensation in such that no one in this world is completely happy and rich. Ratanji was no exception to this. He was liberal and charitable, gave food and clothing to the poor, and helped all in various ways. The people took him to be a good and happy man, but Ratanji thought himself miserable, as he had no issue, male or female, for a long time. Just as Kirtan singing glories of the Lord, without love or devotion, song without rhythmical accompaniments, Brahmin without the sacred thread, proficiency in all arts without common sense, pilgrimage without repentance, and ornamentation without a necklace, or futile and useless. So he is a householder without an issue. Ratanji always brooded on this matter and said in his mind, would God be ever pleased to grant me a son? He thus looked morose and did not relish his food. Day and night he was enveloped with anxiety as to whatever he would ever be blessed with a son. He had a great regard for Das Kanu Maharaj. He saw him and opened his heart before him. Das Kanu advised him to go to Shirdi, take Baba's darshan, fall at his feet and seek his blessing and pray for a issue. Ratanji liked the idea and decided to go to Shirdi. After some days he went to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan and fell at his feet. Then opening a basket, he took out a beautiful garland of flowers and placed it around Baba's neck and offered him a basket of fruits. With reverence he then sat near Baba and prayed to him, saying, many persons who find themselves in difficult situations come to you and you relieve them immediately. Hearing this, I have anxiously sought your feet. Please do not disappoint me. Sai Baba then asked him for dakshina of rupees 5, which Ratanji intended to give, but added that he had already received rupees 314 from him and that he should pay the balance only. Hearing this, Ratanji was rather puzzled. He could not make out as to what Baba meant. That was the first time he thought that he had come to Shirdi, and how was it that Baba said that he yearly got rupees 314 from him. He could not solve the riddle, but he sat at Baba's feet and gave the balance of the dakshina asked for, explained to Baba fully as to why he came and sought his help, and prayed that Baba should bless him with a son. Baba was moved and told him not to worry, and that then onward his bad days had ended. He then gave him Budi, placed his hand on his head and blessed him, saying that Allah, God would satisfy his heart's desire. Then after taking Baba's leave, Ratanji returned to Nanded and told Das Kanu everything that took place at Shirdi. He said that everything went on well there, that he got Baba's darshan and blessing with prasad. But there was one thing which he could not understand. Baba said to him that he had got rupees 340 before. Please explain as to what Baba meant by this remark. He said to Das Kanu, I never went to Shirdi before, and how could I give him the sum to which Baba referred? To Das Kanu too it was a puzzle, and he thought much over it for a long time. Sometime afterwards, it struck in that Ratanji had received some days ago a Mohammedan saint by name Mauli Sahib in his house and had spent some money for his reception. This Mauli Sahib was a well-known saint of Nanded and worked as a porter. When Ratanji decided to go to Shirdi, this Mauli Sahib turned up at Ratanji's house. Ratanji knew him and loved him, so he gave a small party in his honor. Das Kanu got from Ratanji a memo of expenses of his reception, and everybody was wonderstruck to see that expenses amounted to exactly rupees 340, nothing more, nothing less. They all came to know Baba was convinced that though he lived in Shirdi, he knew what happened outside, far away from Shirdi. In fact, he knew that
past, present and future and could identify himself with anybody. In this particular instance, how could he know the reception given to Mami Sahib and the amounts paid therefore unless he could identify himself within him and he one with him? Ratanji was satisfied with his explanation and his faith in God was confirmed and increased. In due time he was blessed with a son and his joy knew no bounds. It is said that he had in all a dozen issues out of which only 4 survived. In a footnote towards the end of this chapter, it is stated that Baba told Rao Bahadur Hari Vinayak Sate after the death of his first wife to remarry and that he would get a son. R.B. Sate married second time. The first 2 issues by this wife were daughters and he therefore felt very discontent. But the third issue was a son. Baba's word did come true and he was satisfied. Dakshina. Now we shall close this chapter with a few points about Dakshina. It is a well-known fact that Baba always asks for Dakshina from people who went to Sikhi. Somebody may ask a question, if Baba was a fakir and perfectly non-attached, why should he ask for Dakshina and care for money? We shall consider this question broadly now. First, for a long time, Baba did not take anything. He stored burnt matches and filled his pocket with them. He never asked anybody for anything, whether he be a devotee or otherwise. If anybody placed before him a paisa or 2, he purchased oil or tobacco. He was fond of tobacco, for he always smoked a bidi or chili. Then some persons thought that they should not go to saints empty-handed and therefore place some copper coins before Baba. If a paisa was placed before him, he used to pocket it. If it was a 2 paisa coin, it was written immediately. Then after Baba's fame had spread far and wide, people began to flock in numbers and Baba began to ask Dakshina from them. It is said in the Shruti Veda that puja of the gods is not complete unless a golden coin was offered. If a coin was necessary in the puja of the gods, why should it be not so in the puja of the saints also? Ultimately, the Shastra laid it down that when one goes to see a god, king, saint or guru, he should not go empty-handed. He should offer something, preferably money. In this connection, we may notice the precepts recommended by the Upanishads. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says that Lord Prajapati advised the gods, men and the demons by one letter Da. The god understood by this letter that they should practice Dhamma, that is self-control. The men thought or understood that they should practice Dana, that is charity. The demons understood that they should practice Daya, that is compassion. To men, charity or giving was recommended. The teacher in the Taittiriya Upanishad exhorts his people to practice charity and other virtues. Regarding charity, he says, give with faith, or even without it, give with magnanimity, that is, liberally give with modesty or and sympathy, in order to teach the devotees the lesson of charity and to remove their attachment to money and thus to purify their minds. Baba extracted Dakshina from them, but there was this peculiarity, as Baba said that he had to give back 100 times more of what he received. There are many instances in which this has happened. To quote an instance, Mr. Ganpatrao Bodas, the famous actor, says in his Marathi autobiography that on Baba's blessing him offered for Dakshina, he emptied his money back before him. The result of this was, as Mr. Bodas says, that in later life he never lacked money as it came to him abundantly. There were also secondary meanings of Dakshina in many cases in which Baba did not want any pecuniary amount. To quote 2 instances, Baba asked ₹15 as Dakshina from Professor G.G. Nake, who replied that he did not have any money. Then Baba said, I know you have no money, but you are reading Yoga Vashishta. Give me Dakshina from that. Giving Dakshina in this case meant deriving lessons from the book and lodging them in the heart where Baba resides. In the second case, Baba asked a certain lady, Mrs. R.A. Thakkar, to give ₹6 as Dakshina. The lady felt pain as she had nothing to give. Then her husband explained to her that Baba wanted 6 inner enemies, lust, anger, avarice, etc., to be surrendered to him. Baba agreed with this explanation. It is to be noted that though Baba collected a lot of money by Dakshina, he would distribute the whole amount the same day and the next morning he would become a poor fakir as usual. When Baba took his Mahasamadhi, even after receiving thousands and thousands of rupees as Dakshina, for about 10 years he had only few rupees in his possession. In short, Baba's main object in taking Dakshina from his devotees was to teach them the lessons of renunciation and purification. Mr. B.V. Devbhaktana, retired Mangalda and a great devotee of Baba, has written an article on this subject in Sri Sai Lila magazine, volume 2, page 626, in which he says as follows. Baba did not ask Dakshina of all. If some gave Dakshina unasked, he sometimes accepted it and at other times refused it. He asked it of certain devotees only. He never demanded it from those devotees who thought in their minds that
Baba should ask for it and then they should pay him. If anybody offered it against his wish, he never touched it, and if he kept it, then he asked him to take it away. He asked for small or big amounts from devotees according to their wish, devotion, and convenience. He asked it even from women and children. He never asked of all the rich for it, nor all the poor. Baba never got angry with those of whom he asked dakshina and who did not give it. If any dakshina was sent to some friend who forgot to hand over the same to Baba, he reminded him of it and made him pay it. On some occasions, Baba used to return some sum from the amount tendered as dakshina and ask the donor to guard it or keep it in his shrine for worship. This procedure benefited the donor or devotee immensely. If anybody offered more than he originally intended to give, he returned the extra amount. Sometimes he asked for some more dakshina than what they originally intended to give, and if they had no money, asked them to beg or borrow from others. Of some he demanded dakshina 3 or 4 times a day. Out of the amount collected as dakshina, Baba spent very little for his own sake, for buying children and fuel for his journey, and all the rest he distributed as charity in varying proportions to various persons. All the paraphernalia of the Shirdi Sansthan was brought by various rich devotees at the instance and suggestion of Radha Krishnamai. Baba always used to get wild and scolded those who brought any costly and rich articles. He said to Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar that all his property consisted of 1 gold piece, 1 stray piece of cloth, 1 kafni and a chamral tin pot, and that all the people troubling with bringing all these unnecessary costly articles. Mr. Dev has also quoted passages from the Gita and Upanishads and showed that charity, even in a holy place or to a holy personage, conduces to the donor's welfare. What is more holy than Shirdi and its presiding deity, Sai Baba? Bow to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Om Sai.
Chapter 15. Naradiya Kirtan Patar of the Mr. Sugarless to lizards. The readers may remember that mention was made in the 6th chapter regarding the Ram Navami festival in Shirdi. How the festival originated and how in the early years there was a great difficulty in getting a good Haridas for doing kirtan on those occasions, and how Baba permanently entrusted this function to Dasganu, and how he has been doing it successfully ever since. Now in this chapter, we shall describe the manner in which Dasganu has been doing the kirtan. Naradiya Kirtan Paddhati. Generally, our Haridas, while doing the kirtan, wear a gala and full dress. They put on a head dress, either a betta or a turban, a long flowing coat with a shirt inside, and uparami on the shoulders, and the usual long dhoti from the waist down. After dressing himself in this fashion for some kirtan in the Shirdi village, Dasganu once went to Baba for prostrating him before him. Baba asked him, "Well, bridegroom, where are you going dressed so beautifully like this?" "For doing the kirtan," came the reply. Then Baba said, "Why do you want all this paraphernalia, coat, uparani, and betta, etc. Lay off all that before me. Why wear them on the body? Dasganu immediately took them off and placed them at Baba's feet. Thenceforth, Dasganu never wore these things. While doing the kirtan, he always bare from waist upwards. A pair of chipneys was in his hand, and a garland round his neck. This is not in consonance with the practice generally followed by all the Harivikas, but this is the best and the purest method. The sage Narada, from whom the kirtan Padhati originated, wore nothing on his torso and head. He carried a vinna in his hand and wandered from place to place, singing the glory of the Lord. Mr. Cholker's sugarless tea. Initially, Baba was known in Pune and Ahmednagar districts, but Nana Sahib Chandorkar, by his word of mouth, and Das Ganu, by his splendid kirtans, spread the fame of Baba in the Konkan, Mumbai residents. In fact, it was Das Ganu, may God bless him, who by his beautiful and inimitable kirtans made Baba available to so many people there. The audience who came to hear the kirtans have different tastes. Some like the erudition or learning of the Haridas, some his gestures, some his singing, some his wit and humor, some his preliminary dissertation on Vedanta, and some his main theme, and so on. But among them, there are very few who, by hearing the kirtan, get faith and devotion or love for God or saints. The effect of hearing Das Ganu's kirtan on the minds of audience was, however, electric, as it were. We give an instance here.
Dasganu was once doing his kirtan and singing the glory of Sai Baba in the Kalkaneshwar temple in Nana. One Mr. Tolkar, a poor man living a temporary employee in the civil court in Nana, was amongst the audience. He heard Dasganu's kirtan most attentively and was much moved. He there and then mentally bowed to Baba, saying, Baba, I am a poor man, unable to support my family. If by your grace I pass the departmental examination and get a permanent post, I shall go to Turkey, fall at your feet and distribute to your candy in your name. As luck would have it, Mr. Tolkar did pass the examination and did get the permanent post. And now it remains for him to fulfill his vow. The sooner the better. Mr. Tolkar was a poor man with a large family to support, and he could not afford to pay for the expensive education. As is well said, one can easily cross over the Nanagar or even the Sayadri range, but it is very difficult for a poor man to pass across Maragad, the threshold of his house. As Mr. Tolkar was anxious to fulfill his vow as early as possible, he resolved to cut down his expenses and save money. He determined not to use sugar in his diet and began to take his tea without it. After he was able to save some money in his took Baba's darshan. Let us be offered a coconut and either with boxes along with sugar candy. As for his vow, he said to Baba that he was much pleased with the darshan desires were fulfilled that day. Mr. Tolkien was in the masjid with his host, Babu Sahib Jose, when the host and his guests both got up and were about to leave the house. Baba spoke to Jose as follows: "Give him of meat fully saturated with sugar." Hearing the significant words, Mr. Tolkien was much moved. He was wonderstruck, his eyes were bedewed with tears, and he fell at Baba's feet again. Mr. George was also curious about the marriage. Baba wanted by his words to pay faith to the Tolkien's mind. He hinted as it were that he got candy as per his vow, and that he knew fully well his secret determination not to begin his diet. Baba meant to say, "You spread your palm with devotion before I am immediately day and night. Though I am here physically still, I know what you will do beyond the 17th. Go wherever you wish over the wide world, I am with you. My abode is in your heart, and I am within you. Always worship me, who is seated in your heart as well as in the hearts of all men. Blessed and fortunate indeed is he who knows what he does. But a beautiful and important lesson Baba had thus imparted to his soul." Two lizards. Now we go to the chapter of the story of two lizards. One, Baba was sitting in the mountain, the devotee sat in front of them, and lizard out of curiosity, the devotee asked Baba whether ticking of the lizard signified anything good or was it bad. Baba said that the lizard was overjoyed as her sister from Aurangabad was coming to see her. The devotee sat silent, not looking out the meaning of Baba's words. Immediately, a gentleman from Aurangabad came on a horseback to Baba. He wanted to proceed further, but his horse did not go as it was coming in him. He took out a bag of grams and third to bring the grams and dashed it on the ground to make dirt. The lizard came out from there and in the presence of all climbed up the wall. Baba asked the questioner devotee to mark very well. He at once went trudging to her sister. Both sisters met each other after a long time, kissed and embraced each other, rolled around and danced. Where is Susie and where is Aurangabad or the lizard? How could the man on horseback come there from Aurangabad and with the lizard? And how should Baba make the prophecy of the meeting of the two sisters? All this is really a wonderful and true combination, the all-knowing nature of the Baba. He who respectfully reads this chapter or studies it daily will get all his users and the grace of the Satguru Sai Baba. Back to Sai
Chapter 16 and 17, Big Brahmagyan. These will read the story of the rich gentleman who wanted Brahmagyan, strictly from Sai Baba. The last chapter described how Mr. Jaikar's small offering was completed and accepted. In that story, Sai Baba showed that he would accept with appreciation any small thing offered with love and devotion, but if the same thing was offered with pride and happiness, he would reject it. Being himself full of such harmony, pure consciousness, knowledge and bliss, he didn't care much for formalities, but if an offering was made in a humble spirit, the same was welcome and he accepted it with pleasure and avidity. In fact, there is no person more generous and benevolent than a Sadguru, like Sai Baba. He cannot be compared with the Chintamani deeds, the Sarvatari, or the Samadina. They give us only what we give marriage, but Sadguru gives us the most precious thing that is inconceivable and inscrutable like eternity. Now, let us hear how Sai Baba disposed of the rich man who came to him and implored him to give him Brahmagyan. There was a rich gentleman, unfortunately his name and whereabouts are not mentioned, who was very prosperous in his life. He had amassed a large from his wealth, houses, and lands, and had many servants and dependents. When Baba came, which he said yes, he said to his brother, please, that he was not in want of anything, and so he would go to Shri and ask Baba to give him the ground, which, if he got, would certainly make him more happy. His friend, his wife, came, saying, it is not easy to learn. Brahma and especially so for an Arabia's man like you, who is always influenced by and children. Who will deliver to us of Brahma facts for you? Who doesn't give up his single paisa and charity? Not minding his friends' advance, Nasardo, in his written journey from contemplation, he went to the machine, saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet and said, Baba, every time you should Brahma to come here. I could have come here all the way from my distant place. I am much happy by the journey up. If I get something from you, my troubles will be well paid and rewarded. Baba then said, oh, my dear friend, only animals. I shall show you Brahma. So he will come and ask for wealth, health, honor, fortune, future diseases, and other temporal matters. The very least the person who comes to me and asks for Brahma. There is no way that people ask me for worldly things, but people interested in spiritual matters are very good. I think it is a fortunate and auspicious moment where persons like this come and ask me for Brahma. So, what way? I shall give you the pleasure of Brahma, all its accompaniments and comforts in ourselves. Saying this, Baba started to show him Brahma. He made him sit there and engaged him in some of the talk and class, made him forget discussion for the time being. Then he called a boy and told him to go to one Nandu Marwadi and get for him and get from him a woman to his spot. The boy left and returned immediately. Since that month, Nandu was fasting and his eyes were fogged. Then Baba asked him to go to Baba grocery and get from him the said woman. This time also the boy was unsuccessful. This experiment was repeated once and twice. The same result. Sai Baba was, as we know, that living and moving Brahma is harmony. Then someone may ask, as if he knew the practice of 5 rupees, and by he tried hard to give. With reality, he did not want his son at all. He must have known fully that Nandu and Baba were absent, and he seemed to have provided his as a test for the secret Brahma. That gentleman had a roll of bundle of currency notes on his pocket and if he was earnest, he would not have sat quiet and he would lay on his foot when Baba was trying to get some of his part. He knew that Baba was happy birthday and that's and my son. So he couldn't make up his mind and advance his son. Such a man wanted from Baba the greatest thing in the world, that is Brahma. Any other man who Baba would have given to him his farm at once and still going and made on the road. It was unadvanced with this man. He advanced when no money lost with his 6 silent, but began to be impatient as he was in a haste to return and implored Baba, saying, Oh Baba, please give me Brahma soon. Baba replied, Oh my little friend, did you not understand all the processes that I went through seeking in this place for enabling you to see Brahma? It is in short this. For seeing Brahma, one has to give 5 things. That is, surrender 5 things, 5 pranas, 5 senses, mind, intellect, and ego. This part of Brahma or self-realization is as hard as treading on the edge of the razor. Sai Baba then gave a wrong discourse on the subject, the purport of which is given below. Qualifications for Brahman or self-realization. All persons don't see or realize the Brahma in their lifetime. Certain qualifications are absolutely necessary. Mumukshu, or intense desire to get free. He who thinks that he is bound and that he should get free from bondage and works endlessly and resolutely to that end and doesn't care for any other thing is qualified for a spiritual life. Virakti, or a feeling of non-attachment with the things of this world and the next. Unless a man feels disgusted with the things, emotions and honors which his actions will bring in this world and the next, he has no right to enter into the spiritual realm. Antarmukta. Our senses have been created by God with a tendency to move outward and slow. Man always works outward and not inward. He who wants self-realization and immortal life must turn his gaze inwards and look into his inner self. Kanavis. Unless a man has turned away from wickedness and stopped from doing wrong and has entirely composed himself, and unless his mind is at rest, he cannot get self-realization even by means of knowledge. Right corner. After he learns a lot of truth, he learns a life of celibacy, he cannot get good, he cannot get God realization.
Referring to the there are two sorts of things, which the truth and the present. The former deals with the spiritual affairs, the latter with the mundane matters. Both these are open to man for acceptance. He has to think and choose one of them. The wise man prefers the good to the pleasant, but the unwise, through greed and attachment, chooses the pleasant. Control of the mind and senses. The body is the chariot and the self is its matter. Intellect is the chariot and the mind is the reins. The senses are the horses and sense objects are their backs. He who has no understanding and whose mind is unrestrained has his senses unmanageable like the stray horse of a chariot. Does not reach his destination, gets self-realization, but goes through the round of births and deaths. But he who has understanding and whose mind is restrained has his senses under control, like the good obedient horse of a chariot, reaches the destination. It is the state of self-realization, when he is not born again. The man who has understanding has his chariot guide and is able to rein his mind reaches the end of the journey, which is the supreme abode of all pervading Vishnu law. Purification of the mind. Unless a man discharges satisfactorily and disinterestedly the duties of his station in his mind will not be purified, and unless his mind is purified, he cannot get self-realization. It is only in the purified mind that Vivek is attachment to the underage, stop us and lead on to self-realization. Unless egoism is dropped, variance got rid of, and the mind made desireless to self-realization is not possible. The idea that I am the body is a great illusion, and attachment to the idea is the cause of bondage. Leave off this idea and attachment, therefore, if you want to reach the goal of self-realization, the necessity of it. The knowledge of the self is so subtle and mystic that no one can, by his own individual effort, ever hope to attain it. With the help of another person, teacher, who has himself got self-realization is absolutely necessary. What others cannot give with great effort and pain can be easily gained with the help of such a teacher.
but he was walked on the path himself and can easily take the disciple step by step on the ladder of spiritual progress. And lastly, grace of the Lord is the most essential thing. When the Lord is present, pleased with anybody, He gives him viveka and vairagya and takes him safe beyond the ocean of non-existence. Self cannot be gained by the study of Vedas, not by intellect, not by learning. He whom the self chooses gains it. To him the self-realized reveals its nature, says the Katha Upanishad. After the discussion was over, Baba turned to the gentleman and said, "Well, sir, there is in your pocket a Brahma in form of 50 times of 250 rupees. Please take that out." The gentleman took out from his pocket the bundle of currency notes, and to his great surprise, found on counting them, then there were 25 notes of 10 rupees each. Seeing these omniscience of Baba, he was moved and fell at Baba's feet and prayed for his blessings. Then Baba said to him, "Roll up your bundle of Brahma, this currency notes. Unless you completely get rid of your awareness or greed, you will not get the real Brahma. How can he whose mind is engrossed in wealth, progeny, and prosperity expect to know the Brahma without removing his attachment for them? The illusion of attachment or the love for money is deep, eddy whirlpool of pain full of crocodiles in the form of conflict and jealousy. He who is desireless can alone cross this whirlpool. Greed and Brahma are ascended as poles. They are eternally opposed to each other. Where there is a greed, there is no room for thought or meditation of Brahma. Then how can a greedy man get dispassion and salvation? For a greedy man there is no peace, neither contentment, nor steadiness. If there be even a little trace of greed in mind, all of the sadhanas, the spiritual endeavors, are of no avail. Even the knowledge of a well-read man who is not free from the desire of the fruit or reward of his actions is futile and can't help him in getting self-realization. The teachings of a guru are of no use to a man who is full of egoism and who always thinks about the sense objects. Purification of mind is absolutely necessary. Without it, all our spiritual endeavors are nothing but useless show and form. It is therefore better for one to take only what he can digest and assimilate. My treasury is full and I can give anyone what he wants, but I have to see whether he is qualified to receive my gift. If you listen to me carefully, you will be certainly benefited. While sitting in this masjid, I never speak any untruth. When a guest is invited to your house, all the members of the household and other friends and relatives that happen to be present are entertained along with the guest. So all those who that were present in the masjid at that time could partake of the spiritual feast that was served by Baba for the rich gentleman. After getting Baba's blessings, one and all, including the gentleman, left the place quite happy and contented. Special characteristics of Baba. There are many saints who, leaving their house, stay in the forest, caves, and hermitages and in solitude in order to get liberation or salvation for themselves. They do not care for other people and are always self-absorbed. Sai Baba was not of such a type. He has no home, no wife, no progeny, nor any relations, near or distant. Still, he lived in the world, society. He begged his bread from 4 or 5 houses, always lived at the foot of the neem tree, carried on burdenly dealings, and taught all the people how to act and behave living in this world. Rare are the sadhus and saints who, after attaining God vision, strive for the welfare of the people. Sai Baba was the foremost of these, and therefore says Emarpan, "Blessed is the country, blessed is the family, and blessed are the chaste parents, where this extraordinary, transcendent, precious, and pure jewel Sai Baba was born." Photos is Sai, peace to be born. Thank you.
गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। रंडी या पता कर रंडी।
chapter 19. In the last two chapters, aspiring for strict Brahmagyan speak by Baba, and now in this chapter, he describes how Brahma himself was accepted and blessed by Baba, how Baba encouraged the stars to spread them, and his teachings regarding standard and veneration of the Lord. It is very that Sadhguru looks first to the qualification of disciples and then gives them suitable instructions without considering their mind and beliefs, and leads them to the goal of renunciation. In this respect, some say that what Sadhguru teaches or instructs should not be divulged to others. They think that their instructions become useless if they are published. This view is not correct. The Sadhguru is like monsoon cloud. He pours them profusely, that is scatters widely in measure-like things. These works should enjoy and assimilate to our heart's content and then serve others with them without a reservation. This rule should apply not only to what he teaches in our waking state, but also to the results he gives to us in our dreams. To quote an instance, Udarosi Rishi published his celebrated Rama Purva, which he has seen in his dreams. Like a loving mother forcing wicked but beneficial medicine down the throat of their children for the sake of their health, Sai Baba incorporates spiritual instructions to his devotees. His method was not brief or secret, but quite open. Devotees who follow instructions got their object. Sadhguru, like Sai Baba, open our eyes of intellect and show the divine beauty of self and fulfill our tender longings of devotion. When this is done, our desires for sense objects vanishes, three fruits of grace, which is discrimination, and vairagya, which is dispassion, or non-attachment, come to our hands and knowledge also. Even in the sleep, all this we get when we come in contact with saints, Sadhguru, serve them and secure their love. The Lord who fulfills the desires of his devotees comes to our aid, removes our troubles and sufferings, and makes us all happy. This progress or development is entirely with the help of Sadhguru, who is God as the Lord himself. Therefore, we should always be of Sadhguru, hear his stories, fall at his feet and serve him. Now we come for my story. Mr. Sathe. There was a gentleman by name Mr. Sathe who was attending some publicity many years ago during the Crawford regime. It was put down by Lord Lay, the governor of Mumbai. He suffered severe losses in trade. Understanding circumstances gave him much trouble and very sad and rejected. Being restless, he thought of leaving home and going to a distant place. Man does not generally think of God, but when difficulties and calamities overtake him, he returns to him and prays for himself. If his defects have come to an end, God and his speaking with the saint, who gives him proper directions regarding the welfare. Mr. Sathe had himself experienced. His friends advised him to go to Shirdi, where so many people were talking, to get Sai Baba's darshan, for getting peace of mind and satisfaction of their wants. He liked the idea and at once came to Shirdi in 1917. Seeing Baba's form, which was like eternal Brahman, self-luminous, vigorous and pure, his mind lost to reckless respect and became calm and composed. He thought it was his accumulation of merits in his former birth that brought him to the holy feet of Baba. He was a man with strong will. He at once started to make Parayan study a Pujyatma. The release of blood was finished his Sapar in 7 days. Baba gave him a hand explaining the conviction chapter, who was sitting in the carefully. When he woke up in the remembered the dream, he was very happy. He thought that it was extremely kind of Baba who awakens in souls. Like that, there are snoring of immigrants and makes them taste the nectar of Guru Chitra. Next day, he informed Tata Sahib Darshan of his vision and requested him to consult Sai Baba regarding his meaning of significance. Whether one Sabbath or 1 week's readings were sufficient or whether we should begin again. Tata Sahib Darshan, when God a suitable opportunity, asked Baba, Deva, what do you suggest to Mr. Sathe by your vision? Whether we should stop or continue the Sabbath? He is simple devotee, his desire should be fulfilled. Then Baba replied, he should make one more Sabbath with the book. With the work he studied carefully, his devotees will become pure and become benefit. The Lord will please and will secure him the bondage of the mundane existence. At this time, Kumarkant was present there. He was shampooing Baba's legs. When he heard Baba's words, he got in his mind. What? Mr. Sathe read the book for 1 week only, he got bored. And I'm reading this for 40 years without result. His 7 days stay here became fruitful, while my 7 years of stay, 1910 to 1917, goes for nothing. Like a chartered bird, I'm ever waiting for his merciful cloud, our cloud, to pour and return on me and bless me with instructions. No sooner did he thought in his mind, Baba knew it then and there. It was the experience of Bhaktas and Baba understood their thoughts, and that he suppressed evil thoughts and encouraged the good ones. In his Hemapan's mind, Baba once asked him to better go to Shama, otherwise he responded, get him rupees 15 rupees as Dakshina, sit and chit-chat with him for a while and then return. Mercy dawned in Baba's mind, so he issued order. And who could disobey Baba's order? Hemapan immediately left the Mercy and came to Shama's house. He had just bathed and he was wearing a dhoti. He came out and asked Hemapan, how is it that you are here now? It seems that you have come to the masjid. Why do you look so restless and dejected? Why am I alone? Please can rest, while I shall do my worship and return. In the meanwhile, you please take on Vida, days and waking us. Let us then have a pleasant chat. After saying this, he went inside, and Hemapan sat alone in the veranda. He saw in the window a well-known Marathi book named as Nata Bhagavad. This is a commentary by Saint Eknath on 11th Skanda, the chapter of the biggest Sanskrit book, the Bhagavad. The suggestion of recommendation of Sai Baba, Mrs. Babu Sahib Grove, in Kakasar Beach, read Bhagavad Gita daily. With this Marathi dance commentary named Bhagavad Gita Jnaneswari, a dialogue between Krishna and his friend devotee Arjun, and Natwara, a dialogue between Krishna and his servant and devotee Vithok. And also Eknath's other big work, namely Bhagavad Ramani, where the devotees who came to Baba and asked him certain questions, he sometimes answered them in part and asked him to go to and visit the lyrics of the above mentioned works, which are the main treasures of Bhagavad Dharma. When the devotees went and listened, they got full and satisfactory replies in their questions. Hemapan also used to read daily some portions of Bhagavad. That day he did not complete the daily portion of reading, but had left unfinished in order to accompany certain devotees who are going to the masjid. When he picked up the books from Shama's window and casually opened it, he found it to be surprised that the unfinished portion opened up. He thought that Baba sent him very kindly to Shama's house for enabling him to complete his daily duties. So he went to the unfinished portion of it and completed it. As soon as this is over, Shama, after doing his worship, came out and following conversation took place between them. Hemapan, I have come with a message from Baba. He had asked me to return with 15 rupees of Dakshina from you, and also sit with you for a while and have a pleasant chit-chat and then return to the masjid with you. Shama was surprised. I have no money to give. Take my 15 namaskarams, prostrations in lieu of rupees of Dakshina to Baba. Hemapan, again, the namaskar are accepted. Now let us have some chit-chat. Tell me some stories and leaders of Baba which will destroy our sins. Shama, then sit here for a while. Wonderful is the spoke, is Leela to God, Baba. You know it already. I'm a dear rustic while you are enlightening citizen. You have seen some more Leelas since you are coming over here. How shall I describe them for you? Well, take those leaves, beaten nut and tuna and have the Pran Leela while I go in to dress myself and come out. In a few minutes, Shama came out, sat talking to Samartha. He said, the Leela of this God, Baba, is inseparable. There is no end to his Leelas. Who can see them? The days are sports with his Leelas, while he is beyond unaffected by them, while he is unaffected by them. What does he rustic know? Why does Baba himself tell stories? Why does he send 11 men like you to fools like me? His ways are inconceivable. I can only say that they are not human. It is the face I now remember a story which I shall relate to you. I know it personally. As a devotee in resolute and determined, so is Baba's immediate response. Sometimes Baba puts his devotees to severe test on them and gives them Upadesh with instructions. As soon as Hemapan heard the word Upadesh, a flash of lightning came across his mind. He at once remembered the story of Mr. Satya's Guru meeting, and through that, Baba might have sent him to Shama in order to check his peace of residence and mind. However, he got his feelings and began to listen to Shama's stories. They all show how kind and affectionate Baba was to the devotees. Hemapan began to feel joy on hearing all this. When Shama began to tell the following story. Sadhguru Sai Darshan ki jai.
Tarabai Krishna. There was one woman by name Tarabai. She was one of the Ashama Deshmukh. During Baba's age, she came to Shivji with people of Sangam. She took Baba's darshan and was much satisfied. She loved Baba intimately and resolved in her mind that she should accept Baba as Guru and take some Upadesh from him. She determined to pass herself unto death, so long as Baba did not accept that he would give her any Upadesh or mantra. She stayed in her lodging and stopped taking any food or water for 3 days. I was frightened by this ordeal of the whole movement and interceded with Baba and on her behalf. I said, Deva, what is this you have started? You drag so many persons here. You know the old lady, she is very esteemed to so many people. So esteemed and depends on me. She was resolved to pass unto death. If you don't accept and instruct her, if anything worse happens, people will blame you and say that Baba did not instruct her, and as a consequence, she went like that. So take some mercy on her. Bless her and instruct her. On seeing her determination, Baba sent for her and made her change her mind by addressing as follows. Oh Mother, why do you have to subject yourself to unnecessary problems? You are my mother and I am your child. Take pity on me and hear me too. I tell you my own story, which if you listen carefully will do you good. I had a guru. He was very kind and most merciful. I served him very long, still he did not grow any mantra into his ear. I had keen desire never to leave him but to stay with him and serve him, and at all costs receive some instruction from him. But he had his own way. He first got my head shaved and asked me for 2 paisa reduction. I gave the same at once. You may say that as my view was perfect, why should he ask for money and how should he be called as desire? The reply is that he never cared for coins. What had he to do with me? His 2 paisas were one from faith and patience or perseverance. I gave these 2 paisa to him and he was pleased. I resorted to my guru for 12 years. He brought me up. There was no work of food or clothing. He was full of love, or say he was love incarnate. How can I describe him? He loved me most. Great is a guru like him. When I looked at him, he seemed as if he was in deep meditation, and then we both were filled with bliss. Night and day I gave him with no thought of hunger and thirst. Without him I felt restless. I had no other subject to meditate upon, or not any other thing than my guru to attend. He was my sole refuge. My mind was always fixed on him. This is 1 paisa of dakshina. Sabri patience of perseverance is the other paisa. I waited patiently and served my guru. This Sabri will ferry you across the sea of this mundane existence. Sabri removes all the sins and afflictions, get rid of calamities in various ways, and cast aside all fear and ultimately give you success. Sabri is the mind of virtue, control of good thoughts,
Nushka and Satori are like twin sisters. They loving each other very intimately. My Guru never expected any other things from me. He never neglected me but protected me at all times. I lived with him and was sometimes away from him, still I never felt the absence of his love. He was protected me by his glance, just as the tortoise treats her young ones, whether they are near her or away from her on the other side of the blank. By her loving glance. O mother, my Guru never taught me any mantras, then how shall I blow any mantras into your ears? Just remember that Guru's tortoise like loving glance gives us happiness. Do not try to get mantra or upadesh from anybody. Makes me the sole object of your thoughts and actions, and you will go down and obtain Paramatma, the spiritual God of life. Look at me wholeheartedly, and I in turn look at you. Sitting in this masjid, I speak the truth, nothing but truth. No sadhana or proficiency in six shastras is necessary. Have faith and confidence in your Guru. Believe that He is the sole actor of God. Just he who knows the greatness of his Guru and thinks to be Hari, Hara, and Brahma incarnate. Instructed in this way that the lady was convinced, she bound to Baba and gave up her fast. Hearing this story carefully and alternatively and marking its significance and appropriateness, Samarkand was mostly equally surprised. On seeing this wonderful Leela of Baba, he was moved from the top to throat. He was overthrown by joy. His throat was choked and he was not able to utter a single word. Shama, on seeing him in this condition, asked him, "What is the matter with you? Why you are silent? How shall I describe this innumerable Leelas of Baba?" Just at this time, the bell in the masjid began to ring, proclaiming that the moon worship and Aarti ceremony had begun. Therefore, Shama and Hemant hurried to the masjid. Bapu Sahib Jose had just started the worship. Women were up in the masjid and men were standing below in the open courtyard, and they were all singing the Aarti in the chorus to the accompaniment of drums. Shama went up, holding Hemant with him. He sat to the right and Hemant in front of the Baba. On seeing them, Baba asked Hemant to give Darshana brought from Shama. He replied that Shama gave namaskaras in lieu of rupees and that he was there in person. Baba said, "All right, now let me know whether you both had a chit chat. If so, tell me all that you talked about." Not much. Minding the sounds of the drum, the drums, and the chorus songs, Hemant was eager to tell Baba what they had talked about and started to narrate. Baba was also anxious to hear, and so he left the poster and then learned forward. Hemant said all that they talked about was very pleasant, especially the story of the old lady was wonderful, and that to hear it, he thought that his Leela was inexplicable, and under his voice of that story, he really blessed him. Baba then said, "Wonderful is the story. How are you blessed? I would like to know everything in detail from you. So tell me all about it." Then Hemant related in full the story which he had heard a little while before and which had made a lasting impression on his mind. Hearing this, Baba was much pleased and asked him, "Did the story strike you and did you catch its significance?" He replied, "Yes, Baba. The restlessness of the mind has vanished, and I have got true peace and rest, and come to know the true path." The Baba spoke as follows: "My method is quite unique. Remember this one story, and it will be very useful to get the knowledge. Realization of the self, jnana, meditation is necessary. If you practice continuously, the
If this subtle thoughts will be pacified, being quite desireless, you should meditate on God who is in all the creatures, and when the mind is concentrated, when the mind is concentrated, the goals will be achieved. Meditate always on my formless nature, which is knowledge incarnate consciousness and bliss. If you cannot do this, meditate on my form from top to toe, as you see here, night and day. As you go on doing this, your distance will be single pointed, and the distinction between the jnana and jnata and jnana jaya, these things meditated upon will be lost, and the meditator will be on one with the consciousness, and we mix in the Brahma. The mother tortoise is on one brink of the river, and her young ones are on the other. The mother tortoise is on the one bank of the river and has young ones on the other. So she gives neither milk or warmth to them. Her very loving lambs gives them nutrition. The young ones do nothing but remember their mother. The tortoise glances the young ones, the only source of sustenance and happiness. Similar is the relation between the guru and the disciple. When Baba uttered these words, the chorus of the Aarti songs was over, and all cried out loudly in the instant victory to the Sadguru Sai Maharaj, who is the pure consciousness, knowledge and bliss. Dear readers, let us imagine that we are in this time standing among the crowd in the masjid, and let us join them in the Jai Khan. After the Aarti ceremony was over, Prasad was distributed. Bapu Sahib Jog, when he came forward as usual after saluting Baba, gave into his palm a handful of sugar candy. Baba pushed all this into his hands up or Hamanpant and said to him, if you take this story to heart and remember it well, your state will be sweet as a sugar candy. All your desires will be fulfilled and you will be happy. Hamanpant bowed down to Baba and implored, do favor me like this, bless and protect me always. Baba replied, hear this story, meditate on it and assimilate its spirit. Then you will always remember and meditate on the Lord, who will manifest himself to you. Dear readers, Hamanpant got prasad of sugar candy, and you now get the prasad of sugar candy or nectar of the story. Let us drink it into our heart, content, meditate on it and assimilate it, and be strong and happy by Baba's grace. Amen. Towards the end of the 19th chapter, Hamanpant had dealt with some other matters which were given below. Baba's advice regarding the behavior. The following words of Baba are general, welfare and invaluable. If you are kept in mind and acted upon, they will always do you good. Unless there is some relationship or connection, nobody goes anywhere. If any men or creature come to you, do not discourteously drive them away, but receive them well and treat them with a due respect. Sri Hari will be certainly pleased if you give water to the thirsty, bread to the hungry, clothes to the naked, and you are Verada to strangers for resting. And if anybody wants any money from you and you are not inclined to give, do not give, but do not bark at them like dog. Let anybody speak hundreds of things against you, you do resent by giving any bitter reply. If you tolerate such things, you will certainly be happy. Let the world go topsy-turvy and you remain where you are. Standing in your own place, look on calmly and show all the things passing by before you. Demolish the wall of difference and separate you from me.
and then road for our meeting will be clear and open. The sense of differentiation and I and thou is barrier that keeps away disciple from his master and unless that is destroyed, the state of union is not possible. Allah Malik, that is God is the sole proprietor, nobody else is our protector. That his method of work is extraordinary, invaluable and inscrutable. His will be done and he will show as a way and satisfy our heart desire. It is on the account of Renavan, the former relation that we have come together. Let us love and serve each other, be happy. He who attains the supreme goal of life is immortal and happy. All other merely exist, live so long as they breathe. Encourage good thoughts to fruition. It is interesting to note how Baba encouraged the good thoughts. You have to surrender yourself completely to him and with love and devotion, and then you will see how he helps you throughout. Some science has said that when you get the good thought, immediately after awakening from sleep, and if you develop the same afterwards during the day, your intellect will be unfolded and your mind will attain calmness. Hamanpan wanted to try this. One Wednesday night before going to bed, he said, tomorrow is the Thursday, an auspicious day, and the place Shirdi is so holy, so let me pass the whole day in remembering and celebrating Ram Nam. And then he slept off. Next morning when he got up, remembered without any effort the name of Ram and was much pleased. After finishing his morning duties, he went to see Baba with flowers. When he left this district Vada and passed by the Booty Vada, within Saman Mandiri, he heard beautiful song that was being sung nicely by someone Bhatkar in the masjid before Baba. The song was Guru Kripaan Vayo Meri by Ekna, in which he says that he got Korean in the front of his Guru grace, which opened his vision and made him see Rama. In and out, in sleep, dream and walking state are everywhere. There were so many songs, but why this is some particularly chosen by Arva Bhatta, a devotee of Baba. This is not a curious coincidence arranged by Baba to amplify the determination of Haman to sing unnecessary Ramana during the day. All saints are agree and they stress upon the efficacy of uttering Rama's God name, in fulfilling the ambitions of the Bhaktas and in protecting and saving them from all the calamities. Vanity in the Upadesh, slander and condemning. Sai Baba required no special place or nor any special time for giving instructions. Whenever any occasion demanded, he gave the freely once. It is so happened that a Bhakta of Baba revealed some behind his back before the other people. On leaving said merits, and he dwelt on faults of his brother and spoke so sarcastically that the hearers were disgusted. Generally, we see that people have tendency to scandalize in others unnecessarily and brings on ill feelings. Saints see scandals and in other life. They say that there was a various ways of cleansing and removing dirt by means of water and soap. But scandal mongers has got a way of this wrong. He removes his dirt of others by his charm. In a way, he obliges the person whom he reveals, and for this he is to be thanked. Sai Baba and his own method of correcting the scandal mongers. He knew by his own sense what is the slander had done, and when he met him at a noon, he heard the Dendi Baba pointed but found out to him and a pig and one that was eating a pig near the fence and said to him, behold, how is that what relish is the gulfing field? Your conduct is similar. You go on reviling your own. You turn to your horse content. After performing many deeds of merit, you are born as a human, and if you act like this, how can a city help you in any way? Needlessly to say that Baba Bhakta took the lesson to his heart and went away. In this way, Baba went on giving instructions whether necessary, if these are born in our minds and acted upon. The spiritual goal is not far off. There was a proverb which says, if there be a hurry, Lord, He will feed me on my path. This proverb is only true in respect of food and clothing. But if anyone believes this and sits idle and do nothing in the spiritual matters, he will be ruined. One has to exert himself to his utmost for attaining self-realization. The more he endeavors, the better for him. The more he endeavors, the better for him. Baba said that he was omnipresent, transcending time, age, world, light and heaven, and that he was not localized. To remove the misunderstanding of those who thought that Baba is only his body, feet, cubits and half a length, he incarnated himself in this form, and any devotee meditated on him day and night with complex self-surrender, he experienced complete union with him, like sweetness and sugar, waves and sea are in its side. He who wants to get rid of the cycle of births and deaths should lead righteous life with his mind in calm and comfort. He should not speak harshly to anyone so as to hurt him. He should always engage himself in good action, should not do his duties and surrender himself, heart and soul to him. He need not then be afraid of anything. He who trusts him entirely yields and expounds his leelas and do not think of anything else is sure to attain self-realization. Baba asked many to remember his name and surrender to him, but those who wanted to know who they are, he advised Shravan and Manan. To some he advised remembering God's name, to others hearing his leelas, to some worship of his repeat, to others reading and studying. Adhyat Ramayanam, Gangeshwari and others stated the scriptures. Some he made sitting near his feet, some he sent to Khandova temple, and some he advised repetition of thousands of names of Vishnu, and some in the study of Mandokya Upanishad and Gita. There was neither any limit or any restriction to his instructions. He gave in person by visions and dreams. To someone addicted to drinking, he appeared in his dreams, sat on his chest, rescued and left him after he gave a promise not to touch liquor anymore. To some, he explained some mantras like Guru Brahma in dreams. To some devotees who was practicing Hatha Yoga, he sent word that he should leave up Hatha Yoga practice, sit quietly and wait. It was impossible to describe all his ways and methods in ordinary worldly dealing. He set examples by his actions, one which is given below. Remuneration for labor. One day noon, Baba came near Radha Krishnamai house and said, "Bring me a ladder." Some man brought it and set it against the wall of the house. And as directed by Baba, he climbed up on the roof of the Vaman Bondar house and passed over the roof of Radha Krishnamai's house and then go down from the other corner. What Baba had none could know. Radha Krishnamaya was at the time shivering with malaria. It may be to drive off the fever that he may have gone up there immediately after getting them. Baba paid 2 rupees to the person who bought the ladder. Somebody asked Baba why he paid so much for this. He replied that nobody should take the labor of others in vain. The worker should be paid his duties promptly and regularly. Is the principle taught by Baba be followed, that is, if the remuneration for the labor be paid promptly and satisfactorily, the laborers will turn out better and both the laborers and their employers will be profited. Go to Sai, she Sai, peace to all.
गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय. मैं 500 चली आ रही यार. हाँ
बाबा
రండి ప్రసాద్ ఇస్తాను మీకు. పోయిందా చెప్పారా? ఓకే రండి.
Skirmish problem solved by Kaka's maid servant. In this chapter, Hemanthan describes how the skirmish problem was solved by Kaka Sahib Dixit's maid servant. Sai was originally formless. He assumed a form for the sake of purpose. With the help of the actress Maya, he played the part of the actor in the big drama of the universe. Let us remember and visualize Sri Sai. Let us go to Shirdi and see carefully the programs. After the Nirmati. After the Aarti ceremony was over, Sai used to come out of the market and stand on its edge, distribute Uti to the devotees with very kind and loving looks. The Bhaktas also got up with equal fervor, clasped his feet, and standing his stand and enjoyed the shower of Uti. Baba passed handfuls of Uti into the palms of the devotees and marked their foreheads with Uti with his fingers. The love he bore for them in his heart was boundless. Then he addressed the Bhaktas as follows: "Oh God, don't take your lunch. You are not go to the lodging. You got to enjoy your dishes." In this way he requested each and every devotee and sent them home. Even now you can enjoy these sights if you bring into play your imagination. You can visualize and enjoy them. Now when we sigh before our mental vision, let us meditate upon him. From his feet upwards to his face and prostrated before him, humbly, lovingly, and respectfully reverse the story of this chapter. Ishavasya Upanishad. Das Garuda started to write a Marathi commentary on the Ishavasya Upanishad. Let us first give a brief idea of this Upanishad before proceeding further. It is called a mantra Upanishad as it is embodied in the mantras of Vedic Samhita. It constitutes the last or the 40th chapter of the Vajrasamhita Samhita, Yajurveda, and it is therefore called Vajrasamhita Samhita Upanishad, being embodied in the Vedic Samhita. This is regarded as superior to all other Upanishads, which occur in the Brahmana and Aranaka, explanatory treatises on mantra and rituals. Not only this, other Upanishads are considered to be commentaries on the truths mentioned briefly in the Ishavasya Upanishad. For instance, the basis of the Upanishad, the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, is considered by Pandit Satyaleka to be a loving commentary on the Ishavasya Upanishad. Professor R.D. Ranjade says the Ishavasya is quite a small Upanishad, and yet it contains many hints which show an extraordinarily piercing insight. Within the short context of 18 verses, it gives a valuable mystical description of the Atman. A description of the ideal sage who stands unruffled in the minds of temptations and sorrows, and a demonstration of the doctrine of karma yoga as later formulated, and finally a reconciliation of the claims of knowledge and birth. The most valuable idea that lies at the root of the Upanishad is that of a logical synthesis between the two opposites of knowledge and work, which are both required according to the Upanishad to be enamored in a higher synthesis. Page 24 of the constructive survey of the Upanishad philosophy. In another place, he says that the poetry of the Upanishad is a commixture of moral, mystical, and metaphysical. It is page 41. From the brief description given above about this Upanishad, anyone can see how difficult it is to translate this Upanishad in a vernacular language and brief out its exact meaning. Darshan translated it in Marathi overneeded, verse by verse, but as he did not comprehend the gist or essence of the Upanishad, he was not satisfied with his performance. He therefore consulted some learned men regarding his doubts and difficulties, and discussed with them at great length. They did not solve them, nor did they give him any rational or satisfactory explanation. So Darshan was a little restless over this matter. Sadhguru only competent and qualified to explain. As we have seen, this Upanishad is the quintessence of the Vedas. It is the science of self-realization. It is the stick or weapon which can be asunder the bondage of life and death and make us free. Therefore, he thought that he who has himself attained self-realization can only give him the true or correct interpretation of the Upanishad. When nobody could satisfy Darshan, he resolved to consult Sai Baba about this. When he got an opportunity to go to Shirdi, he saw Sai Baba, prostrated himself before him and mentioned his difficulties about the Ishavasya Upanishad and requested him to give the correct solution. Sai Baba blessed him and said, "You need not to be anxious. There is no difficulty about the matter. The mind servant of Kaka Sahib Dixit will solve your doubts at Vile Parle on your way home." The people who were present at Vile Parle, then and heard this, thought that Baba was joking and said, "How could an illiterate maidservant solve the difficulties of this nature?" But Darshan thought otherwise. He was sure that whatever Baba spoke must come true. Baba's word was the decree of the Brahma Almighty. Kaka's maidservant, on fully believing in Baba's word, he left Shirdi and came to Vile Parle, a suburb of Bombay, and stayed with Kaka Sahib Dixit. There, the next day, when Darshan was enjoying his morning nap, some say when he was engaged in worship, he heard a poor girl singing a beautiful song in clear and melodious tones. The subject matter of the song was crimson-colored saree. How nice it was! How fine was it embroidery! How beautiful were its ends and borders, etc. He liked the song so much that he came out and saw that it was being sung by a young girl, the sister of Namya, who was a servant of Kaka Sahib. The girl was cleaning vessels and had only a torn rag on her person. On seeing her impoverished condition and her jovial temperament, Darshan felt pity for her, and when Ram Bahadur and Vipadam next day gave him a pair of dofas, he requested him to give a sari to the poor little girl also. Ram Bahadur brought a good cheap small sari and presented it to her. Like a starving person getting lucky good wishes to eat, her joy knew to bound. Next day she wore the new sari, and out of great joy and merriment World danced round and played Ugadi with other girls and excelled them all. The day following, she kept the new sari in her box at home and came with the old and torn rag, but she looked as merry as she did the previous day. On seeing this, Dawson's pity was transferred into admiration. He thought that the girl being poor had to wear a torn rag, but now she had a new sari which she kept in reserve, and putting on the old rag, strutted herself, showing no trace of sorrow or dejection. Thus, he realized that all our feelings of pain and pleasure depend upon the attitude of our mind. On thinking deeply over this incident, he realized that a man ought to enjoy whatever God has bestowed on him in the firm conviction that he besets everything from behind and before and on all sides, and that whatever is bestowed on him by God must be for his good. In this particular case, the impoverished condition of the poor girl, her torn rag, and the new sari, the donor, the dance, and the acceptance were all parts of the Lord and pervaded by him. Hence, the husband got a practical demonstration of the lesson of the Upanishad, the lesson of contentment with one's own lot in the belief that whatever happens is ordained by God and is ultimately good for us. Unique method of teaching. From the above incident, the reader will say that Baba's method was unique and varied. Though Baba never left Shirdi, he sent some to Manchunagar, some to Kolhapur and Sholapur for practicing some sadhanas. To some he appeared in his usual form. To some he appeared in graphical dreaming state, day or night, and satisfied their desires. It is impossible to describe all the methods that Baba used in imparting instruction to his bhaktas. In this particular case, he sent Dasganu to Vile Parle, where he got his problem solved through the main sermon. To those who say that it was not necessary to send Dasganu outside and that Baba could have personally taught him, we say that Baba followed the right or best course, or how else could Dasganu would have learned a great lesson that the poor maid servant and her sari was pervaded by the Lord. Now we close the chapter with another beautiful extract about this Upanishad. The ethics of the Ishavasya Upanishad. One of the main features of the Ishavasya Upanishad is the ethical advice around it, and it is interesting to note that the ethics of the Upanishad are definitely based upon the metaphysical position advanced in it. The very opening words of the Upanishad tell us that God pervades everything. As a corollary from this metaphysical position, the ethical advice it offers is that a man ought to enjoy whatever God bestows on him in the firm belief that as he pervades everything, whatever is bestowed on him by God must be good. It follows naturally that the Upanishad should forbid us from coveting another man's property. In fact, we are fittingly taught here a lesson of contentment with one's own lot and the belief that whatever happens is divinely ordained and it is hence good for us. Another moral advice is that man must spend his lifetime always in doing action, especially the karmas enjoined in the Shastras, in the mood of believing resignation to his will. Inactivity, according to this Upanishad, would be the canker of the soul. It is only when a man spends his lifetime on doing actions in this manner that he can hope to attain the ideal of Naishkanya. Finally, the text goes on to say that a man who sees all beings in the self and sees the self as existing in all beings, in fact, for whom all beings and everything that exists have become the self, how can such a man suffer infatuation? What ground would such a man have for peace? Boastfulness, infatuation, and greed rarely proceed from our not being able to see the Atman in all things. But a man who realizes the oneness of all things, for whom everything has become the self, must ipso facto cease to be affected by the common foibles of humanity. Page 169 to 170 of the creative period by Messrs. Deloca and Mooney.
Chapter 21. Stories of D.H. Tagore, Anandram Padankar and Parandarpur Leader. In this chapter, Himappan relates the story of Vinayak Harichandra Tagore, D.A. Anandram Padankar of Pune, and a pleader from Parandarpur. All these stories are very interesting, which is well carefully read and grasped, will lead the readers onto the spiritual path. Preliminary. It is a general rule that it is our good luck in the form of accumulation of merits in past births that enables us to seek the company of saints and profit thereby. In illustration of this rule, Himappan gives his own instance. He was a resident magistrate of Bandra, a suburb of Bombay, for many years. A famous Mohammedan saint named Bir Maulana was living there, and many Hindus, Parsis, and many others who followed different religions used to go to him and take his darshan. His mujabar, by name Inu, pressed Himappan many a time, night and day, for going to see him. But for some reason or the other, he was not able to see him. After many years, his turn came, and he was called to Shirdi, where he was permanently enlisted in Sai Baba's darbar. Unfortunate fellows do not get this contact with the saints. It is only the fortunate ones that get it. Institution of saints. There have been institutions of saints in this world from time immemorial. Various saints appear incarnate themselves in various places to carry out the missions allotted to them, but though they work in different places, they are as it were one. They work in unison under the common authority of the Almighty Lord and know full well what each of them is doing in his place and supplement his work where necessary. An instance illustrating this is given here. Mr. Tagore. Mr. V.H. Tagore, B.A., was a clerk in Revenue Department, and he once came to a town named Vadnagaon near Belgaum, SM country, along with a servant party. There he saw a Karnatese saint apart and bowed before him. The saint was claiming a portion from the book Vichar Sagar of Nichaladas, a standard work on Vedanta, the audience. When Tagore was taking his leave to go, he said to him, "You should study this book, and if you do so, your desires will be fulfilled. And when you go to the north in the discharge of your duties in future, you will come across a great saint by your good luck. And then he will show you the future path and give rest to your mind and make you happy." Then he was transferred to Junor, where he had to go by crossing Nanegar. This gut was very steep and impassable, and no other conveyance than a buffalo was of use in crossing it. So he had to take a buffalo ride through the gut, which inconvenienced and pained him much. Thereafter he was transferred to Kalyan on higher post, and therefore he became acquainted with Nana Sahib Chandra. He heard much about Sai Baba from him and wished to see him. Next day, Nana Sahib had to go to Shirdi, and he asked Tagore to accompany him. He could not do so as he had to attend Thana Civil Court for a civil case. So Nana Sahib went alone. Tagore went to Thana, but there the case was postponed. Then he repented for not accompanying Nana Sahib. Still, he left for Shirdi, and when He went there, he found that Nana Sahib had left the place the previous day. Some of his other friends whom he met there took him to Baba. He saw Baba, fell at his feet and was overjoyed. His eyes were full of tears of joy and his hair stood on. Then, after a while, the omniscient Baba said to him, "The path of this place is not so easy as the teaching of Kanare's Saint Appa or even at the buffalo ride in Nanakar. In the spiritual path, you have to put in your best exertion as it is very difficult." When Thakur heard these significant signs and words, which none else then he knew, he was overwhelmed with joy. He came to know that the word of Kanesar saint had turned true. Then joining both hands and placing his head on Baba's feet, he prayed that he should be accepted and blessed. Then Baba said, "What Appa told you was all right, but these things have to be practiced and lived. Mere reading won't do. You have to think and carry out what you read, otherwise it is of no use. Mere book learning without the grace of Guru and self-realization is of no avail." The theoretical portion was read from the work of Vichara Sagar by Thakur, but the practical way was shown to him at Shirdi. Another story given below will bring out this truth more forcibly. Anandrao Padangar. One gentleman from Pune by name Anandrao Padangar wished to see Baba. He came to Shirdi and took Baba's darshan. His eyes were appeased. He was much pleased. He fell at Baba's feet and after performing proper worship said to Baba, "I have read a lot, studied Vedas, Vedantas, Upanishads and heard all the Puranas, but still I have not got any peace of mind. So I think that all my reading was useless. Simple, ignorant, devout persons are better than myself. Unless the mind becomes calm, all book learning is of no avail. I have heard from many people that you easily give peace of mind to so many people by your mere glance and playful word. So I have come here. Please take pity on me and bless me." Then Baba told him a parable which was as follows. Parable of 9 balls of stool. Navavida Bhakti. Once a Saudagar merchant came here. Before him a mare passed her stool, 9 balls of stool. The merchant, intent on his quest, spread the end of his dhota and gathered all the 9 balls in it. And thus he got concentration, peace of mind. Mr. Padangar could not make out the meaning of this story, so he asked Ganesh Damodar alias Dada Kekar, "What does Baba mean by this?" He replied, "I too do not know all that Baba says and means, but at his inspiration I say what I come to know. The mare is God's grace, and the 9 balls excreted are the 9 forms or types of bhakti. Shravana, hearing, Kirtana, praying, Smarana, remembering, Padasevana, resorting to the feet, Archana, worship, Namaskara, bowing, Dasya, service, Sakyatva, friendship, Atma Nivedana, surrender of the self. These are the 9 types of bhakti. If any of these is faithfully followed, Lord Hari will be pleased and manifest himself in the home of the devotee. All the sadhanas with japa, vocal worship, tapa, penance, yoga practice and studying the scriptures and expounding them are quite useless unless they are accompanied by bhakti, that is devotion. Knowledge of the Vedas or fame as a great jnani and mere formal bhajan worship are of no avail. What is wanted is loving devotion. Consider yourself as a merchant or seeker after the truth and be anxious and eager to him and be anxious and eager like him to collect or cultivate the 9 types of devotion. Then you will attain stability and peace of mind. Next day, when Padankar went to Baba for salvation, he was asked whether he collected the 9 balls of stool. Then he said that he, being a poor fellow, should first be graced by Baba, and then they will be easily collected. Then Baba blessed and comforted him, saying that he would attain peace and welfare. After hearing this, Paramahansa became overjoyed and happy. The Karnatapur pleader. We shall close this chapter with short story showing Baba's omniscience and his using it for correcting people and setting them on the right path. Once a pleader from Karnatapur came to Shirdi, went to masjid, saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet and without being asked offered some dakshina and sat in a corner